Here's Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Yes, sir. Morning, everybody. No Murph and Marcus. Dieter and Larry sitting in. Dieter Kurtenbach, Larry Kruger. We got a lot to get to. It's never too early to pregame. 6:01 a.m. here in the Bay Area. Game starts at 5:15. I say we get after it. I say we get after it right now, Larry. But first, we got to talk about what happened in the NFL yesterday, what the Warriors did this weekend. We need to advise everyone to drive safer than Brandon Ayuk. These roads out here are nasty right now.
Wow.
But before all of that, we got to ask Larry Kruger, how you doing this morning?
You know what? I was battling for the last 7 to 10 days, just the most horrific nasal congestion I think I've ever had in my life.
Disgusting.
But I'm back. I'm back, baby. I'm back. I'm back.
You saw the 49ers schedule, and you're like, I need to be right for this day. December 20. I need to be right for the 22nd of December. I need Christmas week to start right. 49ers, Colts, ending with 49ers, Bears, and then there's a little something in the middle. I need my nasal congestion gone by then.
You know, it's always a concern when your YouTube watchers are saying, Krug, is it possible you're dying? Well, I guess we're all just, eventually going to get there. And what's the old saying? Ain't nobody getting out of here alive.
That's right.
That's right. No, I'm not. It was just bad nasal congestion. You're not off the hook that easily. You're not going to get rid of me that easily. But no, I'm fired up. I'm really fired up after, first of all, thank you, NFL, for giving the Niners some Monday night games for those of us who work at the games, because we get a little bit of normalcy in our lives when we can sit there and watch Red Zone and, maybe wager on something, or maybe actually just sit around and just kind of watch a game and not have a pen in your hand. How about that? That's like a new concept for me. So it was very enjoyable watching the Seahawks beat the Rams Thursday night to prop that door wide open. But still, John Lynch made the point with Murph and Marcus when he stopped by on Friday, normally a Thursday hit, but Friday because of the Monday Nighter. He stopped by and he said, Dieter, he's like, hey, look, we're not worried about Ayuk and his speeding. We're not worried about this. We're not worried about, possibly acquiring Matthew Judon or anybody else. We are thinking only about Rivers and the Colts and Rivers, and we are going there to get a win, get into the playoffs, and get back on the bird and come back home. That was the goal. Well, how is that interrupted now that the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers did your bidding for you, beat the Lions 29-24, essentially clinching the playoff berth?
No, effectively, it did. They are absolutely in. They got that little X and a dot right next to their name right now.
They're in. They're in, baby. So, you know what I mean? I mean, it's just like, in some ways, mission accomplished. And now the mission has morphed into, guys, one at a time. But if we can get these three, we got to, the road to the Super Bowl, comes through Levi's. But maybe most importantly, which is amazing.
Yeah.
But most importantly is you get that 1 week bye. And, in baseball, I can remember when the Tigers played the Cardinals, and the Tigers were awesome. They had beaten the A's, I believe, in the LCS. They clinched right away. It was like 4 straight. And the Cardinals went to this knockdown, drag-out 7-gamer. And the Cardinals that year had won like 83 games in the regular season. And somehow La Russa's Cardinals beat the Tigers because rest in baseball sucks, but rest in football does not. And so you need that in football, and there's a major advantage to getting it. And Niners are 3 wins away from a 1 week bye, and the road to Levi's goes through Levi's. And with all their young DBs and young defensive players, that can only be a positive. So clear goal tonight, beat Old Man Rivers. And then the question is how, and we'll get into that, I'm sure.
Oh, I have some ideas. But, I mean, you mentioned John Lynch saying, hey, our job is to get back on the plane with a win. He should ask every member of the San Francisco 49ers, how much did you hate traveling to Indianapolis, Indiana this weekend? Did you really despise having to get on an airplane? What if we never have to do it again. What if this is the last airplane we have to be on all year? You keep winning, you don't have to get on another airplane this year because you get the Bears in week 17 at home. You get the Seahawks coming to visit you in week 18. And then, as you mentioned, if they can take that one seed, which is now entirely in their control, there's nothing that has to. We 2 weeks ago, I wrote a column. Maybe it was 3 weeks ago now. I wrote a column for the Merc, being like, the one seed's in play. Here's like the 14 things that need to happen. Everything but the 3 games the Niners need to win has happened now. And in fact, they've happened in spades. Like there's no possibility of anything going wrong. If the Niners win these 3 games, they get home field advantage throughout the playoffs. They get a first round bye, and they are set up as well as anyone has ever been set up to win a Super Bowl at home. It is a cakewalk when we talk about scheduling. It will not be a cakewalk in terms of the teams you have to play. And I'm sure we'll even get into some Bears and maybe even some Seahawks breakdowns as we get on with this show. As we talk to Tim Ryan at 7:50, we do the cooler of content at 8:30 and talk to Sam Amick about all things the association at 8:50. But it is really quite as simple as, do you guys hate playing on the road? Because no one likes playing. Like, no one's excited about going to Indianapolis in the middle of December. Do you guys enjoy not having to rest bodies after a football game on an airplane? What if you could not have to do that again? That seems like a pretty good incentive to me beyond all the other positives that come with being the one seed there.
I think it's a great point. I think the other point that I think has to be thrown out here, Dieter, is as we sit here on December 22nd, you know, what you thought about these teams, let's say, on draft day, as opposed to what you thought about them in training camp, as opposed to what you maybe thought about them in week one, and then maybe even what you thought about them in midseason, and maybe even what you thought about them 2-3 weeks ago is not always the case. The example would be the Lions. When I think Lions, I think big, physical, dominant offensive line, combo of Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery. They can run the ball on anybody. Bring on the 85 Bears. Bring on the 86 Giants. Bring on the 2000 Ravens, the 2002 Bucks. Bring on the greatest defensive teams you've ever seen, ever in any era. And this Lions team with Jahmyr Gibbs, this line, and David Montgomery can run it on them. Oh, until yesterday, where they get outrushed at home by the Steelers 230-15. 15. Ew. And you'd say, oh, well, Gibbs must have been hurt. Montgomery must have been hurt. Those guys must not have played. They played. Yep. They averaged 1-3 a carry and lost the game. They lost a game at home. They averaged 1-3 a carry. They actually were +1 on turnovers at the end of the day. It wasn't like, well, you know what? Turnovers did them in. No, they were +1 in turnovers. They get outrushed by the Steelers 230-15. They got beat up at the line of scrimmage. And the Lions, who, if you said to me who's the best team in the NFC, it might be the Lions, as far as, like, if you'd asked me at the beginning of the year.
This was going into the season. Yeah, I want to be clear about it. Larry is not alleging that the Lions, who will not make the playoffs, are the best team in the NFC right now. This was going into the season. They were a very trendy, very popular pick, and I don't think anyone would have been terribly off base in picking the Lions, but now we're starting to see how important that Ben Johnson guy, who was calling their offense, was, and how important he's been to the Chicago Bears, who are also clinched for the playoffs.
Which is a great point, too. It's like, who is Dan Campbell, a great coach that none of us really appreciate and only real football people can appreciate him? Or is Dan Campbell kind of like the third or fourth reason that Detroit was good? And that really it's Brad Holmes, and there was really Ben Johnson, and it was really the personnel. Because to me, when they lost Brian Branch a couple weeks ago, they lost a major star. And the whole thing with the Lions is they were built on some of the best individual talents in the league. Ragnow, Penei Sewell, Aiden Hutchinson, Brian Branch. We just mentioned the two guys on offense. Laporta, Zeitler, just some great ones. They've got a scattered assortment of the NFL's best players. Well, that's awesome, but guess what? When you lose those guys, it's like the drop is precipitous and it's a major fall off. And look at the Lions and their defense the last couple of weeks. Oh, I guess my point is, before you go, putting your hard-earned dollars down on a few of these teams in the playoffs or in the last month, go check out. Buffalo doesn't have Ed Oliver anymore, right?
No, they
Buffalo doesn't. Green Bay doesn't have Tucker Kraft. Green Bay doesn't have Micah Parsons. Detroit doesn't have Brian Branch. The Chiefs don't have Patrick Mahomes. And it's like
yeah.
you gotta go check out who you're actually backing, because we saw a really couple surprises this weekend. We can get into it, but how about
Absolutely.
Jacksonville beating Denver in Denver? How about Carolina with a huge win over the Bucks?
Buddy.
So definitely some upsets.
Well, then there's a lot of things that we need to talk about with the Colts in the same regard. It was a perfect setup. Don't pretend like this is the same Colts that we saw in September and October, but we're going to talk about that and so much more on the other side. Tim Ryan, 750, Cooler of Content, 830, Sam Amick, 850, Dieter and Larry with you until 10 a.m. on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The giving season continues here on The Sports Leader. Listen between 7 and 10 a.m. for your chance to win a pair of tickets for the 49ers and Seahawks game at Levi Stadium for the Faithful Appreciation Game. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 at 415-896-KNBR. You can find the official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
3rd down and 11. Brock Purdy, straight drop. Brock Purdy steps up, throws, and Ricky from a knee. He was down on his knees, and Ricky Pearsall made the catch. He comes limping off the field, but he has been so hard to defend today, and now Ricky goes down and now gets back up. Do not like seeing this.
The great Guy Haberman on the call. Quick, very fast aside. Guy Haberman's always been a great play-by-play announcer on the television side. Not going to lie, it was a little bit rocky at the start of the season. Elite-level performances as of late from Guy Haberman. Luckily, we get Greg Papa back for these final 2 games, but elite-level performance. Someone who has the little earbud in at home games for the 49ers, Guy Haberman. The dulcet sounds of Guy Haberman helping me out against the Tennessee Titans. Ricky Pearsall will not be helping out the San Francisco 49ers against the Indianapolis Colts tonight. He is out with both a knee and an ankle injury. I think we saw this one coming. The surprise, though, from the injury report, and only 2 practical players, because Curtis Rourke is out, but he was never in. Only 2 practical players out for the Niners, but 2 big ones, Lair, in Renardo Green, who has a neck thing and was a limited participant in practice Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then after Saturday's practice, they're like, yeah, he can't play. So that was strange, and then Ricky just didn't practice all week because he, as he told me, re-aggravated the PCL injury, and now he's just having to manage the pain of that. How large does this loom to you, Lair? How large does Ricky Pearsall and Renardo Green's absence loom to you going into this game tonight?
Well, it could be huge. I mean, let's talk about Green first. He's got the neck injury, and I think he could have gone, but they were extra. There's a lot of games left. He's a key guy, and they believe a lot in Darrell Luter Jr., and Luter's going to get the run or going to get the go tonight, I would think. And I like Luter. I think Luter's a big-time talent. He played a ton of man coverage at South Alabama. We'll see. Do the Niners run a lot of man coverage? I mean, he's a developing player. I tried to insist to everybody this summer. There were so many Niner fans who were like convinced that he was going to get cut. And I'm like, hey, man, I talked to Gus Bradley. Gus Bradley digs this cat. So I don't think this guy's going anywhere. And I kept saying it. People were like, no, he's cut. He's cut. Making fun of me because I had him on the final 53. I'm like, first of all, he's a tall corner with long limbs. He's a great guy. I mean, he's a tremendous guy.
Great special teams player, too. That matters as well, especially when you consider the Niners' priority coming into the season, which is manifesting in an elite special teams unit right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. They committed to improving the special teams. He's a part of that. So I think they're going to be okay there, Dieter. The big question is the Pearsall thing is it's 2 stories. It's 1, Ricky's glass, and it's 2, who's next man up. And it could be a very exciting thing. It could be that Kendrick Bourne, who I think is every bit the Kendrick Bourne that had back-to-back 140 some odd yard days earlier this year. Yeah, that he's that same guy. He just hasn't seen the ball. And then I'm a real believer in Jordan Watkins. If Watkins could ever get out there, Shanahan says he's got to do it in practice first. The Niners are very, very tough on their rookies to get out there. I mean, this kid had 9 touchdowns for Ole Miss in the SEC last year, filling in for Trey Harris inside Lane Kiffin's offense, and I just really think he can do it. Now, we'll see. He hasn't been given the opportunity to do it. But, I mean, my goodness, how many end arounds did they go into they throw at the slowest receiver of all time last year in Deebo Samuel? You don't want to go end around to a guy that actually, I don't know, can get around the end. That would be what I would do. I'd like to see Jordan Watkins on some gadget plays because I think he's a dynamic playmaker, and I think their offense lacks that. So will we see Watkins? Probably not. Will we see Bourne? Probably. And I think Bourne might be one of those, if you're a daily fantasy player, I like Bourne tonight. I really do.
Okay. So I gotta push back a little bit on I can't disagree. Ricky is consistently injured. He has had terrible luck. That dude played that entire game against Tennessee on an ankle that had bent entirely 90 degrees. My photographer at the Merc has a photo of the first play he got injured on. And the fact that he played in that game and played as well as he did in that game gives me crazy bonus points because that leg should have, and I'm not being hyperbolic here, that leg should have snapped. I cannot believe that he played in that game having seen the photo afterwards of the exact worst moment of impact between him and the Titans defenders. So Ricky's tough. That doesn't mean that he's necessarily going to play, and he will not play tonight. But I think it looms very large in this game, and it does require Kendrick Bourne to develop some very quick chemistry with Brock Purdy, which has just simply not shown up yet, though it was there with Mac Jones. I'm going to throw this at you, Lair. And it shocked me when I read it, but then as a longtime Ricky Pearsall defender, and I'm continuing that trend clearly, didn't shock me that much. The Colts play a lot of man-to-man with their corners. Okay, they are pretty straightforward on the outside. They're going to square you up, and while they don't have the corners to do it, this is why they got Sauce Gardner. This is what the Colts want to do on defense. They want to play man on the outside so that the guys in the middle can do fun and interesting things. Ricky Pearsall, against man-to-man coverage, has the 7th best expected points added per play in the league. And here are the players that going into this week were ahead of him. Puka Nacua, Jackson Smith and Jigba, the very underrated Pop Douglas for the Patriots, a little slot receiver, CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and then, there's Ricky Pearsall right there. So if we're talking about someone to win in man-to-man, Ricky Pearsall is about as good as it gets. He is in the upper echelon with Pop Douglas and the elite of the elite receivers in the NFL. Not having him looms very large in this game, and I think just puts more and more onus on Brock Purdy to make something out of nothing with his feet and extend plays to give his receivers more time. I think it puts a tremendous amount of responsibility on Kyle Shanahan to find ways to scheme up guys who can, you look at the rest of the Niners receivers, they seem to only be good against zone. He needs to figure out a way to get them into positions where they can run zone type routes while not actually facing zone. And I think this has to be a ginormous Juwan Jennings game. And I'm not just talking tough catches, touchdowns. He's been great as of late. He needs to be prolific in tonight's game if the 49ers are going to win, though I'm feeling very confident that they're going to win. Juwan Jennings, what have you made of his play as of late? What do you think he needs to do tonight?
Well, just be him, just be him. He shows up. He shows up with one purpose and one purpose only: win the game. I'd extend this guy. I really would. I mean, he's been absolutely outstanding this year. And there's an old saying in football: if you match up, you play man. If you don't match up, you play zone. This is a man team, but Anarumo's going to play, I think, a lot of zone tonight. Because
it's a mix.
You have
it's a mix.
You have no Sauce. You have no Mooney.
Right.
You have no Wally. Justin Wally. He's one of their corners. They have no Mike Hilton. They're down about 4 corners. They're down Chris Lamons. They're all out. Yep. They're all on IR. So there'll be no Sauce. There'll be no Mooney. And I love this defensive backfield when everybody's healthy. I mean, I seriously do.
Yeah.
I mean, you had
Mooney, one game this year for the Colts where they were all healthy.
Yeah, I mean, but on paper, it's a great group, right? You got Mooney and Sauce outside. You got Kenny Moore, who's one of the great nickel corners going.
Love Nick Cross too. Nick Cross, their
Yeah, Nick
safety that they
Cross.
put at nickel now, he's really, really good. Watch 20.
Yeah.
20 on the
He's
Colts. Watch him tonight.
Yeah, I loved him at Maryland, and then Cam Bynum for you Cal
Whew.
fans who played corner at Cal, and then they did a really nice job transitioning him to being a safety with Minnesota. Then he signed here with the Colts. So I mean, on paper, Cross and Bynum inside, Gardner,
Right.
Kenny Moore, and Mooney outside. On paper, they look good, except those guys aren't there anymore. And I think Anarumo is going to play a lot more zone than he normally would. And we also don't know about the status of DeForest Buckner. Now, he practiced all of last week and didn't play. He's battling back from a neck injury. I talked to Matt Taylor, the voice of the Colts, late in the week. He assured me that Buck was going to go, but then he did not practice on Saturday. So I don't know if that's just a way to keep him fresh or whatnot. But this is pretty much now. It's pretty much now or never for the Colts. So anybody who can play is going to get out there tonight. But I think Brock Purdy. You asked about Brock Purdy. I think Brock Purdy is playing really well, and I think you're going to see a couple things. Like if you're doing one of those sleeper lineups or whatever it is.
My goodness, with the daily Larry wants you to play daily fantasy is what I'm hearing.
Oh, I'm all over it. I mean, you kidding me? These guys are lining my pockets. But beyond that, if you're one of those people that play daily fantasy in any, for any whatever daily fantasy,
or if you just want to sound smart tonight around your friends.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the ones that make sense tonight are the Brock Purdy run. Like the over-under on the run on Thursday was 9.5 yards. Last night it was 11.5 yards. So obviously that number's going up. I think Brock Purdy runs only when he has to, but he'll run in big moments. And I think Brock Purdy having 12 yards rushing tonight is probably a pretty good play. I loved what I saw from Brock the last two games running. I think he looks really, really good. Now, cross your fingers, it continues. So I like that one. I like JJ. You mentioned JJ. I like JJ on the anytime touchdown. Just the fact that he scores touchdowns. And then I love Tyler Warren over the 3.5 receptions. Last week, Rivers came out and he played well, right? Against a good defense in Seattle on the road. He came through for, whatever he threw for. A lot of it was underneath, but he did not connect with their all-world rookie tight end, Tyler Warren, out of Penn State very much. And I think they're going to look to rectify that. The Niners have struggled defending the tight end. So I like the prop that says go with Tyler Warren over, I think, 3.5 receptions for the night. So we'll see. But, I mean, this is going to be – this one is all about can you stop Jonathan Taylor? You couldn't stop Tony Pollard. You couldn't stop Tyjae Spears. And now here a week later, here comes Jonathan Taylor. And Taylor's one of the best backs going. I mean, it's just as simple as that. Guys got 500-yard days. He had a 244-yard day against Atlanta where he ran for almost 8 yards a carry. He's got six games over 5 yards a carry. But, Dieter, I did notice none since November the 9th. So he's not necessarily full throttle right now, and hopefully that continues tonight.
Got some interesting stats on that. We'll talk to you about it. We'll talk to everybody about it. We'll get to the text line after this. We'll talk to Tim Ryan at 7:50, Cooler of Content at 8:30, Sam Amick at 8:50. So much to get into. We're just getting started here on the KNBR Morning Show on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
3rd down and 3 for Tennessee. Just over 8 minutes to go for fourth quarter. 49ers lead 34-17. They turn and give.
Again.
And here is Tajay Spears. First down out the right side, all the way down inside the 20 to the 49ers 17-yard line. They are getting gashed in the run game.
We had some missed tackles, too many of them. Less than we did versus Cleveland. Got a little better in that way, but not to be confused with good enough. I thought in the second half, it got away from us a little bit. Those last 2 drives, we were expecting more 2-minute offense. We were in some more 2-minute calls, and they stuck with some RPO runs, which got a few explosives on us, which tallied up about 50 to 60 yards pretty fast. And then I think the interception opportunities that we had, I think if we come down with those, that got a chance to make that game look a little bit different.
We're back with you. The Sports Leader, Dieter Kurtenbach, Larry Krueger, hanging out with you until 10 a.m. Be safe out there. It is Buck nasty. DeForest Buckner nasty outside. We'll see if DeForest Buckner plays for the Colts tonight. A little bit of question on a questionable designation going into this game. But you just heard Guy Haberman followed by Kyle Shanahan. A hell of a one, too, if I do say so myself. Going over the 49ers' run woes, as Larry alluded to in our last segment. And Larry, I got to be honest with you here. I think that I'm not as concerned about the 49ers' run defense. Not to say that it will ever be good, given its current personnel on defense. But I'm not as concerned going into this game because Tennessee's RPO stuff really put a lot of Niners in conflict. And then I also look at the way that this defense has been built with everything funneling in the run game to middle linebacker. And then I watch Curtis Robinson's last couple of games, and I'm just like, well, if they have anyone else in the world there, it's going to be better. Tatum Bethune has a 29% run tackle rate. He's number 1 in the NFL in stopping the run in terms of middle linebacker run tackle rate. He can't do a lot, but he can sure as hell do that. And having him back in the lineup seems really, really critical in our understanding of this game against the Colts.
It's so funny because when Warner went down, so many of my hardcore Niner buddies are like, Krug, we're done, we're cooked, we're finished, we're going, I'm like, bro, have you ever heard of Tatum Bethune? No, I haven't. It's like, this guy can play, and he's legit. That whole next man up thing is such a fraudulent deal. It's all predicated on who that next man is. It's like, if the next guy up is the, future Hall of Famer or something, you're set. The next guy up is Azeez Al-Shaair, you're set. If the next guy up is Devondre Campbell, not so much. Not so much. So I talked to both those guys this week. Robinson is a good player. Niners have missed 26 tackles the last 2 weeks. Saleh, when I asked him about it, said, man, it's fatigue. It's late in the year fatigue, which is what you see typically, late in the year when guys have played a lot of games. Guys start falling off tackles. D. Winters, Curtis Robinson, probably the top culprits. And Robinson's a very good special teamer who's smart as a whip and really hardworking. But he just doesn't have the same body or the same ability as Bethune. Now, Bethune will show up literally face mask at the football constantly, all the time, going back to Florida State. The book on him is he was a little short, like 5'11", 230, and then a little too slow. And then he took last offseason, he remade his body. He picked up a step and a half of speed, and kind of the way Brock Purdy picked up a little bit of arm strength, and it made a difference. This guy picked up just enough foot speed to make himself not a liability in coverage. And we got a chance earlier this year to see what he could do. I think he have 16 tackles in one game. I mean, he is an awesome run defender. So I'm not with you as far as I don't feel good because you can't stop Spears or Pollard, and here comes Johnny Taylor, and he's got 4.3 speed. But
yeah, he's fast.
I do feel great about Tatum Bethune, and he told me Thursday or Friday, he's like, man, I'm fired up. He's like, Monday Night Football, the nation's going to be watching. I'm back. I'm feeling good, and I can't wait. So he is chomping at the bit. He's one of my favorite guys to talk to. I know you've talked to him a bunch as well. He's just a really
great.
good dude.
He's a really good football player. He is a starting caliber middle linebacker. He is a low end starting caliber middle linebacker. But the fact is, he's one of the 32 best middle linebackers in football. If you were to stack them all up at the beginning of the year, I didn't see that coming, but I got to give credit where it's due. So the Niners, in terms of the drop off from him to from Fred Warner to him, is tremendous. But the drop off between him and any other middle linebacker in football isn't as significant. So having him back, I hate to do this because Curtis Robinson is legitimately an elite dude, and he is a good special teams player. I can't watch another snap of him playing middle linebacker. I can't do it. He would have been better off these last two games laying down on the ground because maybe someone would have tripped over him, as opposed to getting washed out at the second level again and again and again. And even when he didn't get washed out with second level blocks, he didn't get there in time. He couldn't see it. He couldn't adjust. It was woeful stuff. And again, the entire 49ers run defense is predicated, as you would if you have 54 in the middle, it's all predicated towards funneling it towards Fred Warner. This is the issue that we saw in 2024. They didn't have the meat up front to be able to funnel it. Even with the deficiencies that this defensive line has, they're still at least capable of executing Robert Saleh's game plan of funneling it to the middle linebacker. Tatum Bethune with those 16 tackles with this high run stop rate, and because he's a good starting caliber middle linebacker, is capable of handling that workload. I do question his ability in the pass game, but I don't think that's much of an issue in this game in particular. But Curtis Robinson simply wasn't, and I just think that is a huge element of this going into this game. I just feel like it takes the rock bottom possibility and moves it up a level or two. And then I hate to go back to it because it's so inside football, but that RPO stuff just left those defensive ends for the 49ers. And I mean, this is a scheme issue more than it is maybe even just the defensive ends and their lacking of quality, because we're on our seventh, eighth string now here. It's just that fire into the backfield, one gap system. RPOs eat that up. There's a reason that no one runs a 4-man front at the college level anymore. They all run these tight 1.5 gap fronts out of a 3-4 or 3-3 stack. It's because the RPO took over college football. And if you had a one gap defensive line system, you were dead. That's the entire reason that they ran the RPO. So they killed off the 4-down, one gap system at the college level. There's not a lot of teams that do it at the NFL level, but the Tennessee Titans with their rookie quarterback and who knows what string they're on with offensive coordinator at this point, they run that stuff. It's not something that they're going to see down the stretch. They're sure as hell not going to see it against Phillip Rivers and the Colts. They won't see, I don't think, much of it, though there might be more of it when Ben Johnson gets into the game film against the Bears, and they won't see it with Sam Darnold. Obviously, the playoff contenders as they stand, I don't know what the deal is with the Packers, but I don't think that the Packers would run it if they were to meet together in the playoffs. I know the Rams won't run it. Philadelphia doesn't really run anything anymore. They could, but they won't. Carolina tries. Good luck with that. And yeah, Chicago, again, we'll see what happens here in week 17. I do expect it to be a bit of a thing because it did show up as a bit of an Achilles heel for the 49ers in this one. But the other aspect of this is Jonathan Taylor, and you mentioned this, you alluded to this, and I got to be props on this. Jonathan Taylor, since he went for 244 yards in Berlin, Germany against the Atlanta Falcons, two of which were massive gains in which the play could have been whistled dead for forward, for not making any progress moving forward. He's in the offensive line. He's in the defensive line. They could have whistled it dead while he was standing up. And instead he just goes, I'll get out of this. He wiggles out, goes left, and runs for 80 yards. He did that twice in this game, which if you have sure tacklers than the Atlanta Falcons, which I do think the Niners do, even if that's the lowest bar possible, you should be able to stop that. Since that game, he's gone 3-6 a carry, 4 a carry, 3-5 a carry, 3-5 a carry. He's had 83 carries since they came back from Berlin, Germany. He has 304 yards total at 3.66 a carry. If you get him in the open field, there's no question. The dude's got incredible open field speed. It's really a joy to watch on the film. But this offensive line for the Colts is running on a reputation that they have not upheld for the last 6-7 weeks. They got Phillip Rivers in the back. We haven't even talked about Phillip Rivers yet. He's in the backfield. That changes the run game. They can't run any of the plays that they were running up until, a week ago because, again, Phillip Rivers is in the backfield. And Taylor, behind this offensive line, just does not look like an offensive player of the year. This Colts team, seems to be riding on a reputation that they haven't upheld in a long time now, or at least since they've gotten back from Berlin, Germany. It is obviously the number one issue. The Niners have to stop the run. It was the number one issue coming into the season for the Niners. It looked a lot better early on, and now it's coming up again. But I'm just not as concerned as maybe I should be. I don't know. We'll get into it on the other side. Dieter and Larry.
There's a lot of concerned people in the audience right now. They're thinking, "Where's my hums and bums? I'm getting 3-3 stacks and wham blocks. I mean, where's
I'm
my
sorry
hums
that
and
they need to learn some football tonight.
Where's
Larry.
my hums and bums?
They have a lot. We have a lot of things to get forward, and we're taking you all the way till 5:15. No, I'm kidding. We're not going to do 11 straight hours of radio. But I could talk about this game for 11 straight hours. Again, we haven't even gotten into Phillip Rivers yet, and I'm offended when I watch Phillip Rivers play. This is going to be the opposite of hums. Well, it's all bums. It's all bums. With Dieter Kurtenbach and Larry Krueger with you until 10 a.m. on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
He's playing, roaming around the league, playing pretty well because the game to him, he's taking advantage of his sophisticated tutoring that he had for years. And you guys got to trust me on this. It's there, and I think Phillips sees the same thing. And in some ways, it's the job for what he used to do and what it is today is so much, not easier, but simpler, and the ball can get out more quickly. You can kind of pull it off. And so I just can't fathom that he's going to play and something good will happen. I hope it's not. I just don't want him to get hurt.
I mean, that's what we're all saying going into every game, Steve Young. We just don't want them to get hurt. Ultimately, this is professional football. Guys get hurt. And we'll see what happens with Phillip Rivers tonight, Larry. I got to get your takes on this film before I get into mine, because it was an affront to professional football when I was watching the Colts and the Seahawks game last week. And you know me, I watch it 3-4 times on the All-22. I ended up watching this one like 5-6 times. It was some woeful stuff in my estimation. Larry, when you watch Phillip Rivers play quarterback in the year of our Lord 2025, what do you see?
Well, I just think first of all, it's hilarious. We have reality and then we have the story. And sometimes the two shall never meet. It's like,
nope.
And people decided
heaven forbid.
that this guy who, it's an awesome story. It's an unbelievable story. He hadn't played since 2020, the COVID year. It's been
right.
over 1,800 days since his last start. He's 44 years of age. So the fact that he got out there at all shows, John Lynch said it best, it's courageous. It's courageous.
Yeah.
So he's got great
That's another word for stupid.
Exactly. It's courageous. But let's not pretend that it was good. And that's the one thing that people have conflated since the performance, is that Phillip Rivers got out there and he didn't die. Oh my God, our standard, he didn't die. It's amazing. And then it goes from he didn't die to he was good. No, he wasn't. Seattle held him to 120 passing yards, 4.4 yards per attempt. That's nothing. He didn't drive the ball down the field at all. It was dump off city left and right. Now, here the Niners are a week later against this 44-year-old quarterback who probably felt like until Thursday. You know what I mean? He probably
had to get on a plane from Seattle, right? Like, right. Imagine that. Those big sleeves that those guys, especially basketball players, they put on their legs and it like pumps their legs. I don't know. They're big black. It's like spacesuit level stuff. Did Phillip Rivers have a whole body one of those when he was on the plane from Seattle to Indianapolis after that game? Because that's the only way he would probably be able to fight. He didn't even get hit. He never gave anyone any time to hit him, and he probably still felt like yes.
This guy could move in full time into the infrared room, and it wouldn't make a difference. I mean, this guy could literally
needs that Matt Stafford amoral chamber. Yeah,
this guy could be dipped in Lourdes. This guy could be dipped in holy water at Lourdes, and it wouldn't make a difference. He's 44 years of age. Now, here's the thing: Robert Saleh. We talked to him this week, and these guys always lie to us, right to our faces. But it's not meanly or overtly.
They gotta do what they gotta do.
they're playing their role, right? We're playing our role. We're going to ask the tough question. They're going to play their role. They're going to sidestep the tough question. So Robert Saleh, lots of praise for Philip. Oh man, it's really what he's doing. I would have loved to been able to been privy to the Robert Saleh conversations with his defense and what he's and put that in a like side by side time, a sound bite with hey, you know what, this guy's courageous and he's strong and he's admirable and he's this and he's that. And then he walks across the hall and talks to the guys. Guys, this guy is old as sin. You know what I mean? If we can't get this guy in the ground 7 times, the rest of you guys ought to retire as well. And you know what?
That's right.
This guy, we're going to flood the line of scrimmage. We're going to choke this guy off. We're going to force him to throw it down the field. And when he can't, we're going to sack his ass left and right. And we're going to look at Riley Leonard before the second half gets underway, and it's going to be a Riley Leonard second half because we're going to kick the crap out of this whole guy. We're going to choke him off. We're going to take away all the underneath. I mean, to me, this is the most interesting X's and O's game of the year because now we've got film on Phillip and film that shows that he has no interest in either holding the ball or driving it down the field. So there's all kinds of blades of grass that you don't have to defend against this guy. So I want to see, to me, Robert Saleh has the game in his hands tonight. If he sits back and plays a soft zone and just says, we're not going to take chances, he's playing right into the hands of what the Colts and Rivers want him to do, and he's just going to get into a nice little rhythm, and it's going to be the Niners defense is not quite there, and they couldn't quite stop Jonathan Taylor, and then they couldn't quite beat the Colts. Or it's going to be what I would like to see, which is Robert Saleh show no respect for Phillip Rivers, hug up on the line of scrimmage, take away his first read, make him drive the ball down the field, and let's see if he can do it. And if he burns you up top for a touchdown, so be it. That's the dice that I would roll. I would absolutely play fast and physical and take the fight right to him. Do not sit back in some soft zone and let him carve out, 12 completions in the first 10 minutes of the game and get comfortable. And no rhythm, no comfort, no underneath. Take it all away and force him to go deep.
Well, for what it's worth, I don't think Phillip Rivers could be comfortable at age 44 on an NFL field, even if you had no defense out there. But that's aside from the point. Kyle Shanahan is like 18 months older than him. And as you and I both know that there have been times at practice, particularly in training camp, where Kyle Shanahan in the past has had the energy of somebody who's like, give me the ball. I'll show you how I can quarterback this team better than these scrubs that I've assembled for the 49ers. Even Kyle has given up on that dream. He had some shoulder surgery. He ain't throwing it the way he used to. Even Kyle, who believes in his heart of hearts that his brain is good enough to be an NFL quarterback, even without the physical capabilities of being an NFL quarterback, has given up that dream as fanciful and ridiculous, and it was never going to happen. He's given it up. Phillip Rivers is out there living a nightmare that he's maybe considering a dream again. He's getting that health insurance. Good for him. Listen, this is his life. The Colts are dumb enough to do it. More power to him. The point that you just made, though, about there being film on Phillip Rivers, I think is absolutely huge because, first off, it doesn't appear as if anyone actually watched the flippin' film on Phillip Rivers last week because of everything that you just said. Oh, the narrative. They're not letting the facts get in the way of a good story in the national media right now because it is a good story. It's incredible. It's weird and it's quirky, and that makes it fun to talk about. Football doesn't necessarily have to be fun to talk about. I think it should stand on its own. Football is that way for me. We'll talk 3 techs and wham blocks all day. Shout out Texter from the 510. But what really stands out to me is
and bums.
No. It's not that kind of show. Merry Christmas. And it is the Seahawks last week. The Seahawks, we all know, have an incredible defense. Thursday Night Football and the 30 points they gave up. Don't read too far into that. Though I do think there's a larger conversation to be had about the absence of Nick Amenwari. I'm not pushing it that far into the nuance in this show. There is a limit, and that is my limit. We'll stop there, and I'll say this. The first 2 seconds of every play against the Colts that the Seahawks played last Sunday was them clearly going, so what is this? Oh, okay. They were playing backyard football on defense, which is crazy absolutely crazy, and yet it was really successful. They had the second best EPA in the NFL in Week 15, and they were guessing what was going to happen on any given play because Philip Rivers could not take advantage of 1 or 2 seconds of clear indecision and, frankly, kind of chaos on the back end. They were just guessing because the Colts had to change their entire offense to facilitate Philip Rivers getting in. And here I thought the entire idea of getting Philip Rivers was that you were supposed to be able to run your offense. This was the best under center run team in the NFL. Okay. And they bring in Philip Rivers and they can't go under center anymore because he can't get to the mesh point because he's not physically capable of handing the ball off on a stretch run to Jonathan Taylor. And then they're running pistol, and it's a lot of eye candy that doesn't actually mean anything because Philip went to his second read like 4 times total. Everything else was first read. Taylor's running into the back of the offensive line because you can just sell out against the run because you know Rivers isn't going to extend a play or get outside of the pocket or even push it down the field. And again, this was Seattle guessing what was happening at the snap. They had no preparation whatsoever, and they made easy work of Philip Rivers in that game. Their issue in that game was that they couldn't score any touchdowns on the Colts defense, which was a whole other thing that, again, we'll get into because I think the Colts defense is a really interesting aspect of this. Larry, if I had to sum up what the Colts are running, and I know that Shane Steichen's going to try to add some more stuff now that they've had another week of Philip Rivers and a day of Philip Rivers, but I don't know what you can add to something this clearly limited. Uh, this is a high school level offense. I know that sounds extremely pejorative, but it was so basic, so obvious, so predictable, and all of the stuff that they're doing before the snap was clearly just window dressing. It had no function. It was just trying to fool a Seattle defense. It was a prep level offense run by a high school football coach. And if the 49ers, albeit a defense that is significantly worse than Seattle, Seattle is one of the best in the NFL. The 49ers at best are average, mediocre, plucky is the way that you describe it if you want to be nice to them. If the Niners and Robert Saleh can't handle this, Larry, I consider it a disqualifying event for the remainder of the season. Even if they win this game, if Philip Rivers has a good game in this game, how am I supposed to believe that anything good is going to happen against the Bears, against the Seahawks once we get into the playoffs? We can be concerned about the Niners defense, but you don't have to be concerned about Philip Rivers and the Colts. One of those two is going to win out. It would shock me if it wasn't the Niners defense, and it would shock me if Robert Saleh didn't absolutely make this guy's life a living hell because it was, again, a high school level offense, Lair.
Well, yeah. I mean, first of all, anytime a quarterback drops back to pass, you got to wonder, is he going short? Is he going intermediate? Is he going deep? Well, he's not going deep or intermediate for the most part. He's going short. And I'm watching all of his completions in a loop as you were talking. Somebody on Twitter put out every one of he was 18 of 27 last week against Seattle, and they showed all 18 of his completions. What I didn't see was any A-gap pressure that ever made him move his feet. When he dropped back to pass, he didn't really even set his feet.
Right.
He just kind of got to the top of the drop, and then he just looked panicked. And
Ooh,
the feet
it was painful.
Pitter patter. And
Yeah,
then the
it was
ball just
painful
came
getting to
out.
the top of that drop.
And it's a little bit of here, a little bit this to the running back, a little here to Tyler Warren, a little here to Alec Pierce. He's got some good weapons, but
Absolutely.
he's looking to get rid of the ball. And if you force him to me, it's just reset the line of scrimmage. Be super aggressive. Pretend this guy can't throw at 15 yards because he hasn't proven that he really can. And make sure that you don't give him those rhythm establishing underneath throws, especially early in this game. I think this is the game where the 49ers come out playing super fast on defense and just get 2 or 3 stops. Brock Purdy drives them down. They get 2 or 3 touchdowns, and we look up and it's 21-0 49ers.
100%.
And then the rest of it is a gigantic Brian Robinson, McCaffrey run deal. And Philip is, I think Philip, maybe even could get replaced in this game.
Yeah.
You have to reestablish the line of scrimmage. I mean, I will lose my s watching this tonight if I
Well,
see
that's generally stated.
if I see Phillip Rivers just with this captain check down all night long to wide open guys in the flat. I get it while you would play that way for some other teams, but not this team. Not this team, not this game. You gotta absolutely snuff them out like a candle at the line of scrimmage, hug up on their receivers,
Mhm.
play for the short pass, and if they beat you on some double move home run, then so be it.
Yeah.
So be it, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Larry, it's the exact same game in so many ways as the last Monday Night Football game the 49ers played against Carolina. And imagine what that game would have looked like if Brock Purdy wasn't out there trying to prove something that didn't need to be proved and pushing the ball a little bit too far and not having his feet under him and doing a jump pass to Ricky Pearsall and all that. And he got it all figured out. Don't get me wrong. He was great against Arizona. He comes back. He drives the ball against the Browns. Looked really, really good last week against the Titans. But I thought he actually had the Carolina defense pegged. He just threw him the ball twice and then an incredibly great play on the third interception. But when you consider what that game would have looked like with the way the 49ers defense was playing against Bryce Young, and by the way, the playoff bound as we speak Carolina Panthers, which speaks to something much larger that we can't get into right now. But the way that the Niners played that game is the exact way you want to play this game. Do exactly what you did. Just don't throw 3 interceptions in the first half, but by the way, still go into halftime with the lead. Like I'm with you. If this game isn't the 49ers winning big early and us all wondering if we should flip it over to the Warriors game to see what the Orlando Magic are doing tonight against Jimmy Butler and the Dubs, like that's a problem. That would be a legitimate issue for me because I just don't. As much as everyone wants to say, "Oh well, Jonathan Taylor," you can commit 10 men to Jonathan Taylor. Like what would be the impediment to fully selling out against the run? What would be the impediment to blitzing Phillip Rivers on every single play? I think Alec Pierce and Josh Downs and Pittman and Warren and Taylor are unbelievable weapons. It doesn't matter if you have a quarterback who shouldn't be out there. I mean, if it was Riley Leonard, we'd be having a similar conversation, but at least Riley Leonard can run a little bit. At least I know that if things work out for him and he'll be in a dome, everyone will be in a dome. Maybe he can throw it deep down the field. Maybe he can take advantage of some of the deficiencies on this 49ers defense if you allow him. I'm watching Phillip Rivers, and I just don't think that we're going to see a totally different quarterback now in his second week of action. Because last week he got a defense that was tentative on everything, and he didn't do anything against that. Anything. And anytime he did push the ball downfield, he almost got his receivers killed. I mean, it was kind of an affront to NFL football. I think it's really bad that this guy is starting in the NFL, and I think that all this good, because no one was watching the game last week, no one was watching the Niners game, no one was watching Seahawks and Colts outside of the morbid curiosity flipping through every now and again. Like they weren't national TV games. This game is going to be on national television, and I think a lot of people are going to have some egg on their face talking positively about Phillip Rivers at the end of this game because it was embarrassing to watch that this was their last ditch effort to save their season is to go to Phillip Rivers, and he's doing his best, but it's not nearly good enough, Larry.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's down both of his starting tackles, right? So,
Yep.
and that was the case last week, and that's the case again this week. So he's down to his backup offensive tackles. You just gotta, you gotta change your mindset. I think, especially for Kasarik, for his D line. It's like, guys, success tonight is not going to be sacking the quarterback. He went up against a better Seattle defense in their place. In his first game in 5 years, and they sacked him just once. So just let's recognize what you're getting. You're going to get 95% checkdowns and screens. Be ready for it. Okay. Yeah. So get your hands up, right? You're not getting to them. You're not going to if you're dreaming of a 3-sack Cleve Farrell performance and some 8. Stop
First
dreaming.
Off, seek help. Seek help if you're dreaming of a 3-sack Cleve Farrell performance in general.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't think you're going to sack this guy. He's not sackable. He's going to get rid of the ball. But that means you got to play it that way. You got to expect the check down. You got to expect the screen. Guess what you should be able to absolutely defend with ease? checkdowns and screens when you anticipate them coming. If you know the quarterback's going to check it down, if you know he's going to throw a screen pass, it's a pretty easy thing to defend if you know he's going to do it. You got to go into this game knowing that that's all this guy's got, because he really doesn't have the ability to, or the arm strength at this point, to hold the ball against any kind of NFL rush or drive it down the field beyond 15 yards. So play him that way. Expect him to check it down. Look for him to take the hot route. Look for him to throw the screen. Look for him to get rid of the ball. I mean, if you got a guy intermediate and you got a guy short and you're in between, cover the guy short and roll the dice on the guy down the field. So I want to see them take some chances tonight, play fast, play physical, and remind this guy why he needs to go back to retirement.
Warriors and Magic play at 7 p.m. tonight. I imagine we'll all be flipping over to NBC Sports Bay Area unless you have a professional requirement to watch 49ers.
Who is rolling
Colts
to that, by the way? Who is running?
I think
I'm leaving Niners Colts with the playoffs and everything on the line. Brock Purdy and to go run to a 500 team that's absolutely eroding before our eyes and can't.
It might be more interesting, Lair.
Kuminga.
It might be more interesting than the second half of 49ers and Colts. That I'll tell you that. Someone who's looking for something exciting and interesting in their life might be flipping to the Warriors basketball game. And that's not a compliment to the Warriors. It's merely a statement on the Colts going into this one. We'll get into it a hell of a lot more coming up here between now and 10 a.m. We'll talk to Tim Ryan at the bottom of we're coming back up on the top of the hour. Let's call it 7:50 because that's exactly what time he's supposed to be coming on. Cooler of content. We do have some sort of furniture on this show at 8:30 and Sam Amick at 8:50 to talk about that Warriors Magic game that we're both so excited for. Kurtenbach and Larry are hanging out with you until 10 a.m. on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
I feel like anyone that's dismissive of Kyle Shanahan or wants to paint him with this leads that were lost in Super Bowls brush is just dumb. He's a brilliant coach, and any team that doesn't have him, I say any, damn near every team in the NFL, Murph, that doesn't have him as their coach would gladly shove their guy out the car door to get Shanahan as their coach. He's fantastic. We're going to talk about it. It's a 44-year-old grandpa that's playing quarterback. That's wild. But we're going to be pointing out that this San Francisco team that has been largely overlooked, led by Kyle Shanahan, who's awesome, and a healthy Purdy now, they got the inside track to the one. He's an awesome coach, and anyone that understands football knows that. And anybody that just goes for the easy, low-hanging fruit of leads lost in Super Bowls, like, whatever, have fun with that. Like, who's a better coach? Like, the guy that's never even been on that stage? I don't want to hear it. I think he's fantastic.
Scott Van Pelt on with Murph and Marcus last week. He will be standing on the sideline, presumably. Not always. Sometimes they just stick him in a studio in New York. But we'll find out if Scott Van Pelt is boots on the ground in Indianapolis or not. I imagine maybe by the time the show's done, given how long those pregame shows go on ESPN. Not that you would want any part of that for this game, because we have your pregame covered here at The Leader all day leading up to 5:15. Colts and 49ers. Larry, if you
that
had a
was aggressive suckage there by SVP, aggressive suckage.
Well, okay. If you had a coach of the year vote right now, who would you give it to?
Vrabel.
Really?
Yeah.
What's Mike Vrabel done compared to Kyle Shanahan? What adversity is Mike Vrabel had to take on that Kyle Shanahan hasn't? Like, how has Mike Vrabel done a better job?
Shanahan's had a totally healthy offensive line this year for the most part. Vrabel's got his top two guys are down right now. Vrabel had to establish, a whole winning thing. Didn't they? I thought they went like 3-14 last year.
They did. They got their fourth place. The Niners won 6.
Yeah, but I mean the Niners won 6 in a year where they underachieved. I mean Vrabel went 4-13. They're 12-3. They're 12-3.
Yeah, they are 12-3. Niners are 10-4. I mean, the Niners, who had to play Mac Jones are down their 2 best defensive players, amongst so many others. I mean, arguably their 3 best defensive players, if you were to listen to me, Larry. They have had to scrap and claw since week 2. Week 2, it felt like this season was off the rails already with Mac Jones starting at quarterback. And then you get Brock Purdy coming back for week 4, and you're like, oh, God, go back to the shelf with you, Brock Purdy. And this
once
team
again, though, Dietz, I mean, you're talking about Brock Purdy. I mean, right there.
Well, I'm sorry, Drake May has nothing to do with this for Mike Vrabel?
Drake May's been really good this year, but coming into the year, Drake May is a totally unproven entity. Brock Purdy's been to a Super Bowl, and he's handing the ball to CMC, and he's throwing it to George Kittle, and is being blocked by the best left tackle of his era. And he's got a really, really great coaching staff surrounding him. I'm just saying, Vrabel, turned that thing around with a lot of rookies, and they're playing great. I mean,
I don't
they
disagree
trailed
with that.
24-13 with 12 minutes to play last night, and they came back and just said, you know what, Baltimore, Schmaltimore, we're doing it on the road. They're doing it, man. I'm not trying to say that Shanahan sucks. I mean,
no one's
I'm not trying to say,
arguing that. We're not that kind of show.
Shanahan's a hell of a coach, and I agree. I agree that I just think SVP was just over the top. But I think it's all based on the coach of the year. It's like the same reason that Dusty Baker won manager of the year 3 times. Was he the best manager? Well, he was a good manager, but the Giants' talent the media thought the Giants' talent in the preseason wasn't very good. And then when they won, it had to be Destiny. But then when you look up and you're like, well, wait a second, he had Kent, and then Bill Miller won a batting title, and Rich Aurelia later hit 37 home runs, and he had Bonds, and he had Burks, and he had, suddenly it's like, well, maybe the media was just wrong, and that the preseason prognosticators all those years in the 90s were just wrong, and that it wasn't necessarily destiny or magic, but maybe the Giants and Sabes and Coletti put together a pretty good roster in some of those years, and they're kind of underrated. So I just think that if your premise is wrong, your conclusion's wrong. And the premise was that, the Giants had no talent, so it had to be Dusty. And I think, Shanahan's got a pretty good. The Niners let's just say this, the Niners were much closer to being Super Bowl favorites in July and August than the Patriots were.
Yes, I agree with that, though it was somewhat of a trendy pick. What I'm hearing from you is 2 things here, Lair. 1, Tony Vitello, manager of the year. And 2,
possibly.
Are you somehow suggesting to me, Larry, that the NFL's Coach of the Year award is, let's just say, narrative-driven? Are you telling me that Kevin Stefanski, 2-time winner of this award, is not a better coach than Andy Reid, 1-time winner of this award? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is it's not a batting title. It's not a batting title.
No, you're right.
It's not legitimately earned. It's all based on a premise and opinions. And, the vast majority of the people thought that, so I don't think Shanahan's ever going to win this thing because the Niners have all these great players. But when you look at this year, now I'm going to argue the other way. But when you look at this year, we're just having a discussion. We're having an open-ended discussion.
It's not as if he doesn't have a case. So make the case for Kyle Shanahan. Or how about this?
Well,
let me ask you this. Is this Kyle Shanahan's best coaching job with the 49ers?
There's no I'll say this. It is their best coaching staff, top to bottom.
That matters.
In this regime.
Matters.
Boyer's their best special teams coach. Saleh this year's the best D coordinator. And Shanahan and Kubiak are the best offensive coaches doing the best job. The reason that Shanahan probably should get consideration, Bosa's been gone since week 2. Warner's been gone since week 6. They got nothing out of Mikael Williams. Brandon Ayuk has yet to play it down. Kittle missed a ton of time with a hammy. Pearsall has no touchdowns. Purdy missed half the year. Jake Tonges, if I had told you in July that we would get to, what's today's date? The 22nd of December.
That's
and
right.
Jake Tonges would have 4 more touchdowns than Ayuk, Pearsall, and Demarcus Robinson combined, you would have said that this Niner team was horrible. They were going to win absolutely nothing. And yet here they are on the verge of running the table and getting the 1 seed.
Right.
And Tonjes has 4 more touchdowns than Ayuk, Pearsall, and D-Rob. So
Jake Tonjes, future Hall of Famer. Let's be clear here. Can I throw something your way here, Lair? I got to throw you this your way. 1, I think that Mike Vrabel I agree with you that Vrabel will win Coach of the Year. I am of the belief that is going to age horribly when the Patriots lose, because here's their record against teams that are going to the playoffs this year. 1-2. That's it. They're 1-2 against teams going to the playoffs.
The Niners run their most recent run when they won 4 in a row. Have you seen the record of the teams that they just beat to go 4-0? It's like 14
One of them's going to the playoffs as of right now, Larry. One of them's going to the playoffs. That's the exact amount of wins in the last 4 games as the Patriots have all year against future playoff teams. They've also beaten Seattle and the Rams. I'm not arguing that the Niners haven't had a cupcake schedule. They had the easiest schedule in recent NFL history. Now, it doesn't always work out that way, and they'll get tested here down the stretch, though the Colts certainly, I don't think, are part of that test. But when you're talking about, the Patriots were a last-place team too, right? They got that 4th-place schedule too, and yes, they are taking full advantage of it. You get the teams that are on the schedule, whatever. Like, I can't change the schedule now. There's not dynamic scheduling. But they have one win against a future playoff team, and that's Buffalo. They won 23-20, but they lost that game to Buffalo 2 weeks ago. They beat Baltimore. Baltimore's not a playoff team. They're kicking ass against the Giants, Bengals, Jets. They beat the Bucks to start that slide. They beat Cleveland. They beat Tennessee too. They beat New Orleans too. They beat. Oh, I guess I take that back. It's 2-2. They beat Carolina, and then they lost to Pittsburgh. Drake May had his first 300-yard passing game this past Sunday, like yesterday. That was his first 300-yard passing game. So listen, I'm not saying that he won't. I'm with you. I don't disagree. We're really grasping at some short straws here in the sense of both of these guys have done an incredible job. But when Kyle Shanahan has that 1 seed and the road to the Super Bowl goes through Santa Clara, and hell, who knows, maybe they're in the Super Bowl in Santa Clara, and Mike Vrabel is doing hits on CBS today before the AFC Championship game because his defense isn't very good and his offense is somewhat fraudulent. I think that Coach of the Year award that they'll give out at the Palace of the Fine Arts is going to look pretty lame. It's going to look pretty lame, especially when Kyle Shanahan is just down the road and you could bring him up to accept an award that he rightfully should have won at that juncture in the season. We'll keep an eye on it. Obviously, this is the most important thing going on with the 49ers today. Will Kyle Shanahan win Coach of the Year? Of course it isn't, but we got a lot more stuff to get into. We'll get into a lot of it with Tim Ryan at 7:50, cooler content 8:30, Sam Amick at 8:50, and a cool contest coming for you in just a little bit. So Kurtenbach and Larry are hanging out with you. Happy Monday. Stay safe on those roads out there. We're hanging out until 10 a.m. on The Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
We're back with you. The Sports Leader, Dieter Kurtenbach, Larry Kruger. Until 10 a.m. God help us all. And hopefully you get a little bit of help here because we're going to do a contest. And this is a doozy. How about this? How about 2 tickets to 49ers Faithful Appreciation Game? And you might go, what the hell is the Faithful Appreciation Game, Dieter? I'll tell you what it is. It's that game against the Seattle Seahawks in Week 18. Might be a big one, folks. The Niners are going to bust out those black uniforms. Hopefully they're not cursed. And you can be there. By the way, tickets on sale now, 49ers.com. If you are not, caller number 10 at 415-896-KNBR. You can win 2 tickets, see 49ers Seattle in Santa Clara. It's Faithful Appreciation Day. The prize is furnished by the 49ers. We're going to take one winner, and that's right now. We'll do another one in the next hour. Right now, caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. Do you want to see those black jerseys in person? Do you want what I presume will be Sunday Night Football in your eyeballs, not via television? 49ers Faithful Appreciation Game versus Seattle, 2 tickets. Niners are giving them to us to give to you right now, 415-896-KNBR. Call John Joe Curley. He'll get you all set up. Lair, I came across a crazy stat, and I want to get your thoughts on it before we get to Tim Ryan.
What do you got?
Are you an expected points added guy? Do you care about EPA at all?
Yeah. I mean, I look at all of them, but I don't
Yeah.
weigh any stat that highly. But yeah,
it's because you're a smart, educated man. You understand that all of these metrics have their days.
I speak EPA. I speak EPA.
Okay, cool. Brock Purdy,
I have a pocket protector somewhere in my house. There's a pocket protector somewhere.
Do you really?
No,
That's way more important to me. Okay. I can't imagine. Do you even have shirts with pockets on the front?
I'm a big fan of the T-shirt that has the pocket on the left breast. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for that, and the visual as well that comes along with it. Theater of the mind going in crazy places right now. Okay, EPA on late downs. That's Brock Purdy on EPA late downs, meaning second down, third down. Best in the NFL since he's come back, and that's the entire season. I'm sorry, he's obviously fixed this since he's come back. Best EPA in the NFL for any quarterback on late downs this season. He's good for 0.62 expected points added per play on late downs. That is the kind of stuff that wins you playoff games. That's the kind of stuff that wins you big games down the stretch. You know, we all talk about the Niners defense needing to be opportunistic. We love the firepower of the Niners offense. What you need is a quarterback who wins on the money downs, and no one's winning on the money downs more this season on a per-play basis than Brock Purdy. What do you make of that, Lair?
He's damn good. And the rest of you who don't think he's damn good ought to watch more. I mean, he's damn good. I don't know what to say. The guy looked awesome in training camp. Awesome.
He did.
I mean, Purdy to Kittle was unstoppable.
Mm-hmm.
Purdy, to D-Rob, Purdy down the field to Jordan Watkins. He looked amazing. Arm strength, knowledge of the offense. He looked amazing.
There was a number 1 there, too.
What's that?
There was a number 1. Pearsall had a pretty good training camp when he was playing.
All right. I'll give you that.
It's factual.
Turf toe. Purdy, then he had the turf toe. Then he looked bad against Jacksonville. And the rest of it, we've gotten so inundated with the toe talk and the health that we forgot that this guy was really playing at a crazy high level this summer. Now, I understand why nobody's talking about it. Who was there to see it, right? Just the media and the fans. Right. But Brock Purdy, you mentioned the money down. Okay, third down is the money down. What you do on third down defines who you are as an NFL quarterback. 100%. There is no such thing as an awesome NFL quarterback who's awful on third down. By comparison, there is no such thing as a great NFL quarterback or a poor NFL quarterback that's awesome on third down. If you're great on third down, you're probably great. Brock Purdy's got a 124.1 passer rating on third downs this season. It's the best mark of any quarterback who started in an NFL game this season.
Yep.
The Niners, and not only that, he's playing really well on the opening drives. The Niners on his 6 opening drives this season have scored 4 touchdowns and 1 field goal. So Brock's looked really good at the start of games. He's really good on third downs. And if he
Yeah.
continue, and he really, I wasn't sure what to expect when he came back. And I was the guy saying, stay with Mac Jones longer. Why? Because what I anticipated that we would see is a guy who's got turf toe and Brock Purdy, who didn't have surgery, and he's going to be able to play a game or two, and then the turf toe symptoms are going to creep back in, and he's not going to have the arm strength, the accuracy, he's not going to have the base, he's not going to have the escapability, and this season's going to go down the tubes. But what we've actually seen since he's come back is he looks great, and he's looking better and better and better instead of worse and worse and worse. And so now this last couple of games against Cleveland, I thought that win in Cleveland was spectacular. The way he could get away from Isaiah McGuire and Garrett and sprint away. He's got the mobility. He's got the escapability. He's taking care of the football, and they're winning games. So if he can continue to play, quarterback means everything. If you have one, you got a shot. If you don't have one, you don't have a shot. You know what I mean? They have one, and they have a real shot because of it. And I think every guy in that room understands it. And, Brock, I'll say this too. Brock is a guy that he's better when you doubt him. And he's better when he's challenged. And to me, the greatest pickup of the offseason, far and away, was not Robert Saleh. It was Mac Jones, because Mac Jones won 5 of the 8 games that he started, but also he's sitting right there, and he can do Brock's job. And whether you want to argue he can do it as well or sort of as well or almost as well or half as well or 3/4 as whatever, he represents the same thing to Brock Purdy, a guy that if Brock's not on his game can step in. And the last time Mac Jones played, he completed 85% of his passes. So to me, he's the perfect guy because he won when you needed him, and he's absolutely motivating Brock Purdy to play his very best ball, and that's worth all the money they're paying him and then some.
You mentioned how Brock has looked better and better since he's come back. Obviously, there was the 3-interception game against Carolina. They won handily. That was not actually much of a contest against a playoff team, as unimpressive as Carolina might be to those of us who've actually watched the Carolina Panthers, which is apparently not that many. I just think, to all of the complaining and whining and, weeks ahead of time about that week 14 bye. And, the Niners, I can't believe they gave us a week 14 bye, even though they gave you the easiest schedule in the last 25 years in the history of the NFL. But they gave you a week 14 bye because they had to, I guess, screw you somehow. That week 14 bye, to me, and this pertains to Brock Purdy perhaps more than anybody, feels like such a blessing going into this, what we are now two as of tonight, 2 games into this 4-game stretch. Maybe they get another bye week, maybe they don't. But having that week 14 bye after Cleveland to let Brock rest that toe just a little bit more, so we're not compounding those first 3 games into the final 4. It's not a long haul. You get to be able to rest it. You get to be able to keep that thing elevated. I don't know what the protocol is for turf toe, but that week 14 bye just looks like another gift from the NFL schedule makers, and no one could have foreseen why, but it allowed Brock Purdy to go into this final 4-game stretch as healthy as he possibly could have been, also having some confidence, having played well on the whole in the 3 games prior to that. You have a quarterback who has been in an MVP race right now, finding his form at the best possible time. And in an NFL, Larry, where I don't know about you, maybe you feel differently about the Rams than I do, but in an NFL where it appears that no one is a juggernaut and nobody is above reproach, I'm going to go with a hot team. And while the Niners defense leaves a lot to be desired, man, give me a head coach that is as good as any in the NFL. Give me a quarterback who has played at an MVP level before 2 years ago, obviously, like not that distant in the past, and is rounding into his best form at the exact right time. Like, that feels like a pretty good formula to me to have a team go on a hell of a run here as we get into January and maybe even February.
Well, and we've talked about this game for, almost 2 hours now.
Yep.
And we haven't even mentioned that the Colts have the 31st rated pass defense in pro football.
Yes, sir.
So, get ready for Brock Purdy to have a big night tonight. I would say it's a 300-yard day or evening for Brock Purdy. We'll see what it looks like when they roll it out tonight. There is
Right.
no Ricky Pearsall. So that
matters.
takes away a little bit of their explosive downfield passing. But yeah, I mean, this is Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's playing really, really well, and not only that, I think the other thing is what's Brock's weakness. He sometimes puts the ball in harm's way and he turns it over. Well,
Right.
what's Mac Jones doing well? Mac Jones is not taking. Mac Jones is more underneath and not driving the ball down the field, but he takes care of the football. So he's given Brock an example, and to me, Brock Purdy taking care of the football, I'll take my chances. If Brock Purdy's taking care of the football, I'll take my chances. And when you really look at the quarterbacks that are alive, he might be one of the 2 or 3 best quarterbacks in this entire playoff field in either conference. And he's playing at a really, really high level. And if somehow they could, get into a little bit more of get a few more explosives, I think that would obviously change the dynamic of the thing as well. So, yeah, the 49ers are, tonight should be really interesting. It's like, can the 49ers offensive line block a defensive front that has DeForest Buckner and Latu and some of these guys that have been, Quiddy Pay and some of these
Grover
guys that
Stewart is the most underrated player in football.
There's some good guys on this line. Can they block these guys? And if so, they're without their 2 top corners, and I think Brock Purdy's gonna make them pay down the field.
It's going to be a fascinating one. I'll tell you this. If we need to do a Brock Purdy comparison, I like him versus Phillip Rivers tonight. I'm not sure if I've made that clear in the first hour and 45 minutes, but I'm feeling a lot better about 13 than I am about old man 17, 44 in our hearts in Phillip Rivers tonight. And again, it might be overly simplistic, but sometimes it just comes down to head coach and quarterback. And I like the Niners combo at head coach and quarterback a hell of a lot more than I like Shane Steichen and Phillip Rivers, and probably Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams, and probably Mike McDonald and Sam Darnold. And I think that the trend might keep going all the way into the playoffs. The Niners, of course, have clinched. Thank you to the Detroit Lions and Amon-Ra St. Brown's offensive pass interference. We have so much more to get into about tonight's game. We're considering this the very early pregame show, the exceptionally early pregame show. Dieter Kurtenbach and Larry Krueger, we're going to be joined by the great Tim Ryan here on the other side of the break. We're hanging out until 10 on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers and Colts square off tonight on Monday Night Football, 5:15 kickoff. But you can hear the pregame talk all day here on The Sports Leader. So keep it locked right here for all your 49ers coverage.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER. Baseball.
You need some syrup for that pancake.
Now here's 49ers color commentator Tim Ryan on the Sports Leader.
Yes, sir. 49ers Colts getting it on Monday Night Football tonight. You know who's going to be on the phone. The great Tim Ryan joining us now on the UMA guest line. Tim, sponsored by Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers in Levi's Stadium. Tim, Dieter Kurtenbach, Larry Krueger with you this morning. A little bit of a different flavor for you on a Monday before Christmas. How's Indianapolis treating you?
T-Rock.
I'm doing well, fellas. Happy holidays.
Same
Little
to you,
different
same to
flavor. I like that.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a good flavor or a bad flavor,
My palate
but it sure is
likes
hell
a little
different.
different. My palate likes a little different flavor every once in a while.
How's the flavor of Phillip Rivers taste to you when you watch the film?
Tasty and well aged, like a fine wine. Look, I got so much respect for him. We know how tough he is. He's tough as nails. I remember doing games when he had a torn ACL when he was with the San Diego Chargers and still went out and played, won games. Couldn't move great then. Certainly can't move very well now, but is like a coach on the field, man. He throws to the right guy. You put on that tape against Seattle, he throws to the right guy every time. Does he have more limitations now at 44? Obviously he does, but he gets it out quick. He counts on the quick game. He counts on the screen game, and you know that he's going to lean on Jonathan Taylor in the run game. Jonathan Taylor will have 25 carries at a minimum in this game. He's an absolute workhorse. So being able to contain him and not letting him loose for a big night and playing good in the red zone, because the guy's a very, very good running back, and I know they're down 2 offensive tackles, but they do a lot of stuff schematically. They're going to challenge this 49er front, and the way the tackling has been over the last 2 weeks, if that doesn't improve, Jonathan Taylor will have a big night in between the 20s. So the key is going to be playing good down in the red zone and making them kick field goals instead of getting touchdowns. But got a lot of respect for Phillip, and I think at the end of the day, as I look at this game, as I said just a second ago, he's going to rely on the quick game. It's coming out in about 2.3 seconds. So by all means necessary, and this, I think, is going to be music to the ears of the defensive linemen and the pass rushers. Mm-hmm. What's the rush plan this week? Rush with reckless abandon. Throw caution to the wind. Hell with the contain. Hell with the rush lanes. Hell with the squeeze, python push, as I like to call it. And let's constrict the pocket and keep the quarterback in the pocket, which is the plan virtually every week versus the quarterbacks in the NFL. Not letting them get out, not letting them step up and step out and extend plays and get into the playground scramble drill. Get to the pocket, get to Phillip Rivers in 2 seconds by any means necessary. And when you're taught as a pass rusher, and I was talking to a few of the fellows this week, we're all taught the same way. Get to an edge and win quick. And you go through your one-on-ones and you're in practice, man, and you're pulling all your moves and your creativity. And pass rush is about creativity, setting a guy up, working the edge a couple plays, and then bang, now you hit him with a counter move inside. Right. Well, you do all that and you get good at all of it, and then you get into a game and it's like, all right, we got to rush with discipline. We got to stay in our lanes. We got to get push. We got to, and then it all changes, and rightly so, with the way these quarterbacks are in the NFL. And this week, I think it's got to be the first week, at least as I see it, where there's a quarterback that isn't going to move. And if you can get him to move and open some doors for him and force him to move and then get to him, I think, I'm excited. And again, without either of their offensive tackles, their starters, there's going to be a chance for the 49er rushers to be able to have a big impact in this game.
T-Rock, happy holidays. Happy holidays.
Yeah, right back at you, buddy. Good to hear your flavor.
It's good to hear you as well. You mentioned no Braden Smith, no Bernard Ryman. They're starting a guy named Jalen Travis and another guy named Luke Tenuta. Travis is a rookie. He made his first start last week. For Smith, Tenuta is making his first career start this week. So,
Right.
We all saw last week, right? I mean, Phillip is smart. He can, he knows where to go with the ball. He's not afraid. He's courageous as hell, but
Right.
he doesn't want to hold it, and he's not driving it down the field. So, what can, outside of getting your hands up, what can Robert Saleh? What kind of wrinkles can he do to make sure that they're taking? You don't want to play any kind of soft coverage and allow him to establish a rhythm. This is the
Correct.
wrong game to let this guy establish a rhythm. So how do you, right in the first series, interrupt this guy's rhythm when you know he wants to throw it short, he wants to throw screens, he wants to get it out?
Yeah, well, I think there's a couple things. I think the 49ers are going to have to play tighter coverage, and there is no Renardo Green in this game. And for me, that's okay. Darrell Luter, I think, is going to bring what it takes in terms of being a formidable guy out there on the island. The challenge the 49ers have had in the man coverage stuff is, passing off zones and bunches. And when they get into those little cluster sets, who's got who, and that's got to be simplified. And however it's simplified to where the guys understand, it's got to be tight. You're the point man. Take this guy. If he goes in, you got him. If he goes out, this guy. That stuff's all got to get fixed because Phillip Rivers will not miss a bust. He won't miss it. So you got to challenge all of those types of plays and challenge these wide receivers, and they're all big. I think when you look at Pittman, and I think you look at Pierce, in the tight end, Tyler Warren, the rookie, who's, really good player and a big feature part of this offense, is those guys aren't going to run by you. So you got to be willing to take some chances and play some press and play some man coverage. The challenge is, again, passing off those bunches and those clusters and doing it without a guy busting. So I think what you got to do is very simply is play tight coverage, and you got to send an extra guy, and there'll be times, I think, and again, that's an area the 49ers have not been great at this year when Robert is dialing up pressures and being able to support it with tight coverage behind it. So I think that remains to be seen. I think if it were me, that would be the plan. And then the question is can these guys get home and have an impact on Rivers? And then most importantly, not let them sitting. And probably the big reason why they were in that game against Seattle last week was their third down defense and their third down offense and being able to continue to keep drives alive and have field goal opportunities. So they've got to limit Jonathan Taylor from going off and getting Phillip Rivers into those, third and 2 to 4 where he can get it out and find the quick matchup and the easy matchup. So, I think there's a lot of ways to draw it up schematically. At the end of the day, they got to play tighter in coverage, and they've got to be able to get home faster, and I think they'll have an opportunity to do that tonight.
Just want to remind you, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FF San Francisco, the sports leader and a Cumulus media station. Tim, how big is Tatum Bethune's return to the lineup for the 49ers?
I think it's big in terms of, the missed tackling and some of the challenges, and certainly not all of that on Curtis Robinson. And Curtis was out there for a couple of games and both victories. And those are certainly, that's what you look for when you're putting your third team middle linebacker out there along with some other guys. So Tatum has got a very good nose for the ball. He's about the same size as Jonathan Taylor, maybe a little bit taller, but Tatum gets after it. And so I think having him back in the middle, he's a much surer tackler in the middle of that defense. So I think that's the biggest thing he brings back in. Now, one thing that's been a challenge that when he was out there was the communication. And I'm sure, and I have not talked to Robert about this, but it seems like things have been simplified over the last few weeks since he's been out, since the Carolina game. And, as you look at the defense, and because there haven't been a lot of mental busts, there's been some physical busts, and there's been guys not passing off coverages and doing things when guys play a lot together, they understand, and hey man, you got to fall off of this, and so there have been some of those challenges, but there haven't just been a lot of flat out communication errors. So I'm sure Robert has simplified some of those things that they're doing on the back end. That's one thing I do appreciate. And, as Robert has said many times this year, this defense is like a roller coaster ride. Just get on. There's going to be a lot of highs. There's going to be some lows. You don't know exactly what you're going to get, as so many of these guys are in the developmental stage. And he's still trying to figure out, what positions to put them in and what they do great and what they don't do so good, and get those things ironed out. So communication's got to be on, and I'm sure it will be in this game because, again, Phillip Rivers isn't going to miss if you miss.
T-Rock, let's talk game within the game. Shanahan against Anarumo. I mean, Anarumo's a phenomenal coordinator. He was in Cincinnati. He's now in Indy. And, he likes to play man, but, without Gardner and without his other starting corner, they've been playing a lot of zone. So I would imagine you're going to see a lot of single high. You're going to see a lot of split safety looks. But I expect Purdy to feast. The Colts defense has given up over 250 passing yards per game over their last 5 games. I like Purdy to feast down the field in this game. What do you think of the return of Buckner? What's the challenge for the Niner O-line to try to stand up and give Purdy that time?
Yeah, well, I think pass pro, they're going to be fine. They've been pretty damn good all year long, and when they're not, Brock's ability to move out of the pocket and use his skill sets has certainly been on full display. You've seen that over the last couple of games. I'm with you. I think there's a big opportunity for Brock to roll out some big numbers in this game again tonight. And I think it's pretty simple. Brock's processing will be on full display in reading those coverages. And they will still blitz now. I mean, they're going to still send some pressure, and they're going to play some man. I charted them out 9 times a game. They're bringing a 0 blitz, which is 7 guys coming. So Brock and the receivers got to be on point with their communication, what they're looking at, and just execute the game plan. Kyle's game plan will be ready to go, and we'll have all the answers built into that stuff. So I like the matchups on Blackman and Edwards. You got a rookie corner, you got a third-year corner. Both of them have been backups. So I like the opportunity to take advantage of those guys. And then, one thing when you look at these guys, and there's not a lot of superstars on their defense. I mean, DeForest Buckner is their best player, I think. He's certainly been a star in this league. He's coming back from a neck injury. He'll get you with the jump swim, so it'll be a challenge for Pooney in there and Burford at left guard and right guard. And he's just so big and so long, and the batted balls and the things that he can do. But other than that, I like the matchup for the O-line, and when guys do get beat, and Latu is a good player, and some of their other Kwity Paye's got a nonstop motor, Ebukam's got a nonstop motor. Those guys are going to bring it. But I like the 49ers matchup in this game. I think they can take advantage of the inside linebackers. And Krugs, because you've watched enough tape, the last two matchups, Cleveland and Tennessee, very similar in terms of the 3-4 looks and the downhill north and south linebackers. Linebackers that want to attack the line of scrimmage. Linebackers that see a run formation tendency, bang, they're in the backfield trying to force a negative play. And it's feast or famine, and they are a very good run defense. The key for the 49ers run game is to continue to convert on third down, which they've been all over the money down. And, this team has struggled on the third down stuff. But when those linebackers are that aggressive, and they are making plays at the line of scrimmage, they are susceptible to play action. They are susceptible to the keeper game. They are susceptible to some of the misdirection passing plays that the 49ers always have dialed up with, McCaffrey and Kittle, and everybody going one way and Kittle back against the grain the other way will be a challenge for those inside linebackers. So I'm with you. I think Brock's just got to be patient and feed the read, man. If it's single high and it's, there are 3 deep zones, take advantage of the opportunities. There's holes. There's going to be windows. The Brock clock, get it out on time into those holes. And then the biggest thing will be when they're in those zones is guys getting yards after the catch. And that's an area where, say catch it at 4 or 5 and they get 3 or 4 with a drop step and getting vertical, those numbers add up throughout the course of the game. But I see another big night for Brock Purdy in terms of what I think, we know what he's capable of doing, and I think with the opportunities that this defense will give him by their design and their coverages.
Talking to the great Tim Ryan on the call tonight, 49ers and Colts here on the leader. Tim, I thought C.J. West was immense in the 14, 15 snaps that he got against Tennessee. What are you seeing from C.J. West? Do you think we see more of him tonight?
Yeah, I think a guy that's still figuring it out. Up in the booth, I get him confused sometimes with KD when they're in the traffic inside. He is Kalia Davis with both those guys with the hair hanging out of the back of the helmet and playing the same position, but he can hold up on those double teams. That's one thing with that low center of gravity. He's like a fire hydrant, man. He's hard to move, and he does have, some natural jack and some real strength to him. So those guys, they run a lot of the crunch. They'll run a lot of the duo plays. But I think the biggest thing that when you look at the D tackles in this game, and CJ in particular, all of them, is holding up on those doubles, but being ready for a trap game, being ready for a wham game. This team runs more of that stuff than anybody the 49ers have played this year, with a lot of pullers, and they got a good center in Bortolini. You can get the angles and get out to the linebackers, and they leave the defensive tackle unblocked. They're doing it for a reason. You better turn down inside and create a collision to shrink some of those, and compress those running lanes for Jonathan Taylor, because he's got really good feet, really good vision, and balance, and will get through there. So I think the D tackles, all of them, including CJ, and it's hard now because so many of these guys in this defense are taught, get in the backfield, wreak havoc. Because on one play, you're telling them, we want knockback. We want knockback. You got to knock these guys backwards. Okay, well, what does that mean? That means you better come off with a flat back, you better come off hard, and you better be ready to knock guys back. Well, then you do that, you're the second step into your knockback, and you're unblocked. Oh, boy, what's happening? Right. And now a guy's in your ear hole kicking you out on a trap play. So going to have to play with great eyes, great feel in terms of the formations and what you're seeing in front of them. And then I'd say the same for the defensive ends when you talk about containing this run game. And that's where I like getting Sam O back into the lineup. And what Sam Okawano can do is a guy that can hammer and set an edge. He's done that from day one since he's gotten here. But the challenge when you're setting the edge, and when I say set the edge, you're the edge guy, and here comes a puller. You've got to hit him. You don't sit and wait on it, and you give up a yard of space, and now all of a sudden that lane that Jonathan Taylor's running through is wide, and it's easy for him to get through it. So you got to hit that guy with a hammer, the puller. But in this game, you got to do it with the thought process of keeping your outside arm free, because the bounce play is going to happen too. Because if you watch these guys on tape and you watch Jonathan Taylor, they want to bounce. He is very good between the tackles, but he wants to bounce and get out to the perimeter. So that'll be a big, big challenge for the edge defensive lineman in this game.
I totally agree with your point on West. I mean, it showed this week. I mean, you could see it. He really does anchor inside, and so does Collins. I don't know what they're going to give you as rushers, but man, they will anchor, and you could really see it this week when you looked at some of the All-22. Let me ask you though. This is Lynch referenced it to Murph and Marcus last week, and I think he's right on the money. This pregame is going to be really interesting tonight. As in that final hour before kickoff, the Niners have, Green's out, but Bethune's back, Sam O's back, Jordan Elliott's back. They also have Kendricks, who they could go to on the practice squad, but he has to be elevated. They got Yatir Gross-Matos, who's questionable with the hamstring. Is there something, Tim, that you're looking for, decision-wise, roster-wise, as we get closer to kickoff? Because Lynch kind of referenced that they, with so many guys getting healthy, they're going to have some choices to make as they get closer to kickoff.
Yeah, well, that's way beyond my pay grade, Krugs, as you know. So I've got an idea of who I think is going to play, but I also the biggest part of that is how do they factor in on the special teams?
Right.
So I mean that to me is when you look at a guy like Curtis Robinson, you look at a guy like Chase Lucas, you look at a guy like Robert Beal, those guys have all been mainstays in core four guys in the special teams. And special teams has given the 49ers a huge shot in the arm this year with their level of play. So is Kendricks how good is he going to be on special teams? He's been in the league a long time. A lot of veterans, I'm sure he would be willing, but aren't real excited to go out there, and guys that have started 100-plus starts in the NFL going out there and playing on special teams. Now, I'm sure he'd be willing to do it, but how good at it will he be? It's not just plug and play. Special teams has got so much scheme to it now. It's a lot harder than people give it credit for. So I think that's probably the biggest factor, other than, this guy's just a better player and we're elevating him. I think when you get into, okay, is this guy up or is this guy down? I think the biggest factor is where are his contributions on the special teams.
Tim, thanks so much for the insight. Have a great call tonight. We'll be listening with excited, not bated breath, but we'll be really excited to hear it.
Yeah, the last game of Week 16. Let's go, fellas. The number one seed is still alive and well. The 49ers will have to win out. This will be a big challenge, but I think one that they can take advantage of. Happy holidays to you guys.
Hey, happy holidays, bro.
Well.
Good to talk to you, man.
Awesome stuff there, Lair. We're going to get into trap blocks and wham blocks and all that good stuff on the other side. Lot to digest there. Kurtenbach and Kruger with you until 10 a.m. on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great Joe Buck will be on the call for the 49ers and Colts Monday Night Football matchup on ESPN. He will join Greg Papa and Carlos Ramirez at 11:15 to preview the game, so keep it locked right here on The Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Kurtenbach and Kruger with you here on a Monday morning. Happy holiday week. However you celebrate. We do a winter solstice here in the Kurtenbach household. Did a little early Christmas yesterday. Well, we're on a plane tomorrow to go visit my snowbird parents in Florida, and I got to take a 3-year-old and a 10-month-old on a 6-hour cross-country flight. So pray for me if you're getting into that sort of stuff around the holiday season. But yeah, so
try tranquilizers.
I've tried a lot. Apparently, the Kurtenbach genes are so strong. I mean, you see me, you know how much tranquilizer it would take to put me down. My children, who are not as hefty as I am, do have my tolerance for tranquilizers. So we have tried. It has failed, and frankly, it just angers them more. So we're going to find out what we got in reserves tomorrow. But I'm willing to try out damn near anything, regardless. We did a little Sunday early Christmas so that we didn't have to trudge a bunch of presents across the country. So Christmas has already happened for me. Hopefully, you're going to have a good one on the 25th. It's great. It's a stop and starts. It's kind of like the Niners defense. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. It kind of stops, it kind of starts. You're not really sure what the overall event was, but me and my wife took care of each other. We did a good job on that one, and the children got more crap for us to pick up at the end of every night. So I guess it was a win.
What was the big gift? Because see, when my kids were little, I have 3 boys. Yeah. People would give them those hard plastic dinosaurs, and then they would scatter them all over the carpet. And then like 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm getting up in the middle of the night, and I'm stepping on a T-Rex. There's nothing like a T-Rex between your toes. A hard plastic T-Rex on the 27th of December that will make you say some interesting things.
Oh, you have yeah, Larry, this is my entire life right now, and, I made it worse for myself. So the 3-year-old really likes magnet tiles, which are I don't know if anyone has kids, but magnet tiles they're little plastic I don't know, like squares and triangles, and they have magnets on the perimeter, so you can connect them all together. So she builds with that. But then the 10-month-old is starting to like them, and then that's turning into a whole "don't touch my magnet tiles" thing. So we just got her some plain wooden blocks. So I am certain that those wooden blocks, because every night I clean up, I try to make sure that I have a clean slate for the morning. I try to do it every night. Doesn't necessarily happen every night. I'm probably good for about 5 out of 7. And I know exactly which one. It's going to be the blue triangle one. It looks like a wedge, like a door jamb. And I'm going to step on that one morning, and the words that are going to come out of my mouth are going to get me in some big trouble with all 3 of the women in my household. Not excited for that in the least bit, but these are the things that we do for our children. Larry, to pivot back to something that I'm sure someone wants to actually talk about, I'm wondering what the 49ers do for their defensive linemen in this game, because T-Rock was laying some knowledge on us there, and agree with damn near all of it. The CJ West of it all feels immense to me, because we've seen so many teams run that duo, that double team on the interior against the 49ers. I thought it defined the 2024 season, and the Niners' inability to do anything against it was a huge aspect of why they only won 6 games. This season, a lot of teams are running it. You know, it's the Rams' pet play, and Tennessee's a little bit of a different animal, but they saw the game film of everybody else. They ran duo, and the only person who held up against it was C.J. West, and he held up against it absolutely to perfectly. I mean, he just doesn't move. He can handle 2 guys, and he doesn't move, and gives linebackers clean lanes to make tackles. Not that they did in that game, but he does give them the opportunity. It feels like we need more than 14 snaps from C.J. West in this game. Do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, it was unbelievable watching C.J. West and Kalia Davis on the same line, and the plan at times was to combo block both. So
That's
you
right.
had C.J. getting comboed, and you got Kalia getting comboed, except C.J.'s not giving an inch in his combo, and Kalia is five
Classic.
5.5
One of
yards
these things is not like
down
the other. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Kalia was washed out 5 yards downfield. Now Kalia is going to give you more scoot, more movement as a pass rusher, but
Yeah.
yeah, he's not going to stand up where Collins and West really do. Now they don't give you a lot of pass rush,
Nope.
and we're in an era now. It's kind of like pass rush in the NFL is kind of like shooters in basketball. You know,
Yep.
you got to have in the old basketball, you could have multiple non-shooters on the floor, and it was fine.
Mhm.
Now it's like if you have even one non-shooter on the floor, it's kind of not
Right.
fine. Well, it's
But enough
same
about
kind of
Draymond Green.
yeah, same thing in basket, same thing in football right now. It's like almost every guy on your line's got to be able to give you something as a pass rusher, or the guy blocking the guy who can't rush the passer is just going to sag inside and combo on everybody else and help out. And so you can't have that Jonathan Hankins. You can't have that
No.
going way back, Jerry Ball. You can't have that
Oh,
just
talk
100%
to me,
run
Larry.
stuffer. Everybody, even like Puna Ford or DJ Jones, these guys can rush the passer compared to their counterparts, from previous iterations and in generations of players. So it's just a different era. It's a passing game. Everybody's got to be a pass rusher to some level, but you also have to be able to step in, standing against the run. I totally agree with what T-Rock said about the volume. I mean, Jonathan Taylor has seen 21 or more carries in 4 of the last 5 games. I would say he's a lock for almost 30 carries tonight. I think they're going to feed him early and often. They saw the film. They've seen the numbers. The Niners can't stop the run, and they're going to test that, and they're going to try to make this a referendum on the 49ers run D. And the key in this game is going to be the 49ers offense. Because if the 49ers offense can do what I think it can do early in this game, the 49er offense can be the element that slows down JT more so than any defensive alignment or scheme or coverage.
We're talking game script, baby. That's what it's all about. It's all about that game script. But it's interesting you noted the defensive line and how everyone has to be a rusher. I would argue that the trend that not maybe you and I talk about it, Larry, because we're deeply ill in the mind, but
That's
it
right.
doesn't feel as if this is a understood fact. But you look at the Super Bowl champions in this decade. So since the Niners went to Miami and lost the Super Bowl to the Chiefs, you look at the winners of the Super Bowl: Kansas City, Tampa Bay, the Rams; Kansas City, the Eagles. That's Chris Jones, Ndamukong Suh, and Vita Vea, Elliott and Carter for the Eagles. And you want to even go back?
Don't forget Milton Williams.
Don't forget Aaron Donald. Yeah, Aaron Donald with the Rams. So it's like you need to have that explosive get to the quarterback play. You need someone who can bring pressure from the A gap without having to blitz from the A gap. And that interior pressure is kryptonite to damn near every quarterback in football. I would include Brock Purdy in that conversation. There are some guys that can handle it, but then they're out there and swashbuckling, and who knows if you really actually want them outside of the pocket. That interior pressure on the pass rush is huge. You met, Kalia Davis, and this is why I thought T-Rock's hit there was so interesting. He mentions how much the Colts like to do wham blocks and crack blocks and trap blocks, that outside guy coming inside as opposed to the pin and pull stuff. Kalia Davis had a play against Tennessee last week where he was 2-3 yards into the backfield and got depleted because no one was blocking him. They left the defensive tackle unblocked. It was a middle read option, and he got absolutely wrecked. And that is something that the Niners did as well as anybody. Ironically, when they played Atlanta in week 7, they did a lot of gap stuff. They did a lot of trap stuff. They mixed and matched with instead of the zone that everyone expected. And Atlanta runs a very similar defense to the Niners with Raheem Morris as their head coach and Jeff Ulbrich as their defensive coordinator. They want to put 4 guys, hands in the ground, and go. And that man stuff, that gap stuff that they ran, the 49ers in that game, which was a total departure from what they had been running the first 6 weeks and what is naturally understood to be the 49ers run blocking, but their run blocking scheme and pass blocking scheme to a degree. It absolutely wrecked them. It got Raheem Morris fired. They're just waiting to finalize the terms here. And that's something that the Niners can learn from self-scouting in a way. They can see what the Niners did on offense to beat a team that was very similar to them. Well, I think that Indianapolis, even with all their limitations at the quarterback position, are going to try to do the same thing. T-Rock just gave us the insight on that. And that the Niners can learn from what it is they did to Atlanta to maybe counteract that a little bit. They weren't able to do it against Tennessee because Cam Ward had the ability to run and keep the ball and go. It has been an issue for the 49ers since Chris Kucera came in with Kyle Shanahan back in 2017, those running quarterbacks and the read option. But Phillip Rivers doesn't present that threat. So what kind of interesting stuff can Robert Saleh do in terms of stunts and the middle guy not being blocked? There's going to be a lot of really cool X's and O's in this game, even if the football, at least when the Colts are on offense, doesn't seem that cool. We'll get into all that and so much more. Sam Amick coming up in just a little bit. We'll talk some Dubs as well. Hell, we might even talk Giants. Maybe. Not guaranteeing anything. Kurtenbach and Kruger with you until 10 a.m. on The Sports Leader.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
He's bitten a cooler
Of content.
Cornucopacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Kurtenbach and Kruger driving 100 down Tasman here on the Sports Leader. It's not literally true. It's not literally true. Maybe 100 kilometers per hour. I might have done that before on Tasman trying to get to Niners practice on time, but never 100 miles per hour. That would be unsafe. It would be particularly unsafe today, Larry. I'm not sure if you've looked outside your window in Walnut Creek, but it is dumping here in Alameda right now.
No,
Disgusting. Be safe.
It's a beautiful day to be indoors. You know, I know you're joking about the Ayuk thing, but you know, the Ayuk thing is not a joke. The Ayuk thing is a tragedy. Henry Ruggs killed a woman driving way too fast and drunk.
Yeah.
Now, this guy supposedly wasn't drunk, and we don't know what the deal was exactly. But that was a very disturbing post. And I know there's a lot of people joking about it. It's not really at all funny. And, you know, whether, you know, the greater good must be served, right? We're in a society. It's like, come on. Yeah, people die all the time. The scariest thing I've ever seen on the freeway is not in front of me. It's seeing somebody like on the 880 coming back from one of these Niner games, like 1 o'clock in the morning, and here's somebody rolling by you at 118, you know, in the morning, going, you know, 98, 95 miles an hour or 100 plus miles an hour, and all you, you know, if you literally didn't notice them and were changing lanes at the wrong time, you're going to cause a fiery inferno crash that's surely going to kill somebody. And it's just like, you know, it's time to, you know, collectively rise up and shout down, you know, any kind of behavior like this. And we shouldn't minimize it. We shouldn't trivialize it. We shouldn't pretend it didn't exist or find it funny. I'm not, believe me, dear,
I'm feeling chastised, but that's okay.
No, I'm not lecturing you, but I'm just saying it's like there's an awful lot of people that are telling jokes about this. It's not funny. It's not funny. It's not funny driving 100 miles an hour down Tasman. You know,
while you're on your flipping phone, by the way. I mean, it's one thing to try to make a light. Yeah, you know, it's you know what though, Larry? I think we can do that. I can make a joke about it. You can give it a very poignant and strong and accurate PSA about it. But let's really pull it back to this is loser behavior. Loser behavior. What a loser. You driving past your ex-girlfriend's place, taking a video. Look at how cool I am in my car. Look at how fast I can go in my cool car. What a loser. What an absolute loser. I'm sorry. Like, I know that everyone's so concerned about mental health and all this stuff this day. I've talked to enough people who have talked to Brandon Ayuk. They say that he's fine. It's just kind of at the very baseline. If there is something bigger going on, I'm not going to apologize for this. It's loser behavior, and that should be called out too. Like, I don't want Brandon Ayuk back. This guy's a loser. This guy's a loser. Why would you? Sorry, we will get to the cooler content, I promise. But it is disgusting outside in the Bay Area right now. The weather has sucked by Bay Area standards for the last 3 weeks. This guy's not showing up to work. They haven't seen him in more than a month. He's not participating in any of the rehab stuff that the Niners had set up for him. He has no reason to be in the Bay. He's got tens of millions of dollars, and he's hanging out in the South Bay in the winter. Can you think of a weirder thing to do? It was like the hold-in that he did. At least there was a purpose to that. What is the purpose of him still being around here, driving past his ex-girlfriend's house in his cool new whip, going 100 miles per hour when the speed limit is 40? Like, it's just loser behavior. It's loser behavior. And yes, there are larger concerns about that, but as many of those concerns have been assuaged to me by people who know Brandon and are in touch with Brandon, and that he's just trying to get some attention. It's just loser behavior. And that, more than anything else, is kind of shocking to me, because this is not even close to the Brandon Ayuk that I at least had a passable professional relationship with. This is a different cat. And yeah, I'm with you on the speeding and all that. I've been in that wreck on 880 after a Niners game. It's get it together, and definitely, never do it, but definitely don't do it today when the roads are slick because, okay, yes, you're putting other people in danger first and foremost. You're putting yourself in danger too. It's borderline suicidal behavior when the roads are like this today. And man, okay, I got us off the. I got us off.
Have you ever hydroplaned really badly?
I have. I've
It's the
hydroplaned on a
scariest
bike.
thing.
I've hydroplaned on. It's just. Oh my god.
It's scary,
So
man. It always makes me just go, what? When you're seeing like a really terrible rain day, and here's that just total a-hole, and he's like crossing 5 lanes of traffic, and his wheels are barely engaged with the road, and it's like, whoa, bro,
what
are you doing? What are you doing? But I remember one time I was driving with some of my college buddies. We were going to Vegas, and we were going to LA first. It was like a 2-day deal. We were driving from Sacramento to LA, and then from LA to Vegas. And we get down on the Grapevine at 1 o'clock in the morning, and there's water going down the Grapevine in like sheets.
Yeah,
it's like you could see little waves, right? And all the grooves in the road filled up. And my car hydroplaned at like 60 miles an hour, and now we're going like in the direction of my passenger side door.
You're
like
Tokyo
that's like
drifting.
the front of the car. We're like drifting, and I'm sitting there. I'm panicked. I'm panicking, right? And I remember my driver's ed teacher's like, "Hey, look, whatever you do, don't try to flip back around, turn into it if you have a car that's equal balance." So I turned into it, and the car just starts spinning, right? Spinning as fast as possible.
God.
Now it comes to a stop, Dieter. We're in the wrong. We're faced the wrong way on the Grapevine in the fast lane.
Jesus.
Facing the wrong way, and I look up and I'm like, oh my God! Now all the cars are coming towards us. I quickly pull over into the shoulder, right?
Yeah.
We're not in that shoulder for more than 15 seconds when like a Mustang 5.0 hits the same spot. But you know how the Mustang 5.0's got like a real heavy chassis and kind of a light body.
I'll take your word for it. I'm not a car guy.
Instead of spinning in an even pattern like my car did, this car is spinning in an uneven pattern, like a washing machine that's like out of kilter.
Yes.
And it's whipping around, and it came flying into us head on at over 65 miles an hour and totaled the car, totaled my car. I mean, it was
You walked away though.
That's unbelievable. Yeah, seriously. Unbelievable.
Legitimately out there, and we will get to the cooler content, and I'm going to
slow the freak down.
Just imagine that everyone's got a 3-year-old and a 10-month-old in their car this morning. Take the hit at work if you're running a little bit late. If your boss doesn't understand, you probably should get a different job. Be careful out there on these roads. That's the end of Dieter and Larry's PSA. Now let's do something way more fun. And by the way, if you're in your car and you are trying to do this, either hands-free this bad boy, and obviously you already have us all dialed in on the speed dial, which still exists this day and age, or pull over, because we're going to give away some 49ers tickets. So this is the 49ers Faithful Appreciation Game versus Seattle. And the 49ers are furnishing us, Larry, with 2 tickets to give away at 415-896-KNBR. 415-896-KNBR. We're going to take another winner here in the 8 o'clock hour. We're going to go to caller number, let's go 17. Okay, we'll do 10, Danny. Fine, we'll do 10. 10 for Jimmy Garoppolo, 10 for Mac Jones, 10 because Danny Dunn told me so. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR, and the legal purposes, apparently, Danny Dunn in my ear, as if we've been maintaining any legal purposes in this show. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. You're going to win 2 tickets to see 49ers versus Seattle. I hear they're called the Seahawks. That's in Santa Clara, and that's Faithful Appreciation Game. They're going to be wearing some black uniforms. We hope they're not cursed. Much like we hope today's cooler of content isn't cursed. And let's start the cooler. Let's dig in deep. I got a nice Diet Mountain Dew. It's nice and cold. I went into the cooler for that. Let's also go into the cooler for John Lynch talking about Brock Purdy. Brockapalooza is happening again. What does John Lynch have to say about it?
Yeah, I think it's one of those things, Murph, this time of year, I don't know how many people are all the way back. Everyone's got something they're dealing with. Now, Brock had something substantial, and that's a tough injury. He sure looked good the other day, I can tell you, in all facets of his game, and it was fun watching him play. I thought he executed at a high level. He ran the offense, and then he made plays by extending them, and some unbelievable jobs of extending plays, keeping his eyes downfield. I think about the play to Demarcus Robinson for 25 yards, and the play to J.J. Jawan and for a touchdown. He extended and he made some plays. He also did things from the pocket. He played at a really high level.
So Brock Purdy played quarterback is what I heard there. Larry, I want to throw this your way. Kyle Madsen, who runs a 49ers site. Brock Purdy was a sophomore at Well, we love Kyle. I just wanted to make sure everyone in the audience knew Kyle. We love Kyle. Brock Purdy was a sophomore at Iowa State the last time Phillip Rivers played on Monday Night Football on November 18th, 2019.
Wow.
Hell of a quarterback battle tonight, huh?
Yeah. Brock Purdy's playing at a really high level. And as long as he can take care of the football, I feel really good about the 49ers' chances. Just because he is playing so well. The Niners are playing. Yeah. Purdy's playing well when he's taking care of the football and he's got the escapability. I'll take my chances with Brock Purdy. So, he's playing well, and I do think 31st pass defense today, 2 new corners, even without Pearsall. I think JJ gets in the end zone. I think Kittle has another big day. I think 49ers going to pass for 300+ yards tonight.
How about a little bump motion? That's where Christian McCaffrey's lined up in the backfield, shotgun next to Brock Purdy, and he just starts going left or going right before the snap. Get outside of the tackle box, little swing pass, quick swing pass, maybe even a Texas route, that little up and go from Christian McCaffrey. I can see Christian McCaffrey having a really nice receiving day because, as T-Rock told us, these linebackers, they're gettable now. All right. We have a secret 49ers fan in our midst, according to one Danny Dunn. We all know Mike Brown. We all love Mike Brown, one of the most lovable guys in the NBA. And we will talk to another lovable guy in the NBA, Sam Amick, here in just a moment. But Mike Brown, currently the head coach of the Knicks, who seem completely unchallenged in the Eastern Conference right now. The Emirates NBA Cup champion New York Knicks. We respect the cup in this household. I don't know about yours, Larry, but he's in on the Niners tonight. We have some sound to prove it.
Double win tonight for me. Lions lost. 49ers clinched a spot in the playoffs. Way to go, Kyle. Way to go, baby. Way to go, Ninerland. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We'll take that. I ain't saying it. But since we talk, that's a tough loss. Tough loss.
Born in Columbus, Ohio. High school in Germany. Mesa CC, San Diego. But you come and you be an assistant coach for the Golden State Warriors between 2016 and 2022. You see Kyle Shanahan take this thing from the bottom all the way to not the exact top, but very close to the peak. You got within the vicinity, to be sure. Impossible not to be a Niners fan. I guess Sacramento Kings coach will keep you in the San Francisco 49ers area as well. Mike Brown winning on many fronts. Niners fan and Knicks head coach.
How about that? I'm sure all those New York fans are probably loving the fact that he's a Niner fan.
How are those New York teams doing, Lair? Still complete crap?
Jackson Dart threw for, I think, 33 yards yesterday. So
how many? He by the end of the season, 33 might also be the amount of times he's gone to the blue tent to get checked out for a concussion because he dove headfirst directly into like 7 dudes. So 33 yards, 33 blue tent visits. Jackson Dart. I mean, he's the future, right? He's got to be the future. Ridiculous.
Jackson Dart, baby. Did Mike Brown do his Dougie? I mean, is he all in on Brock Purdy in the Niners?
You know what? I will text him right now and tell him that he has to do that if they win tonight. That's what I will do during the break.
There you go. There you go.
All right, we're going to talk to Sam Amick about all things the association on the other side. We're going to talk some NBA. Mike Brown, the appetizer. Sam Amick, the entree. Coming up, Kurtenbach and Kruger with you until 10 a.m. on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Kruger and Kurtenbach back with you on The Sports Leader. We've talked nearly 3 hours about the 49ers and the Colts and the NFL, and we need a bit of a palate refresh. We need to talk to the great Sam Amick of The Athletic about all things the association and the Dubs. So he joins us now on the UMA guest line. Sammy, how you doing, baby?
Good morning, gentlemen. Great to be with you. Sorry for the technical difficulties on video, but happy to be here.
Oh, no, trust me, you don't. You need to apologize to Danny, but definitely not us. I'm not sure if you can even see us. We're operating in a weird area of space-time from our collective basements and garages. So don't worry about it. It's a nasty day. Let me ask you the question that, of course, has predicated every thought about the Golden State Warriors for the last 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months. What's up with Jonathan Kuminga lately?
My goodness. Yeah, I mean, it's a bad stretch. Not exactly, a showcase pre-trade deadline that ups a guy's value and puts you down the pathway that you spent so much time during the summer, trying to kind of fashion and figure out. No, it's ugly. I mean, I was looking here, if you go even more macro than the past few games, if you go back to November 18th, where they started dropping games like crazy, and Jonathan's only played 5 games since then. It's tricky to figure out this team's profile, because whether it's Jonathan or Pods or Will Richard or any of these guys, it's just the rotating cast of characters, and who Steve can trust and who he goes with is obviously a big issue. But no, JK is the value is not great at the moment.
Sammy, happy holidays to you and the fam. It seems like just yesterday, you and I were sitting atop the Warrior practice facility. Your oldest guy was a little guy back then, having dinner.
My college kid, yes.
Yeah, how's the family? How's that little cute kid? He's now in college, huh?
Yeah, no, great to hear your voice, Larry. Everybody's getting older. Yeah, that little guy that you met back then is and who Steph, if you remember. Famously, my son had reading glasses at the time, and the ball smacked him in the face during a dribbling drill, and Steph picked those glasses up off the ground, and so he was added to the long list of kids who thought number 30 was a hero. Yeah, he's 19 and working at Costco and doing his thing, so he's doing well, and our youngest is doing really well. We got a 16-year-old too, so time marches on, brother.
Oh,
hope you guys
my
are
God,
well.
man. Yeah, good to hear your voice, Sammy. Hey, let's talk a little bit about Kuminga, because, I mean, January 15th is the date. That's the date they can move him. It seems like we've been all waiting for this, and there's a lot of speculation that the Warriors are looking for a big man, want some athleticism. Nick Claxton, Daniel Gafford, Robert Williams were the 3 names that Chris Haynes threw out in the last week or so. What do you think? Is there, when the 15th comes, are they going to move him that day? Are they going to move him soon thereafter? Is there going to be a market for Kuminga? Is his market really bottomed out, or is there a chance that Golden State could get something interesting coming back? What do you envision here?
I mean, I feel like a broken record when we chat about Jonathan on the show and on the station, because, like you mentioned, Chris's reporting about bigs that the Warriors would have interest in, and that certainly checks out. That we know that's a weakness on this roster. But in terms of, like, one thing we continue to not have either clarity about or an update of any substance on is, it takes 2 to tango in the Jonathan Kuminga trade. So, who are they dancing with? And in my neck of the woods, certainly the interest remains from the Kings. But, we've kind of established that the Warriors had not, they'd unofficially taken Malik Monk out of those discussions, that they didn't have interest in Malik anymore. So I don't know, where the Kings price tag would be for something like that. I guess connected to that, should mention that Malik is living the Kuminga life lately and racking up DNPs and not being used very much. So Chicago, Phoenix were also teams that were known Kuminga suitors and had interest, but it's just such a far cry from, in terms of what that package might look like, what they might get back in return. That's where I just don't have clarity right now. And I think that it's fascinating to see, Steve Kerr is going to coach this team, and he's clearly not coaching, with Jonathan's value being a great concern. He's just trying to win games.
You don't say.
Which I certainly which I understand. Was that a hot take, Dieter? Yeah.
No, it was probably the
yeah.
coldest take anyone's had on this show so far. That Steve Kerr does not seem to give a rat's you know what about Jonathan Kuminga's trade value. I think that we're all in agreement on that one.
Well, and then you got obviously, Joe Lacob kind of spilling a little truth in his email to the fan, where he's kind of sharing that, differing views from our coach on certain players. So all of which is to say, sure, you can, and I hate using the word dump. This is a human. We're talking about his contract. You can dump his contract somewhere at the deadline. But is that going to advance your cause to become a title contender again? That's where I don't have the vision to see that kind of a deal right now.
Talking to the great Sam Amick on the UMA guest line. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader and a Cumulus media station. Steve Kerr recently said that he still thinks that this Warriors team can make a run for a top 4 seed. They're 6 games back of that right now. Sam, I'm wondering if you have any inside information on what Steve Kerr is smoking.
I mean, it's the holidays. Maybe he got a really strong cigar.
It's something. That nicotine can do stuff to you.
Well, it is funny though. All right, I'm going to make sure I get my facts straight. Looking at the standings here, man, the West it's been a while since we saw the West look like the East when it comes to the playoff race, right? I mean, I looked at it before we hopped on the air. The fact that the Warriors, with all their struggles, could be 4.5 games behind the Houston Rockets, who have been fancied as a kind of a threat to the OKC crown.
Right.
So, as far as standings hope, there is some for them. It's crazy that they below 500, and the Warriors have not even fallen out of play-in territory and still are within range for top 6. Top 4, you're 6 games back of the Lakers right now. There's a long ways to go. I mean, you can say things like that, Dieter, in mid-December, and I'll be honest, I don't think he's crazy. They have plenty of time to fix things.
Okay.
I also can't totally go against my own projections going into the year, which is that I believed in what they did on the back end of last season, and so if you squint hard enough, maybe they recapture it somehow, but it's obviously not looking that way right now.
It's such a some of these conversations are hard for Warrior fans to have, because there's so many Warrior fans that aren't, I don't want to say not real Warrior fans, but they're young Warrior fans. So they didn't endure what a lot of the older Warrior fans endured, and they've been spoiled. I mean, they're completely spoiled, and nobody wants to have the real conversation. It's easy to have conversations about Kuminga's disappointing. It's harder to have conversations that say that Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler, who are your 2 closers, some nights have a hard time closing. And this team's basically 500 because their 2 closers can't close, and they're getting old. We can talk about Kuminga and the surrounding pieces and frame everybody we want, but isn't it really come down to the fact that they're done. They're winning. Their title is their window's closed. They're 2 big stars that make a ton of money are can't carry them in the fourth quarter every single night. Isn't that really what seems like? Nobody wants to talk about that, and we want to talk about all the things that Kuminga's not and all the issues that Kerr has with Kuminga. What about just the fact that Jimmy Butler and Curry are just too old to really do it anymore with any kind of consistency?
Yeah, I mean, I'm torn on that, Larry, because honestly, especially Steph, he's still pretty damn good on a consistent basis, and again, I know I mentioned I looked up the numbers from when they started sliding, right? So, Steph Curry in his last 8 games played, almost 31 points, 5 assists, 5.3 rebounds, shooting splits are 50%, almost 43% from 3. and 86 from the line. You got Jimmy Butler, 20 points, 4.7 assists, 5.8 boards. Splits are 50, 40, 84. Like, that's pretty damn good. That's 11 games played. And so I think the maddening part for Warriors fans, and probably, if I'm being honest, the part that I'm a little more on their side is, like, when you didn't have somebody like Jimmy in-house and you just had Steph and Draymond, you'd realize the ceiling was pretty low, because Clay had fallen off and then Clay parted ways and headed for Dallas. But having those three guys should give you hope, because Draymond is still pretty damn good too. And that is where, like, I think more than maybe all 29 other NBA teams, if you tapped into the local sports station and they had the debate, like, I do think Warriors fans talk about the role players probably more than anybody in the league. But I get it, because, it's just like, you feel like the relevance and the return to real contention is right there if you could just get the puzzle pieces right. So, what you're saying is valid. They are older. They don't close like they used to. But, the organization is even messaged like they're not letting go of the rope. And so as long as they keep trying to build and cling on to this dynasty, which is what they're doing, then I think the fans are going to follow in kind.
Because we can't go more than 5 minutes without talking about Jonathan Kuminga. Let me just throw something your way here, Sam, and see if it does anything for you. Klay Thompson's coming back to the Bay on Wednesday. I think it's here. There was a report in ESPN, amongst so many things, about Klay and his post-Warriors life, but the suggestion that there are people around the league who believe that Klay could return to the Warriors at some point before his career is over in something more than a one-day contract capacity. Kuminga's value is very low. I'm going to throw a three-way trade at you. It's very simple. Warriors get back Klay Thompson. We lean into nostalgia. The Mavericks get Kobe White. The Bulls get Jonathan Kuminga. It doesn't take much manipulation at all. It's cap compliant. When I throw that your way, what kind of repulsion do you have?
I mean, Kobe White's pretty damn good. So
he is, but he's also kind of in and out for the Bulls now. I mean, it doesn't feel like he's part of their future. They haven't signed into that contract yet. The Mavericks can use some offense.
No, that's fair. That's fair. And we already established the interest previously. So I see where your head is at for sure, Dieter. It's just a matter of, what is Kobe's market? And, that's a guy that had been tied to Minnesota, for example. The Timberwolves have been looking at Kobe White pretty hard. So, all it takes is another suitor to come along and say, all right, don't take the peanuts over here. We can give you a real trade. But I do see where your head is at. And, the Mavs trying to turn a new page in the Cooper Flag era. I mean, Kuminga would absolutely, but no, I got some pieces wrong. Sorry.
You go to the Bulls, yeah.
But
by the way, it could be even cleaner than that. We don't even need to get Kobe White involved. Klay for Kuminga requires just like a little bit of money to come the other way with from the Mavericks, because Klay's making 16.6, Kuminga's at 22.5. They're both locked in at the second apron. The joys of NBA conversation in the year 2025 coming into 26. But like, how about I make this very simple? Could Klay Thompson help the Warriors today?
He could help them more than Jonathan is, like that's what a trade is about, right? Like, did you make us better? And there is some part of me, they would receive criticism for it, but there is some part of me, like, we know this is the basketball world that Steph Curry built, right? Mm-hmm. And so what is Steph saying behind the scenes? We've already seen Steph kind of choosing to share his perspective on the way Klay's been treated lately. And taking up for his brother, even from a distance, in regards to some of the Dillon Brooks stuff, and just the lack of respect for Klay. I mean,
fighting Memphis.
Fighting Memphis. Is it the end of the world if they? And this is not a rhetorical question; it's a real question. Like, is it the end of the world for the fans if they just lean all the way into the nostalgia and they hit the finish line of this era, like, honoring, like, finding a way to, put the Klay thing back in place, get the band back together, and just deal with the results? Like, is that the end of the world? I would say, honestly, no, because it's at least has value from a sentimental purpose that might supersede some of the delusion that is happening right now, which is what you kind of hit on, which is like, a team that isn't really a contender continuing to try to fancy itself a contender. So I can see it, and it would make folks happy. And I think folks might have a level of acceptance with this group, regardless of the results. I mean, they would win games. They're just not going to contend. But the acceptance part is that would be very different from the Warrior fan experience right now, where it's, angst and honestly, not to get too far afield, but like talking about Steve Kerr like he's a rookie coach that didn't win, all these championships. Like that dialogue is crazy to me.
Yeah, I mean, when I hear that deal, I just go yuck. I mean, the idea that you're going to part ways with Kuminga for old Klay Thompson.
Can't divide by zero, Lair. Can't divide by zero. He doesn't play.
It's just bad. I mean, you're not winning anything. I'd rather see them. I'd rather see them go see if they could make a trade where they could find some young piece that they project to be, better. I mean, there's talk about Portland having interest or them having interest in Robert Williams. Would Portland move Yang, the big center? I mean, he would be very popular in the Bay. I think he's got a future. I'd love to see him in post at the 5. I mean, the Warriors obviously need some size. It'd be nice if they had a bigger player, but it'd be nice if they had a bigger player who had some upside. What do you think of Williams? What do you think of Yang? Do you think Portland would have any interest in Kuminga?
I don't have clarity there intel-wise. I mean, I see where your head's at with that one. Robert Williams has been, when he's healthy, which is not often, a pretty coveted big for quite some time, and a guy that, we forget. If you go back to the year before the Celtics won the championship, Robert was a major impact player and a guy that was on a lot of teams' short list for big. So, can he recapture some of that here at the age of 28 as I'm looking at his profile? With Yang, he's playing for them a pretty minimal amount. So, I mean, maybe, he's only averaging 8 minutes a game. The Bay thing would fit. He had some impact moments in the preseason, impact moments in the summer league. I can see it. But you guys are basically discussing two completely divergent approaches, right? Which is where this thing is so interesting.
What makes good sports talk radio.
No, I mean, I'm down for it. It's just like the turning over every, couch cushion for the player who might become something versus, going to sit next to the old guy on the couch and just reminisce about old times in Klay. It's two very different approaches, but that's why it's fun. And that's why, I mean, my gosh, I'm looking at the calendar. We got 2 months until, I guess, 7 weeks till this deadline. It's going to be super interesting to see how the Warriors play this.
Things are going great, Sam. Well, we're talking about the Rip City remix and bringing Klay Thompson back. I think that things are going great, and I don't know why Steve Kerr doesn't think they can't get the force. Thank you so much for indulging our delusions and fanciful ideas and G League and old man talk. A happy holidays to you and your family, the great Sam Amick of The Athletic.
Same to you guys. Happy holidays. Quick shameless plug just because it's Warriors related. Steve had a really interesting interview with our Zena Kata on the Athletic show. So check that out on YouTube. He talks about his future and didn't sound like a guy to me that was necessarily coming back after this year. So check that out. But appreciate you guys.
Interesting. Sam, great stuff as always. We will get into that on the other side, Larry, because I got some thoughts.
Thanks, guys. Be good.
My. Yeah, thanks, Sam. Appreciate it. Sorry, I thought Sam was already gone. Now we can talk about him. No, I'm kidding. Sam's the best. Steve. Expiring contract, end of the year, some rumors, some innuendo, some bubbling up from the deep unknown. We'll talk about it on the other side. Kurtenbach and Kruger with you until 10 on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 49ers and Colts square off tonight on Monday Night Football, 5:15 kickoff. But you can hear pregame talk all day here on the Sports Leader. So keep it locked right here for all your 49ers coverage.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
We're back with you. Kurtenbach and Kruger on The Sports Leader. Sam Amick dropped a little something on us there on the way out. Steve Kerr was on a little something, a tidbit that got my mind going, and I want to pick yours about it, Lair. Steve Kerr was on something called The Athletic Show. Apparently, it's all now just reduced down to one singular show. I remember when they had a whole website. But Steve Kerr was on that show, and he was talking about his future. And this is something that, I guess to Steve Kerr's delight, has not been much of a topic of conversation in the general day-to-day of Golden State Warriorsdom. But Steve is in the last year of his contract, and in the offseason, he used that very much as a weapon to get a team put around Steph and Jimmy and Draymond that he wanted, save for perhaps the Jonathan Kuminga of it all. But DeAnthony Melton, Al Horford, bringing back GP2, keeping Guy Santos, even drafting Will Richard. It was all because Steve kept a little bit of pressure on the organization of, I could leave at the end of the year. It seems to me as if Steve is doing that a little bit again right now, as Joe Lacob's emails are leaked. And what about the emails, Larry? But it feels like Steve is starting to bring that topic of conversation back to the forefront again, because he is, it's factual. He doesn't need this. He can walk away at the end of the year, and unless you want to put together a team that Steve Kerr likes, it might inform his decision on that. Are you reading it all into Steve bringing this back to the forefront, bringing this back into a topic of conversation?
There's a lot going on here, right? Because I mean, you got Kerr, who's he doesn't have a contract beyond this year. Right. He doesn't seem like he wants a contract necessarily beyond this year, but he also said, I'm not going to leave Steph. So right. Is he going to coach Steph till the end? Then you got Lacob, who, had Jerry West, Bob Myers, Larry Riley, Travis Schlenk, and now he's got his two sons, or I guess he doesn't have his two sons.
And Mike Dunleavy. He only has one son left.
One son.
Yeah.
But whatever. The point is that you had some very good personnel guys, but you'd rather have your kids run it, and you want to run it. And Bob Myers kind of referenced the fact that Joe, him and Joe didn't see eye to eye. So now you got this. Now you got the situation where Joe is, some guy put his back and forth on Reddit, and it kind of makes it look like Joe is frustrated with Kerr, but who's kidding? Does Joe even though Joe owns the team? I mean, does he have enough goodwill built up to run out Kerr against Curry's wishes? No, of course not. No. It's just the whole thing's everybody's kind of feeling themselves over there. The reality is that Don Nelson told Larry Riley that Steph Curry was special, and Larry Riley had the job and drafted Steph Curry. And then Joe Lacob happened to buy a team that had this awesome young player. It's like buying the Chiefs with Mahomes as a rookie.
Right.
And then all of a sudden it's like, hey, look what I've done. It's like, really? Really? Did you do that? Or did you do, Justinian Jessup and Alan Smilageach and
now.
all the other donkeys that they've drafted in this era? So, you got a lot of people that want credit. You got a lot of people that want a lot of cooks in the kitchen, a lot of non-basketball people, a lot of non-NBA personnel people doing NBA personnel. That can't be a good thing. So, I don't know what the future is. I really don't. I mean, the crazy, the crazy lunatic fringe that, are so freaking spoiled by the Warriors' success.
You got to get off Twitter. This is a you problem. You got to get off Twitter.
No. I mean, but I'm not going to pretend these people don't exist. They do exist, they're out there. They're out there screaming and yelling that Kerr sucks and he needs to go. I've never, bought into that. I don't think Steve's perfect. I don't think Steve's necessarily brought along the young players, but the 2 timeline thing didn't work. And it worked for San Antonio, but there was a lot of factors that helped it work for San Antonio. It's not working here. They haven't made enough good decisions around their core. They got that one ring because, Steve kept, to me, the last title that they got was the Kerr title. I mean, that was the title that they weren't the best team, but he kept it together. And other teams fractured, and he kept his team together. And then by the time we got to June, the Warriors were the best team standing. And to me, that's the Kerr title. And I'm a big believer that Kerr is a great coach. And I really think that the bigger part of the NBA is not the X's and O's, or the minutes or the, your rotations. It's about the tone that you set and bringing the group from Halloween to the 4th of July and have them stay together. And that was the genius of Phil. And that's the genius of Kerr. And, I just think that, but if I was Steve, life's, he's had a great gig, but you know what, maybe it's time to go do something else. I mean, he could do any number of things. He's obviously a man with eclectic interests, and he's very, very skilled. And I don't know. I mean, does he really want to do this? I mean,
it
this
does seem
NBA
like a colossal pain in
grind.
the ass. Yeah, it seems. I mean, I think he does. I think that if you were to ask Steve Kerr, if we put the truth serum in him right now, I'd say that he. And I've heard him say things to this. I'm piecing together stuff, and maybe I'm overreading the tea leaves, but I think that he would really miss the camaraderie, the challenge, the being in it of the NBA. This has been his life for 40-something years now. He's 60 years
You don't want to do anything different? I mean, come on.
Well, I'm not saying that.
You're really going to sit there? Gary Radnich used to joke with me. It's like, you're really going to, you're sitting there on New Year's Eve or Christmas Eve, and you're not there with your family, and there's Popeye Jones snoring, and Gary used to paint these pictures of but he
is with his family. Nick's
life.
With them. Nick's on the staff. Nick's a good coach. Nick was a really good coach in Santa Cruz. He comes up through the Cal system. Like Nick's a good coach. He's got him around him. It's not as if he's got young kids or anything at home. He's 60 years old. His wife can come on the road with him. Like all this stuff. No, I'm not saying that Steve Kerr can't do anything else.
You're 13 and
14.
Well,
and I think that we might
be.
I think we might be on it. I think that we might be on the end, because clearly, if the end of the tunnel isn't right in front of them, you can see it. And then I guess the question is, what's the most graceful way to exit? Steve has talked about that a lot. Like, we want to make sure that these guys have a graceful exit. And if that means another title, that's incredible. That's the most graceful possible exit. We can all go out like Jerome Bettis. Or how do we make it so that there's dignity in the descent? And right now, I'm having a hard time seeing the dignity. And it does feel to me as if that's what Steve probably prioritizes more than anything else. And this, I think, Kuminga situation between him and Kuminga, and the fact is that the Warriors 2 years ago needed to make a call between Jonathan Kuminga and Steve Kerr. They haven't made that call yet. It's obvious who the call is going to be for, and it's Kerr. You get rid of Kuminga. But this thing has dragged on way too long. It's created a state of just purgatory for the entire organization. and maybe they can get something going on the back end. But Steve bringing up the fact that he doesn't have his contract till the end of last year, even though in the preseason he's like, I don't want to talk about it. It's not a big deal. We'll deal with it at the end of the year. I trust the organization. They trust whatever. It doesn't want to be a thing. Now he's bringing it up. Now he's willing to talk about it. It seems to me like he's just putting a little bit of fire under the Warriors' ass just to remind him, hey, let's get rid of this JK guy that I don't like very much. Just remember that you got to make a choice now between me and him because, again, the Warriors should have made this choice 2 years ago. Every time I'm on with JD, we waste 4 hours talking about Jonathan Kuminga and why they should have gotten rid of him 2 years ago. It's been 2 years of this nonsense, Lair. And I just look at it, and this seems to me like Steve trying to keep the Warriors honest again and using the leverage that he has to make sure that he gets what he wants and to make sure that the Warriors don't chicken out again. Because let's not pretend for a second as if push comes to shove and you're looking at, I mean, let's just use the example that I threw out there, even though you hate it, Jonathan Kuminga for Klay Thompson in a 3-team trade, and you're looking at that and you're being like, oh man, we are really selling low on Jonathan Kuminga. What's to say the Warriors won't just balk at trading him again, as they did this past summer, as they did at last year's trade deadline, as they did the summer before that? What's to say that they won't continue to see the upside, and it's Steve Kerr keeping a fire under their ass, and we'll see what comes of it. We got until January 15th when Jonathan Kuminga can be traded, and I think a lot of people expect it to happen immediately. I'm not part of that. And we got a trade deadline in February after the All-Star. We will keep an eye on it. And certainly there will be plenty of time to talk about it between now and those deadlines. But we got a football game tonight, Lair. And
I mean, it's such a goofy conversation, dude. I mean, it's such
How is it a goofy conversation?
It's a goofy conversation because it's ridiculous. We don't talk endlessly about Jason Pinnock. All right, we're not.
I mean, we could. You and I could.
We're not
We're not
doing endless talk shows about Gerard Encarnacion. So
well, that's not true. I mean, have you ever listened to Sports from KNBR? We'll do an hour on Gerard Encarnacion.
We're not belaboring Christian Koss. I mean, what are we doing here? I mean, at some point, it's time to S or get off the pot.
I really don't
care.
You.
It's a mediocre old basketball team that's not going to win, whether they trade this guy or not. And this gigantic filibuster about your ninth best player is tiresome, if not annoying.
It's been 2 years. It's been 2 years, and the problem doesn't seem to go away. In fact, it only seems to get worse. And it does feel like an impediment to figuring out what the hell the Golden State Warriors are. I'm with you. I think that they're going nowhere, and they're doing it slowly. But the idea is that there is a shakeup that has to happen, that everybody's just waiting in this state of what's going to happen, this purgatory, this limbo, if you will. And until Kuminga's gone, they can't move on with their lives. I mean, they got to move out of the damn apartment. You broke up, move out of the apartment. And
it's just bizarre. I mean, it's like, look at the Giants have Carson Wisenhunt. He's a flawed lefty prospect who's got maybe a little bit of a future. We're not
the owner thought that Carson Wisenhunt
talking endlessly about.
It's a fundamentally
what should we do about Carson Wisenhunt? What are we going to do about Wisenhunt? Wisenhunt this, Wisenhunt that, Wisenhunt this. Enough.
What if Charles Johnson had publicly stated countless times that he thought Carson Wisenhunt was the future of the team and that he would take over after this? I mean, we can't speak to this with the Giants, but like if the Giants were the most successful team in professional sports for a 9-year stretch, if they were the gold standard, pardon the pun, of professional sports, not just basketball, but professional sports, and dominated every news cycle in professional sports nationally, built the NBA back up into something that's culturally relevant. And then you bring in a guy like Carson Wisenhunt, and they were grooming him to be the next future of the franchise and the ace that was going to, continue on this great legacy. And it had all gone to hell the same way that it's going to hell with Kuminga, I think we'd be talking about it. It's not the actual player of Kuminga. It's the idea of Kuminga. And that's what the Warriors can't seem to give up, even though you and I, rational humans who watch basketball, understand that it ain't going to happen. It never had happened. And it sure as hell isn't going to help the Warriors anytime soon. But it's the idea of Kuminga that the Warriors can't seem to give up until they actually do. And I think Steve is keeping a fire to their ass, making sure that they actually make the damn move that needed to be made so long ago. So you're right, it's a ridiculous conversation, but the ridiculousness is not on us for having it. The ridiculousness is on the Warriors for being in a situation where this thing's holding up any future business and getting anything done.
I hear you, but I mean, it's a gigantic shut the F up. You know what I mean? It's like a buddy of mine who, constantly is bitching about his girlfriend in college. Oh, dude, she's this, she's a B, she's a that, she's a this, she's a that. And I'm like, dude, why don't you just leave this chick if you can't stand her? Bro, she's freaking beautiful. Bro, she's suddenly she's Princess Di and, every great woman rolled into one. It's like, dude, I thought you hated her. I thought she was a B. I thought she was this. I thought she was that. Now I'm saying dump her, and you're like, dude, she's awesome. That's the Warriors in Kuminga. They don't like him. They don't like him. He can't do this. He can't do that. Well, give him away. We can't give him away.
That's right.
My God.
That's
what
right.
if, don't, bury that thought, even the idea, it's like, all right, enough already. It's just so
you're not
it's
wrong.
so beyond tired. We don't talk this much in other sports about these middling nothing players that are inconsequential, and it's over the top. It's like it's really because there's nothing else to talk about. The Warriors are old. The Warriors are eroding. There's no real anything there anymore, and so all you got left is Kuminga, and so we're parking our car at the corner of Jonathan and Kuminga with this gigantic, illogical, boring, philosophical discussion of what should we get for him. At the end of the day, it's just like meatballs. It just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. You know what I mean? It's like they ain't going anywhere with them. They ain't going anywhere without him. You're talking about reacquiring Klay Thompson. To what end?
Yes.
At least my idea is like, hey,
at least it would end.
hunt for somebody who might have some upside potential that, I don't know, maybe after you make the trade 3 or 4 weeks, you're like, hey, wait a second. We unearthed a really good player. And I would
sure
be trying
Lacob's
to do
kid
that.
can find that guy.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be trying to do that more than, just go bring, what is this? Glory days? I feel like, we're bringing back Klay Thompson for what? For what?
Yeah.
So he can have more issues with the decline of his career, and we all have to witness it. And it's like, I don't know. I'd rather see the Warriors be a little bit more decisive, get real, stop trying to win. It's like there's all this talk about winning now, and yet the people that I talk to around the franchise that I trust are like, hey, Krug, we've done our winning. I know. How come you guys don't seem to know that? How come
they do?
How come you're admitting something privately? How come you can't act publicly on that? Is your arena that opulent, that fancy, that pricey that you can't say honestly to your fans, our window's closed and let's try to think about the next window? It's got to be this.
Ding.
Let's prop it open all to justify 3 tall beers for $57. I mean, come on.
Ding. All right, we'll put a pin in it. We'll put a pin in it.
That's
even though
where I'm at
Larry
with it.
just hit the nail on the head. And on the other side, we're going to talk Jason Pinnock. Has Big Nickel run its course? Kurtenbach and Kruger on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Back with you. The Sports Leader, Kurtenbach and Kruger getting into it. Kurtenbach, Kruger, and Kuminga here on the Leader this afternoon. Well, it's morning. It might be afternoon to you. Depends on where you're listening. 50,000 watts of power. I don't think it can reach the East Coast yet, but certainly you can watch and listen to us anytime. YouTube, Twitch, the beautiful KNBR app. Larry, quick segment here, but 49ers 5.5-point favorites on the road. Does that line read correct to you at all? 5.5? That feels favorable to the Colts.
I like this spot for the Niners. You know, there's been some games where I haven't thought I haven't felt really good about it, but I feel really good about tonight. 49ers are playing well. They're good on the road. I like the better team on the faster surface. Indy's, got off to a hot start. They started 7-1. Their offense was cooking. Now they've lost 4 straight, 5-6. Their offense can't score. Their quarterback looked good last week. I think this is the comeuppance. I think this is the welcome back to reality game. I like the Niners big tonight. I think the 49ers are going to cover that number for fun.
I'm going to give you another number here. Juwan Jennings over 100 receiving yards at plus 560. Are we just taking that to the bank, you and me?
No, I like that under, but I love JJ to score another touchdown. He's a touchdown scoring monster this year. He's scoring touchdowns in bunches. Jennings, he's caught 2 touchdown passes last week. He caught 2 last week against Tennessee. He's got 1
4 in the
touchdown.
last 3. Yeah.
4 of the last 5. He's got a touchdown, and he's averaging
right. Yeah.
6 and over 6.5 targets per game. And I think he'll get targeted, but Bourne will get his targets. I love Jennings to score a touchdown, but I think that number might be a little high for him. I mean, if you go look at his career, he hasn't been over that total.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't do 100 very often, but the ones that he gets, he really does make count. And 3rd and Juwan's going to be a thing today. McCaffrey, Kittle. I like that Bourne pick. I do like that Bourne pick. It'll be interesting to see if they can get Demarcus Robinson involved. Did a really good job blocking the last couple of weeks. Maybe that gets a little bit more favor from Kyle Shanahan because he's doing the little things right. Maybe he starts to get earlier progressions for Brock Purdy, but we'll keep an eye on it tonight. 49ers and Colts 5:15 here on the Leader. We got to figure out what young Danny, we call it just Danny. What did Danny Dunn, the great Danny Dunn, learn today? That's on the other side, and we'll get you ready for the Gregs at 10 a.m. Kurtenbach and Kruger until then on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER. Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All right, what did Danny Dunn learn today? It's sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Kurtenbach and Kruger hanging out with you for another 9 minutes or so. Danny Dunn, my old friend.
Gentlemen,
what'd you learn today?
How are you guys doing this morning?
Doing great.
This show has flown by, hasn't it?
Yes.
Unbelievable.
So many things that I could have learned, but the thing I learned the most was that Mike Brown is a 49ers fan. And that, and as pointed out on the text line, it's because his son Cameron Brown is a coach on the 49ers.
Well, that's even better. That's good insight from the text line. Usually it's just people telling me I suck, but that is the reason we keep the text line available for that great insight. Cameron Brown, I just presumed it was a common last name, but hey, you learn something new every day, too, if you're Dieter Kurtenbach. Larry, did you know that Cameron Brown was Mike Brown's son?
No, but did you know that my wife's maiden name is Brown?
It's a common name. It's a common
There
name.
you
What
go.
color's her
There
hair,
you go.
though? I mean,
Blonde.
Blonde. There you go.
She's
There
a
you go.
blonde brown.
Everyone's oxymoronic these days.
Yeah. Yes, Mike Brown. You know who else is a huge Niner fan?
Lay it
And
on me.
I didn't realize this. James Harden.
Yes, I did know that, and I didn't care for it, if I'm being honest.
Can I
Especially
tell you
during
my-
the.
Can
Yeah,
I tell
tell
you
me
my
the
James
story.
Harden Niner fan story.
Do
So
it.
the last game of Candlestick, in the old stadium of Candlestick, the media had to leave the press box and then walk down through the stands to the field. And then we would stand on the corner of the field for the last 5 minutes of the game. And then we would walk to this tiny little press box in
Right.
the, down the right field line at Candlestick, like where the bullpens used to be.
Right.
So that was the way. So final game of Candlestick, Niners Falcons, Monday nighter, and I'm standing there on the sideline, and Navarro Bowman gets the pick six,
Mm-hmm.
and he's running down the sideline, and as he's running down the sideline, I'm standing right there, and I kind of back up a couple steps, and I back up into James Harden, and then I'm like, whoa, James Harden. And then he had a Niner something on, and he's like, yeah, man, I'm a big Niner fan. I'm like, wow, bro, I had no idea. So there you go, James Harden, big time Niner fan, so much so that he was on the sidelines for the final game at the Stick.
You also created a terrible chapter of NBA history because when you backed up and bumped into James Harden, he thought, man, I could make something out of that. I could really flop around. Maybe they'd get a call for me. Oh, I should try that on the court. And then I'm going to grow a beard. And then I'm going to be just a colossal pain in the ass for Warriors fans for a good half decade. You created a terrible part of history, Larry. I'm going to put that on you. Now that I know who to blame,
he did.
Thanks a lot, buddy.
When I bumped into him, he did look up at the shot clock, saying, "Hey, wait a second, is it gonna? Can I throw the ball to somebody else with like a half second left, and they can do nothing with it?" And there you go, the beauty of playing basketball with James Harden.
Meanwhile, Matt Mayoko's looking over, and he's saying, "No, that's on the floor. That's on the floor. That's not a shot. That's on the floor." But by the way, we got to get in some news here. DeForest Buckner, we suggested that he would play. That is factual. He will, in fact, play. The Colts have activated him from injured reserve. Something to always keep in mind with these injury reports. The Niners, the way they do their typical resting of players schedule is they do it early in the week. They do then a practice on Thursday and then sort of a half practice on a Friday before traveling. Some teams get their good practices in on Wednesday and Thursday, the typical Wednesday and Thursday, and then we'll rest guys on a Friday. The Niners don't rest guys on Fridays on a typical week. They rest them on Wednesdays, and just something to keep in mind. I always forget which teams do and don't. I don't have a comprehensive list, but it seems to me because DeForest Buckner was limited or just what was it? Didn't practice on. Didn't participate on the Saturday practice, the typical Friday of a game week. Didn't participate in Saturday's practice. I'm going to just presume that was their typical veteran rest day for some of their guys. So DeForest Buckner in the lineup tonight, and him and Grover Stewart is an absolute hell of a combination. The Colts give up the fewest yards per rush on interior zone runs at only 3.4. They give up 3.7 per carry this season. Man, not a lot of teams have to run it because their pass defense is so bad. But if you run it to the middle with DeForest Buckner now back in the lineup and Grover Stewart, just such an underrated gap plugger, only 3.4 yards on interior runs this year. Something to keep in mind as we watch tonight's game.
Very good stuff there. We got all through a 4-hour show, no Giants dialogue of any kind.
Well, what's there to talk about, Lair?
Well, I have my Giants. Well, how about this? The Giants topped the 500 mark only once in the last, wait for it, 9 seasons.
That's right. 2021.
Did you know that?
I absolutely known it because I've covered the Giants consistently for 9 seasons. 500
mark only once in the last 9 seasons?
Yeah, but there were a couple times where they were exactly 500. So, joke's on you, Larry. They got over the hump. But how many times did they break even, Larry? I mean, that's the real question.
Well, yeah, seriously. I thought we could have a Christmas, themed show today. I was going to be like, hey, man, I've got a buddy who bought an asset for $100 million in 1992. His asset is now worth $5 billion here in 2026. What should he buy? And the answer is anything he wants. He's got more money than God. That's ridiculous.
They're 40 million shy of the luxury tax line. They didn't go over the luxury tax line last year, so everything's reset. They still need like 3 starting pitchers, a bunch of bullpen. By the way, all the bullpen arms have been used up, so you're bottom barrel in that one right now. You need an outfielder who can both hit and catch. I think that's what they refer to it as, just anything in the outfield. But meanwhile, I'm reading, and you know how the Giants love to throw messages through the media. Casey Schmidt wouldn't be so bad. Oh no, I'm hearing a lot of Casey Schmidt talk lately. Oh, it wouldn't be so bad if he was our starting second baseman. And Larry, I'll yell for you. Yes, it would be. That would be awful.
First of all, I'm a Casey Schmidt head, so I'm a big Casey Schmidt fan. So I believe
you don't
in
want
Casey
him
Schmidt.
Starting.
No, you know what I want? I want Ketel Marte.
Well, he doesn't want to come here on the no trade list.
I saw that, but I mean, come on. I mean, buy it off somehow. I mean, isn't that well, isn't that seriously like just kind of like, I just want a seat at the table. Like, don't send me to a bet. I mean, first of all, why? I understand why hitters don't want to come to San Francisco, but why would you not want to come here when you already signed your big money deal? Like, I understand why you wouldn't want to come here for like a 1 year make good and then try to, surf it to something else. But if you've already got big money long term, man, I think Ketel Marte would be a phenomenal get for the Giants.
I agree with you. He's an outstanding player. He's exactly the kind of player that they need, but he doesn't want to come here. He doesn't want to come here. And,
ask him again.
Just keep asking.
Just keep
break
asking.
him down. Perseverance is not something I would consider a Giants
just say,
trait.
hey, look, do you want to keep living in the land of 17,000 Circle Ks, or do you want to come somewhere here in Northern California where we got a little bit more here? We have more
an
than just
AM/PM.
Circle K. We're not just Circle K here.
We have Safeway gas stations. He might just listen. This is a thing. He might be of the persuasion where he's not the biggest fan of San Francisco. I mean, I saw the A's weren't on the list. I imagine that list was put together before that. He might just hate the Bay. Yeah, his loss, but it might be the case. I don't know what to tell you, because honestly, if it's not Ketel Marte, I thought Nathaniel Lowe would have been a great option for him. He got traded to the Pirates, and apparently you see the media message on that. Well, he doesn't play good defense. I'm sorry, I forgot that you guys were in such a great position that you could pick which one of you get it all. You know how you get it all, Larry? You develop the guys. Otherwise, you're going to have to pick and choose a little bit. I'm going to take the guy who got 31 home runs, even if it's a little bit of a drop-off at glove. But, hey, that's
Seriously,
just me.
Go get Gavin Lux. See, he can hit. He can't field. I mean,
Sure.
fielding's nice, but
go do something.
Score 4 runs. How about that? Make it a decent show.
Larry, how about you? First off, this was a decent show. I'll say that myself. And then second, why don't you go have yourself a very Merry Christmas, my friend, and a very happy holiday season.
Do the same,
a pleasure
man.
as always. Yeah.
Do the same. Let me just say this. I'm a huge fan of you, dude. I think you're one of the best talk show hosts in the country. I don't throw that around lightly. When I was given the opportunity to work with you, I'm like, absolutely, let's do it. So big fan of what you do, dude. And I know you're not for everybody, and you might be a little bit of an acquired taste, but it's a taste that I've acquired. I know you're a hit on YouTube. I mean, we can't do a stream that doesn't get 20,000 views. So I'm a big fan of your work, bro. Seriously, safe travels to you and the babes and the wife, and we'll do much more in 2026.
Well, I'll be talking to you on YouTube, Larry. And in the meantime, we got to hand it off to Papa and Silver. It's sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, the very Merry Christmas leader, and a Cumulus media station.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Goff out of the gun, gives to his right. Snap back, Goff moving right. Throws, open, safe ground, right side, touchdown. 1 play to decide this one. 4th and goal at the 9, 8 seconds to go. Lions down by 5. Out of timeout, snap back, Goff to throw. Steps up, fires near side, caught at the 1. Flags come out, short of the goal line. They throw a lateral to Goff, and he scores!
Oh, no. I can't believe it.
There's a flag.
Did they blow the whistle dead? Does it mean anything?
The replay right now, Carl Cheffers is now breaking the huddle with the officials, and he's going to address the crowd. Here we go, Carl Cheffers.
The ruling on the field is a touchdown, however, pass interference, number 14 on the offense. By rule, that penalty is not enforced, and there is no replay. The game is over.
Wow!
There is no touchdown. OPI and number 14 negates the penalty. There is no replay. The game is over.
Everything about this NFL season has to be the difficult way. But hey,
With that final call right there and with Pittsburgh's win over the Detroit Lions, the 49ers have officially clinched a spot in the 2025 postseason. So they got their Christmas present. Merry Christmas, I guess Christmas week here from the Gregs. And yeah, we got a big week going on right now because first and foremost, it's not the boy in the bubble. It's the boy here in Daly City. We got Papa hanging out with us as we get ready for Monday Night Football. So good to see you, my friend, in a true capacity.
It has been a while since I've been in this studio, late June, so we're coming up in about 5 months, but I figured if I'm going back into the booth at Levi's, the Lon Simmons broadcast booth on Sunday night, I need to warm up and be around people, but there are very few people here. John Curley here, Danny Dunn's here, just about everything is tumbleweeds blowing through 99.7. I was going to play the Big Money Minute this morning, but Greg and Benny are both gone, so I did go in their studios and kind of take things over, but good to actually see you in person. It has been a while, and give you a bro hug, and we'll do more of it. I'll be out and about and got a little work to do today, so I'll do half the show and hopefully come back and finish up the week and get ready for it. So, and that ending last night in Detroit, I didn't think the Steelers were capable of playing that well, minus their best defensive player, T.J. Watt, but they played well the last couple of weeks. They completely owned the line of scrimmage, both of them, ran the ball, took Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery completely away until Jahmyr got loose at the end of the game and forced the craziness. But Warren broke a couple of big runs. The Kenneth Gainwell catch was not touched to the ground, pop up and run it in. Amazing. So it just tells you how up and down a football season can be. And obviously with the Niners, we'll get into all the roller coaster ride. But there were times where I thought Pittsburgh was a really good football team and going to do something this year. And there were times where their defense looked so disorganized. In particular, the middle linebacker, Patrick Queen, didn't know where he was going. He was on ice skates a lot. And then all of a sudden they tightened it up. The wide receiver is a problem, and we'll see if he gets disciplinary action for punching a fan yesterday. But they played well enough to win. Baltimore lost, and Lamar's probably going to be out a while with a knee injury. So I think the Steelers are not only going to give Mike Tomlin a winning record this year, which they're going to do, but they're probably going to win that division, which we thought they were going to do early in the year kind of by default. And then Baltimore got better, and is Joe Burrow coming back? So it's just, and that speaks to why we played that, is the Niners are mathematically in the playoffs now. Just about everybody is in the NFC. Everything is sewn up. Detroit, I want them eliminated ASAP, but I'm not sure I do. They just don't look like the same team, especially on defense, the way they got bullied around last night in a home game or yesterday afternoon. But they still have a faint heartbeat, but probably Green Bay will get in. We'll talk about the Chicago Bears after this Colts game is cleared, and their offense just does nothing the entire game. In the last 2 minutes of the game, they've done it 6 times where they've won the game with 2 minutes or less. They come from behind. That is insane. And that quarterback has a hard time reading the field, but you just roll them on a half roll going right and run DJ Moore on an over route coming left and just one-on-one. He can drop it in the bucket. That is the Heisman winner we saw from USC when they make it simple for him, and they got the two-headed monster in the running game. So, I mean, obviously the Seattle Rams game got it going. Saturday night, Bears-Packers was amazing. The hit on Jordan Love? Ooh. What does that mean? And then Josh Jacobs was a major question mark to start the game, winds up leaving the game, and the Bears find a way to win the game. And for the Niner perspective, I am wearing in honor of us reuniting. We've known each other a little bit, and I've known your dad and your family forever, but we really got close at the Combine in Indianapolis, and that's where the 49ers are. And these hats they gave out to the drafted players every time. They had 2 different colors. This one's pretty cool, though. So every time a Niner player would be drafted, they would give them this hat, and they'd put it on. And that kind of symbolizes this season. I think for the team to watch, or, they were in meetings and working on the game, but they get all alerts. They follow everything. When the Lions lost that game yesterday, they knew, as Kyle says, we're in the tournament. And remember the 2019 year, the hats were, or T-shirts, I think they were Mobile to Miami. Because the year before, the coaching staff went to the Senior Bowl in Mobile, Alabama. And the next year, damn, this happened suddenly. Although if you draft Nick Bosa, Deebo Samuel, and Dre Greenlaw as rookies that year, you can do it. And they went all the way to Miami in the Super Bowl and had a chance to beat Mahomes and win Super Bowl 54. The Combine represented a restocking of this roster. Going there in February And then when the new league year started, you remember Deebo Samuel was traded by the 49ers when we were watching the combine on that Saturday. The quarterbacks were working out, and we got the alert Deebo's been traded to Adam Peters and the Washington Commanders and Bob Myers and Dan Quinn. And that was the first piece out the building. Whatever happened to Brandon Ayuk, the Tasmanian devil, and that's not 104 miles per hour. It's 104 kilometers. 100 kilometers an hour is 62.5 miles per hour. I learned that growing up so close to the border there by the Peace Bridge. But anyway, still, Tasmanian devil, please don't hurt yourself. And there's a little bit of symbolism, him flying by that gate and keeping going, whether he's going 104 miles per hour, 104 kilometers an hour. But just the whole change in the roster. And we thought we're going to see DeForest Buckner tonight. He has been taken off IR and he's put on their roster. They made that official. We're not going to see Mooney Ward, Charvarius, but there's just a symbolism to what's going on here and all the guys that left the building and, you know, what they had to do in the draft when we were at Indianapolis. I never went to a combine before in my life, but I think this is a pretty important one. We normally just travel in February to Super Bowls, but this was a big combine. So I don't know if we're going to have Indy to Indy T-shirts and hats, but it was more Mobile to Miami that kind of symbolized the rebirth of the franchise after 2 tough years for John and Kyle to start in 17, 18, and all of a sudden 19, you're winning the championship game at home and go to the Super Bowl. So there is a little bit of symbolism to what happened with the team being in Indianapolis, and I'm sure with the scouts there and all the work they do at that combine. And John was there. Kyle hasn't gone the last couple of years. To go back there and find out that you are in the dance, that's step one. Always just want to get in the tournament. But we know what the ultimate goal is. They're not going to say anything publicly, but just line them up and, beat the Indianapolis Colts tonight. We'll get into it a lot. Larry Krueger will join us. I heard T-Rock on with the boys this morning, Dieter and Larry, and we'll get into all of it. And wham blocks. I love a good trap and a wham. And that's DeForest Buckner. I got a plan for how to get him on ice skates as well tonight. And then this game's on Monday Night Football. We're going to talk to the voice of Monday Night Football. I mean, anything you wanted to do as a broadcaster when you were young, for me, it was go into a baseball booth, try to be the next Vin Scully or Bill King or Lon Simmons or John Miller or Ken Korak. But then really, when you looked at football, it was Monday Night Football. And Joe Buck's done both. Joe Buck just made the Hall of Fame. And I know we'll get into a little bit of why the Bay Area doesn't like Joe. And I love Ann Killian, but she said, nobody thinks Joe Buck is a great announcer. Seriously? He gets $15 million a year to prove I think he's a great announcer. He's a great announcer on anything he's done. And obviously, he's a Hall of Fame baseball. And the guy's done 24 World Series. But the World Series, but Monday Night Football has always been the platform in this country. Sunday night, and we'll get Tirico on this coming week with him coming back to town and the Bears game on Sunday Night Football. But it's games on Monday Night Football tonight, and they have the juiciest storyline. I do want to ask Joe, all the guys on Get Up this morning, they're picking the NFC Championship game. Who are the teams that are going to play in it? No one gives the Niners. They don't even mention. Then is it strictly because Nick Bosa is not walking through that door? Fred Warner may. First time you play a playoff game in the divisional, the weekend of January 10th, Fred Warner could possibly play. Would that change your perspective on this football team? They got a lot of weaponry on offense. They're scoring 30 for Purdy, but everybody's picking Rams or Seahawks or Bears or Packers, whoever you want to pick in the end. They're not picking the 49ers. What does Joe think about that story? And then the comeback of 44-year-old Phillip Rivers is amazing. I remember, going back to baseball, Jim Palmer, the Hall of Fame pitcher, came out of retirement. I think he was 45 years old. And Jim did the jockey ads. There have not been many athletes in this country as good-looking or as well-fit as Diamond Jim. And I had a chance to go out and have Italian dinner with him a few times in Baltimore, and he's got the ego to match. He's got every bit the ego of a Reggie or a Barry. But he got lit up in spring training that year. I don't think he actually made the start of the year, but that one was like, I think he had retired for 10 years. He comes out of retirement to be a major league pitcher, and he just got shelled. Phillip Rivers did not get shelled in the game, and I think he'll play better in this game. For one thing, it'll be a home game. It'll be inside a dome. You're all fixating on he can't drive the ball down. Did you watch the back shoulder throw he made to Pierce on that last drive? He just met Pierce like 3 days earlier, and he runs a difficult back shoulder, nails it against that coverage. to get them in field goal range. So this is one of the, we talked about it a little bit, but now it's honest. It's happening to the 49ers tonight at 5:15, 5:20. They're going to kick this thing off in Indy, and Phillip Rivers is going to be the quarterback of the Indianapolis Colts. So it's a fascinating story. We'll see how the Niners attack it. We'll talk to Larry about it, but we do want to catch up with Joe Bruck, the Hall of Famer.
Oh, it's going to be fantastic. We got Krug joining us. Yeah, I said, Krug, you don't have to do your Mondays with us because you're doing the morning show. And he's like, nah, I'll come by anyway. 10:50, Larry Krueger. 11:15, Joe Buck. And then the radio voice of the Indianapolis Colts, Matt Taylor, is going to come by around 11:35. Then Carlos Ramirez will be joining me for the second half today. We'll talk to Jennifer Lee Chan at 12:30. And then the 49ers are going to be getting ready for a 5:15 kickoff, which means no dirty work today at 2 o'clock. We'll hand it right over to pregame. And yeah, we're going to talk a lot about the Chicago Bears this week. We got Raph, our resident Bears fan, behind the glass today. So
Go Bears.
That also prompts me to say that while a lot of today is going to be focused on Phillip Rivers and the 10 children and the one grandchild that he has, we got to give a shout out to the newest member of our family here at KNBR. Welcome, Christian Leonardo Icabalseta. Congratulations to Walter on becoming a father. I mean, I know we did our 1 year anniversary show about a month ago, and we're going to come up on the end of the new year. So I certainly don't want to do the what a great year it's been kind of thing, but what a bunch of ups and downs and life-changing events we have had in this year, for better or for worse. But congratulations to Walter. It's incredible to have you in the studio for the first time since June 27th, because, yeah, you knew I was going to go look and do the math and go back to that. So it's the JD and me. We're going to have a ton of fun.
Jack Daniels already this time in the morning?
Yeah,
Oh,
the
number
John
7.
Dickinson or Jack Daniels. I'll leave that up to interpretation.
Circle of life, brother. I'm here. I'm still alive. Everybody's like, glad to see you. I'm like, I'm glad to see you. And Walter's picture with his Leonardo, Christian Leonardo. Wow. And named it after McCaffrey, huh?
Yeah.
And to have Raph here is terrific. Walt, I thought the only reason I came in studio today was to get the box of cigars from Walter. So what did he have, paternity leave? What's he doing? I don't think he's breastfeeding. I mean, they gave birth yesterday. He can't come to work today?
He said we're not going to see him until pitchers and catchers report for spring training
like
for the
Valentine's
Giants.
Day?
So, yeah, a little bit
So
after.
Derek was born at Alta Bates Hospital April the 5th of 1991 at like 3:30 in the morning. Got him home. I did the Bay Bridge Series game that Saturday. It was a Friday night. I did that game at 1 o'clock in the afternoon with Reggie Jackson, by the way. So,
that's incredible. Wow.
Times were different. I made the delivery. I was there. I'm like, move this along. They're raking the infield. Clay Wood's out there. I got to go.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627 to join the conversation. Week 16, we saw a lot of Sunday yesterday, and it had me thinking about a larger perspective with how I look at the 49ers season. I'll tell you exactly what I'm getting at next. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
T-Rock, Tim Ryan, join Dieter and Larry Krueger.
I mean, I will lose my S watching this tonight if I see Phillip Rivers just with this captain check down.
To break down this Monday night matchup, what he thinks about facing Phillip Rivers.
There's like a coach on the field, man. He throws to the right guy. You put on that tape against Seattle, he throws to the right guy every time.
You can hear that interview and all the podcasts on the podcast page on thesportsleader.com and on the app.
What an absolute thumper.
Out of the shotgun, he takes the snap on 3rd and goal. Purdy under pressure, jump throw! Kittle's got it! Touchdown! Touchdown! 49ers! What a play! From midair, Purdy off both feet, suspended in the air as he throws it to Kittle in the back of the end zone. And George is having a big day, and he connects for the score.
Well, Kittle over the middle, and when in doubt, throw it to 85.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Yeah, well, we've got Raph running the tunes today here on this Christmas week Monday. I know we're going to be getting a good DJ production. For those about to Brock, we salute you, Raph. And just not Sunday when the Bears come into town for Sunday Night Football. But as we reminded him out there in the bullpen, just don't show up for the first 57 minutes of the game, and then the Bears will find a way to do what they've done all season. Man, what a Sunday night showdown that's going to be. And it's got the chance to be 11-4 versus 11-4 if the 49ers can take care of business tonight. So pregame going to start at 2 o'clock, and we are breaking it all down. Now, a lot of the focus is going to be on the Colts of 2025 and the up and down of the season that they've had. But as I was watching games yesterday and as the seasons continued to unfold, I couldn't help but think about another Colts team, and that is the one of 2006. And of course, that was not the Peyton Manning Colts team that was expected to break through and hoist the Lombardi Trophy, but it was just another reminder to me that the NFL season has shown how fragile opportunities are. I mean, look at the Chiefs, look at the Ravens, look at the Lions and where their seasons all currently stand. Even the Packers seemed like the darlings in September, and now they're probably going to have to play every single playoff game that they have on the road. So with the 49ers and the opportunity that they have in front of them, this is very, very much a big deal. And I'm not implying that they're going to do exactly what the 2006 Colts did. We have no way of knowing how this is all going to play out. This is why we talk about it for 20 hours a week when you just got a 3-hour game to process around the clock. But the point is, opportunities in this league are really, really delicate. So while the 49ers don't have anywhere near the defense that they did in 2019 or anything close to the overall roster that they did in 2023, the chance that they have in front of them for the rest of the season and now officially will be the postseason is just as meaningful as any of the others in recent memory.
Without a doubt. And I know there's been different times this season that we felt very differently about the Niners. Even when they got off to the 3-0 start in week 3 and Bosa tore his ACL, we thought they're not going to do anything. And then you just go back to October the 12th and the Fred Warner injury and losing that game in Tampa. Look at how different Tampa Bay is since October the 12th. They are not the same football team at all. The quarterback is not the same player. I'm not sure if he trusts his offensive line or that non-throwing arm is giving him a problem, but he is throwing the ball away at the most alarming time. So I could go through every team. I mean, you're not going to have a season like the 84 Niners that went 15-1. You could, or the Dolphins that went 14-0 and then won 3 in the postseason to go 17-0. It just doesn't happen. Teams are up and down. The Chicago Bears started the year 0-2. Remember that? And now look at them. 11-4 and all these credible wins. They've won 6 times when they had come from behind at the 2-minute warning or inside of it. Who's ever done that? That's insane. The Philadelphia Eagles started 4-0. They had a stretch where we wonder, would Dallas run them down? Now, ultimately, they're going to win the NFC East. They look better the last couple of games, but, how good are they? They're 10-5 overall. Every team is up and down. Green Bay looked as dominant as any team in football one week and looked very vulnerable, and your quarterback, one hit to the crown of a helmet, and your whole season could go a different way. And the Detroit Lions are ultimately a team that started slowly and then for a long stretch looked just really dominant. And then, obviously, they're not the same team. Now they're 8-7, and they're probably going to be eliminated soon. The Niners, even the year we went to the Super Bowl in 23, they started 5-0, bro. 30 for Purdy every week. And then they went through a 3-week stretch where they were bad, starting in Cleveland, obviously the Minnesota game, and then the Cincinnati game. And we are going to see Lou Anarumo tonight. He coordinates the Colts defense, and last time we saw that guy, he confused Brock Purdy in this offense. So we'll see if big brain Brock comes out But the bottom line is they're trending in the right direction at the right time. I could go through a whole list of teams in the AFC, starting with Buffalo. They looked like they may not lose a game at 4-0, and then they went sideways. And there's times where you can trample them and run all over them, but they've got a great running game, and they got that quarterback, and here they are. They may not win their AFC East. New England will probably hold on and do that. We'll see. But they're going to be in the playoffs. So how about Houston, the way they started this year? Jacksonville, we wrote them off so many times, getting back over to the NFC. Carolina, that is, I know we fixate on the Niners, and they're so inconsistent, and they're so injured. That's the entire league. That is the way it works here. And then you look at the matchup tonight. The 49ers come in hot. And I know everybody, who have you beaten? We kind of went through the schedule and said, you still got to line up and you got to play. And they've won those 4 to set them up for these last 3 to really decide the whole thing. Conversely, the Indianapolis Colts have lost 4 in a row. After a 7-1 start and even 8-2, they look like a team in such disarray. They had to go out of the building and talk a 44-year-old grandfather out of retirement to play quarterback because they didn't trust any of the young quarterbacks in their building. It makes for fascinating theater tonight, but that is the nature of the NFL. I know when you have 17 games, you think, hey, you get off to a 4-0 start, you're going to win the Super Bowl. Or you get off to an 0-2 start like Raps Bears. This new coach doesn't know what he's doing. It's a long process, and every game is like 10 baseball games when you break it down. It used to be the easier math when you played 16 versus 162, but it's the same. The Niners are trending in the right direction. The Indianapolis Colts are not. But that doesn't mean the Colts won't play better tonight. It doesn't mean they won't control the game with Jonathan Taylor. They are going to play in a dome tonight. I think this quarterback has got a little more time with these wide receivers, and they got a good stable of wide receivers. The tight ends are elite, and they got 2 good running backs, but mainly Jonathan Taylor and a great offensive line. So, and then the Niner defense, if there is one area, and we were talking about, the guys on Get Up this morning, they're all picking Seattle, the Rams, to go to the championship game. They don't even mention the Niners. And we'll ask Joe Buck a little. He has more perspective than those guys that are, looking for hot takes. But, Orlovsky, some of them are well thought out. But what is it? The reason the Niners are giving, if they win out, would they be favored in all 3 games? Probably not the Seattle game at the end. We'll wait for that one. They're favored tonight to beat the Colts like
it was like 5.5. Yeah,
they'll be favored to beat the Bears at home if they don't have any more debilitating injuries. And then Seattle to me is going to be a pick'em game, and you are going to play that at home. And the Niners could go Monday Night Football, Sunday Night Football, Sunday Night Football in 3 straight weeks if that game gets flexed. And there's not going to be a more important game to make game 272, the final game of the regular season, than that one. But if you were to not pick the Niners, and Orlovsky and a lot of these guys know what they're doing, it's the defense. It is the youth of the defense, what you're running out there. Tatum Bethune, by all indicators, is coming back tonight. We'll see what they do with Eric Kendricks. One thing Tim was talking about this morning, and Larry was there with Dieter, if Kendricks is activated, and I think he will be, he's going to have to play special teams tonight. How does he do that? Will he have a role at all in some of the base packages? If Tatum Bethune just takes the green dot back, he's your Mike linebacker. D. Winters would be your weak side linebacker. Then, when you're playing a nickel defense, whether big nickel or small nickel with Pinnock or Stout, that third linebacker is not going to be on the field. If you do go to a base defense, and the Colts do run with 2 tight ends, they do have, obviously, Tyler Warren. They also have Mo Alley Cox that they can put out there. So they got another guy, Ogletree. They've got 4 tight ends that'll be up for the game, or 3 on the roster. We'll see how many up on the 48-man roster for the game tonight. But if they want to, put a linebacker on the field, you can go big nickel and Pinnock. Would Kendricks have a role tonight? Gross Matos, is he going to be able to play tonight? You are getting back some of these defenders. The one guy who's not playing tonight is Renardo Green. So, and Renardo's given it up a little bit. He's gotten fortunate. He's not played as well. But they're going to go at Darrell Luter Jr. big time. Yeah. Phillip Rivers knows what he's doing. Diamador will be on his, right to the offensive right at left corner. Darrell Luter will be on the other side. So we'll see if who they line up there. I know last time he played against Jacksonville, the Jaguars went at Terrell Luter over and over and over again. He's not a rookie, but as a young player that has not had a lot of defensive snaps, so they'll challenge him. So if you're going to write why are they picking everybody else but the Niners, the defense is young, and they've busted against weaker offenses than they're going to see tonight. Now, this offense is weaker than it was earlier in the year when they had Daniel Jones playing and before he hairline fractured the fibula. But Phillip Rivers is going to know this group a little bit better. He knows the offense, but he's going to know the timing down with all of his eligibles a little bit better. So we'll see how this game goes tonight. But it is an up and down. That's the nature of football. We don't think of it that much. Basketball's that way unless you're having a special year when you win all but 9 games. You're going to have streaks up and down. That's just the nature of those sports. Football's the same way. And right now, we got a team that is winning 4 in a row and starting to peak and think they're going to be the number 1 seed in their conference versus a team that thought they were going to be the number 1 team in their conference, and then it all fell apart, and the Colts have lost their last 4.
I mean, to answer your question about the national perspective on the Niners, yes, Fred Warner and Nick Bosa is a big part of it and the youth of the defense. I also think there's probably something to it where if you just do a quick standings watch, they've been a third-place team for most of the year. I mean, they beat the Seahawks, they beat the Rams, both on the road, but then once those injuries happened, they've been a third-place team because those other teams just aren't losing games unless they play each other, which happened a couple of times. And so, yeah, that doesn't mean anything. The 1 seed is still in the hunt, and I am curious I'm curious what the perspective would be if the 49ers really can win out and complete this and how seriously it would be taken. And, I mean, look, we got a lot of coaches who are new, at least to their teams, a Mike Vrabel, a Ben Johnson. People have come in and completely turned around the culture. But Kyle Shanahan now, I mean, with Belichick out, you still got Andy Reid, but Shanahan and McVay, they're part of these old heads now of longest tenured coaches. And to see what they've done in terms of continued success and finding ways to evolve throughout their time, that's been pretty remarkable as well. So we'll talk to Krug about all of it coming up. And Renardo Green, that's a key injury tonight, as is Ricky Pearsall. We found out over the weekend that he will be out for this one. So we'll talk about those 2 pieces, them missing, how it's all going to affect the Niners against the Colts tonight. 808 KNBR is the number. 415-808-5627. It's the Gregs hanging out with you as we get ready for Monday Night Football and Christmas on the Sports Leader.
Was he close at all?
Yeah, he was close, but not close enough.
Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
When you get to this late stage in the season, you got to talk about injuries. Ahead of Monday Night Football, DeForest Buckner activated off the IR, our old friend, and the Colts will be down, however, a couple of corners. Of course, our guy Mooney Ward is shut down, and then they will be down a couple of tackles. As for the 49ers, we noted some of the defensive injuries. Renardo Green will be out, and as you heard Kyle Shanahan right there, Ricky Pearsall was close to playing, but not close enough, and so we detailed it a little bit last week, how Ricky coming back. I know people want to fixate on the stats and the fantasy football of it, and he finally broke out when he had 6 catches for 96 on 7 targets. Ricky the whole time has been getting a high share of the snap count. He has stretched the field, and now that's an element of the offense that you're not going to have against the Colts defense that, yes, they've got some guys down, but look at what Lou Anarumo did up in Seattle. Seattle didn't score a touchdown. They won the game on 6 field goals, and so Anarumo, I know he got a bad rap for the end of his time at Cincinnati, but watching the Bengals continue to play defense, I don't think it was necessarily him that was entirely the problem. Yeah, we could talk about Old Man Rivers and Jonathan Taylor, and we certainly will for a lot of the next 3+ hours. But Ricky Pearsall being out adds a new challenge to going against this Colts defense, and it's going to be the first time since Brock's return that we won't have seen Brock Purdy since he came back without Ricky Pearsall. That was a lot of Mac Jones for the middle of the season.
Yeah, and it's double. Usually when Ricky goes down with an injury like this, I feel for Ricky because he's just losing a lot of snaps and a lot of opportunity these first 2 years. And it was, the shoulder popping out and hamstrings, and then obviously what happened in Union Square when he got shot on Labor Day Saturday, which was just a miracle that he survived that when you know more about it. And came back and against the Dallas game at his first catch, had a little more contribution against KC, and then Ayuk, just shreds that right knee right after that, and it all changed. So the football team needs him. Now that Debo's gone and Ayuk's gone, Tasmanian Devil. Jawan has made the transformation to X wide receiver. But honestly, when you go into it tonight, like if you're playing fantasy football tonight and you don't have Ricky Pearsall, would you even, pick up a Kendrick Bourne? Kendrick balled out when Mac Jones was out there. He was saying how he and Brock have picked up the vibe a little bit better. He obviously knew Mac Daddy from the New England days. Would you pick up Demarcus Robinson? Sky Moore's going to be up anyway because he's going to return kicks and punts tonight. Would they activate Jordan Watkins? It sounds like that may not happen, but how many wide receivers do you want to have going to the game when one of them is your kick and punt returner? You may add a wide receiver to the delegation tonight. So the Niners don't play a lot of 11 personnel, which is 3 wide receivers, but they do like to have 2 wide receivers out there. Otherwise, U formation where you got 1 wide receiver and go 22, 2 backs and 2 tight ends. And Clay Kubiak was talking about Jake Tonjes, and I didn't know Jake's got a little injury. I'm wondering, where has he been? Why aren't they running more double tights out there? He's not been completely healthy. So, and I think that's the area to attack the Indianapolis Colts, is clearly Kittle over the middle. You heard Tim Ryan when he joined us on the Football Hour last week talk about Jermaine Pratt and Zaire Franklin. These 2 linebackers want to attack the line of scrimmage. That's why they're so good against the run, Greg, is they just activate and they read. If you give them any kind of an action that looks like the ball's being handed off, they are flying downhill, 53 and 44. So what do? You suck them in, pull it out, and throw right behind them. And obviously, Jawan can do that on in cuts. Ricky could have done that. I mean, that's where the Debo dig was for years, the Ayuk slant. But Kittle over the middle. And I think George could win in a number of areas on the field tonight. But if they start doing that and they get a little nosy in the run game, then you could pull it out and stick them. So I know they don't have Mooney and Charvarius. Every snap that I saw, man, he was playing as well as I've ever seen him play. And I watched his career in Kansas City, and obviously every snap with the Niners, just his long arms and his technique. I saw him so many times climb up the back of a receiver, go around him and knock the ball away, and he tackles. Last year, he just wasn't himself. Obviously what was going on with his baby girl and losing her. but he played a lot of games where he was not himself. The Ram game, I remember him watching him warm up, and I didn't think he should play, and he did, and they went right at him and burned him. And but he's back. But now he's hurt. He's not playing, and they don't have Sauce Gardner. I think the guys they have are capable. They'll play Edwards 35 and Blackman 29, and their nickelback Kenny Moore, I think, is a good player. Probably the strength of their secondary. Their safeties are both good. You know, Cam Bynum, formerly with Minnesota from Cal, he intercepted Brock twice. The game that Brock had the concussion on, that game in Minnesota. But overall, I think you can pass on this team. There will be some holes to attack those nosy linebackers. Their run defense is really good. No matter how you look at it, it's good. But as I say, a lot of it is because those linebackers are coming downhill. Grover Stewart, who was their nose tackle, is going to be a monster tonight. And they are getting back DeForest Buckner. And you look at his stats, I mean, Freeney and Mathis, and it was Mathis then Freeney, are number 1 and number 2 by far in career sacks in the history of this franchise. And it's just the carpet and Peyton playing with the lead. But for an inside guy, DeForest Buckner has had quite a run with the Indianapolis Colts, sacking the quarterback. And obviously with the Niners, his 2018 year, I think he had 12 sacks that year. And then the last year, he played really well in the Super Bowl. But the one thing about him, and this is where you can run on this team, and I'd like to see him do it the first play of the game and keep it up, because a lot of times against the Niners, the first play of the game, they would run called duo, which we were talking about with what Tennessee did against the Niners last year, which is double team blocks, 2 double team blocks, where you take the inside guys and you double each of them. And one thing about DeForest Buckner, he's a monster. He's a great athlete. He's long, freaky first step, but he's tall. So his pad level is high. So no matter on which side he lines up, Rendell will get him a lot because he'll line up over the head of the center. If he's over Burford's side at right tackle over the left guard, or over Pooney's side on the other side, you run duo at him. You have a double team, and you just lift him up. And especially on the carpet, I remember Arizona doing it. I just saw that play over and over and over again with James Conner. They ran duo right at DeForest Buckner, and they would do it at Eric Armstead as well because they're so damn tall. It's hard to get low, and when they try to get low and they come up, their shoulder pads go up, and you just lift underneath them. And when they're on carpet, it's like you're going to ice skate backwards. We're going to put you on ice skates and just push you right behind. Now, those linebackers going to come in, try and fill it. So just keep an eye. 99's a great player. He's going to have a hell of a career. May wind up. We'll see where it's all said and done. He didn't have many years here, but he'll be well recognized for his career. But I'm not going to just say you can't run on these guys. I think you can at times. The numbers say it's hard to run on them, and it's hard to run on them when DeForest Buckner is in the game, certainly, and he's that good of a player. But if you are going to run on him, run duo, double team 99, lift him up, and run right behind him.
Well, what have we seen all year? I mean, so many times during the Kyle Shanahan era, the 49ers have had a lethal rushing attack. This year, it's been different. They've struggled to get the ground game going, and even so, Shanahan talks about wanting to hit that 30 carries a game. If you can get to 40, that means you're moving the chains a lot. And we've talked about that with Tim Ryan in depth in the football hour. But even on the nights where Christian McCaffrey hasn't really been able to get it going on the ground, and you sprinkle Robinson in there some, but 30 carries is always the goal, whether it's 5 yards a carry, whether it's 2.5 yards a carry. So I'm going to be keeping my eyes out for first play tonight and see if they try to get Buckner up in the air a little bit on a little duo. Okay, that's good intel right there. Larry Krueger is a machine today. I don't know why he wanted to join us after doing 4 hours here with Dieter, but he's that kind of guy, and he'll join us next. Then we'll talk to Joe Buck. Then we'll talk to Matt Taylor. Then we'll hand it off to Carlos Ramirez, and we'll get Papa ready for a big return coming this Sunday. Could it be 11-4 versus 11-4? Well, they got to take care of business tonight. It's Papa and Silver with Krug next on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
I mean, I will lose my S watching this tonight. If I see Phillip Rivers just with this captain check down all night long.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
I mean, come on. Can we introduce it any better than that? Look at this guy in the middle of our stream. Larry Krueger just did 4 hours with Dieter, and now he's hanging out with Papa and Silver. Krug, it's good to see you. Look, we got the band back together in Daly City. Merry Christmas to all, but especially us, because it revolves around us at the Sports Leader, and I'm totally selfish and unapologetic about that, just like I'm selfish about our Monday segments, even when you're doing 4 hours before. So thanks for coming by. It's good to see you.
My guys, good to see you guys. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Holidays. Or I could be like Ralph, Ralph, I miss Ralph, but Ralph used to have endless vacation, right? So he would sign off for Christmas on like December 2nd, but he wouldn't do it quietly. He'd be like walking around the bullpen area, it's my last day. I'm good to see you, all that stuff. And then he'd get on the mic, and I used to joke Tolbert about it because he'd be like, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa. He'd go through like 19 different things.
Festivus. Don't forget Festivus.
Festivus for the rest of us. And Tommy, I'm going to miss you. And, oh, my God. It's like, Ralph, it's December 3rd. It's like, I got a lot of built-up vacation.
You think he was the type where, like, Halloween happens and he's immediately going to Christmas music? He's just busting out the CDs right when it hits November because he took such an early Christmas?
Oh, Ralph. Ralph he was my hero, man. I love that guy. I miss him. He was an awesome host, for years and years and years. And I did many, many, many face-offs with him. You'd be like, Krug, you're so cute. You get mad about the Giants and Sonny Jackson, and
you do a good Ralph. You got him down.
It's funny too. One time, Ralph, we had kids basically at the same age, right? He had Tate, and right when I had Anna, my first, and so he had taken Tate to Disneyland, and he's like, I told him that we were going to Disneyland. We're taking Anna to Disneyland, and he's like, I got to tell you all about it. He leaves me a 6, we had voicemail at KNBR back in the day, 6 voicemails that went, boop, your time's up. So I came in, I told Agnew, I'm like, Barbieri just gave me a 6 voicemail thing. And he's like, oh, we got to tell Sal. And by the way, it's happy birthday to Tony Salvador. Today's his birthday. But Agnew runs down the hall. He's like, Krueger. And he goes, Sal, Barbieri gave Krueger a 6-bagger on the voicemail. And here comes Sal hobbling down the hall. I got to hear it. So I played them all. Krug, if you're in Toontown, you got to work from back to front. You can't go from front to back. He was giving me all these, how to navigate Disneyland. Oh, it's classic. And Salvador thought that was the funniest thing that Ralph had given me 6 different voicemails about how to navigate Disneyland.
I think the over/under to be like 9 for Ralph, so I think he got off light that it was only 6. So kind of like a question he would ask. We go
right.
But and we did text the Godfather, the great Tony Salvador, 82 years of age, and going strong, and he battled. Yeah. He battled a stage 4 cancer a few years ago and got through it. So Tony has been one of the best of all time. So I could hear you. I could hear you go on and on. Do Ralph's voice over and over again. But we're not taking December off. We're not taking January off. We're not taking anything off until probably Valentine's Day, when hopefully this team plays the Super Bowl and we have a parade and all that. So just give me your thoughts on what do you think the structure of the defense is going to be tonight? Tatum Bethune is going to come back tonight. He's going to wear the green dot. He's going to play at Mike linebacker. I am hearing that they're going to probably activate Eric Kendricks and get him on the field tonight. Would that just be a 3-linebacker package? You're not going to touch D. Winters, although Eric has worn that green dot most of his career. So would that pick Kendricks in a Luke Gifford role, which would just be when you're playing base, the strong side Sam linebacker position, and then they got to, if he's going to be up on game day and not be a starting linebacker and play only base snaps, he's going to have to play on special teams. So how do you think they're going to line up at off-the-ball linebacker tonight, Krug's?
Yeah, I talked to Bethune in the locker room on Thursday. I guess it was Friday. And And, he's fired up. Oh, Greg, he is so fired up. I mean, he had the high ankle sprain, but, his body was getting banged up, shoulder and, all kinds of different things, all kinds of little maladies that he had. But now this week, these weeks off to rest the ankle, I think have made him fresher, and he's like fired up for Monday Night Football. So I think you're going to see a lot of Tatum Bethune. Now, Kendricks, I think, is interesting because I think Kendricks was brought back to play from scrimmage. It'll be interesting to see, is Wallow going to be called off the practice squad? Is he going to be, because he's the guy that's really more of the career special teamer, where Kendricks really has not had a lot of run at special teams. Also, Kendricks a year ago was really, really a liability in pass coverage. He's still very good against the run, but I mean, maybe more of a first and second down run defender. And then the other big question is Yatir Gross-Matos. Gross-Matos is questionable. He's probably the Niners' best interior rusher. And, does he get called up today? I mean, he's an impact guy, and they really love him and would love to see him get back out there. But, the good news is with Jonathan Taylor is that it's almost been a tale of two seasons. He was averaging, 6 yards a carry in the first 10 weeks of the year, best in the league. He's averaged 3.6 yards per carry since that point, and that ranks 42nd in the league. So the numbers are daunting. He's got 4.3 speed. He's a legitimate 225 pounds. It's going to be a huge challenge, but he's not quite rumbling like he was early in the year.
Krug, I know we all want to lose our S over Phillip Rivers and maybe him checking it down versus not, but I think my bigger concern, as we broke it down in the playbook last week, is the 49ers doing a better job of setting the edge against this rushing attack. So how can they do a better job of improving against the edge against Jonathan Taylor in this Colts rushing attack?
Well, I mean, first of all, the Colts are not going to have either of their starting tackles in the game. Ryman, there was some talk that Ryman maybe could be ready to go, but he's not ready to go. So, so that's an advantage. I mean, Sam O, we haven't mentioned him, but Sam O's getting back into the mix, and Sam O is a phenomenal edge setting rusher at 270 pounds at 6'1". Keon White, I think, is going to be a key factor. I love the way Keon White's playing. To me, that was the great pickup that Lynch made that we haven't really talked that much about, because White is in his physical prime. He's a perfect scheme fit. He's absolutely thrilled to be here. He's fresh because he had barely played in New England. And every game that goes by, he gets a little bit better, a little bit more of an all-around player against the run, against the pass. I think Sam O and Keon White are going to have a lot to say about setting edges tonight.
And Gross-Matos, certainly in the base, can play outside, and hopefully he'll be up for the game. So we're wondering about a lot of these guys and what role they're going to have in a reconfigured 49er front, Larry. But one thing we do know, Renardo Green's not playing tonight. He's got this neck injury, and I still go back to the double move last week against Van Jefferson on the Van Go route, the slant and go, and how he bid on that. And I think there was some thought of maybe just making a natural non-injury change and playing Darrell Luter Jr. more. Now it's going to be forced because of an injury. So it'll be interesting to me to see what Phillip Rivers does tonight with fresh meat out there. Now, they're all fresh meat to him. He hasn't played in 5 years. But Darrell Luter and their coaching staff and Steichen and Jim Bob Cooter are going to look at attacking Darrell Luter. Just give me your thoughts on that. And we know where he'll be. Demo's at left cornerback on the offensive right, and Darrell will be on the other side on the left of the offense at right cornerback. And I know there were a lot of check down throws and at the line of scrimmage by Rivers last week in Seattle, Larry, but by far the best throw he made was the back shoulder on the last drive of the game to Alec Pierce, where he hit that throw in perfect timing, and he stuck that and got him in field goal range to make the big kick to take the lead. So what do you think of Luter, and what do you think about Rivers maybe in certain situations tonight, because he's had more time to work with these wide receivers, driving the ball downfield more tonight than he did against the Seahawks?
Well, I don't know that you could do it less, right? He really was captain check down last week. And he's a very smart player. That Robert Saleh is going to have his defense ready to take away his first look, his first read, everything underneath. They probably will play that aggressively. Now, they've got some good receivers. They go 11 personnel with 3 wides quite often. They're in that about 74% of the time. Downs has got some speed. Pierce and Pittman are bigger bodied guys, but they got great ball skills. And I would imagine that Robert Saleh is gonna be super aggressive and almost dare Phillip Rivers to challenge him down the field. And I think that's probably the right play. There's 2 guys that are going to be big factors in this game tonight. One is Jalen Travis, and another guy's a guy by the name of Luke Tenuta. And these are the 2 starting tackles for the Colts. And neither of those guys, Tenuta's making his first start ever. And Travis made his first start ever, I think, last week. So they're not, these are not, seasoned veterans. These are brand new players. And I would imagine it's going to be take away that first read and make Phillip, drive the ball a little bit further down the field. I think you got to take away the hot routes. I think you got to anticipate, short. As far as Luter for Green, the downside is maybe a little bit of the coverage ability. The upside is Luter's a bigger bodied, better run defender. The corners, we saw it for years and years with Emmanuel Mosley. The corners can have a big say in the run defense if they're aggressive enough. And Luter is a big bodied, rangy, long arm, 33-inch arm guy who's used to playing a lot of press man. He's used to, a lot of force in his game. So he's ready to roll. He knows the defense. He's absolutely knows this defense as well as any of those guys. He's been in it long enough. I expect him to be a factor against the run, and maybe he'll be the guy that they try to pick on in the pass game.
Talking to Larry Krueger here, a few more minutes as we get you ready for Monday Night Football. We've talked so much over the years about Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey as these chess pieces for Kyle Shanahan. Entirely different type of player, but another chess piece is Tyler Warren, the rookie tight end that we're going to see tonight for Indianapolis. So his numbers have dropped since Jones originally got hurt, even before the Achilles. But what are you looking for as to how to keep the big number 84 in check?
Well, he's a tremendous player, and I would say they didn't go to him a lot last week. I mean, they didn't connect with him a lot, and I would expect him to be a major factor. The Niners struggled last week against Gunnar Helm. Gunnar Helm has caught that touchdown pass. The Niners have struggled at times to defend the tight end. This is the next guy. This is going to be the next guy. Now there's Loveland and there's other guys, but this is the guy. He's like a baby version of Gronkowski. He's a gigantic body, rare hand-eye coordination. At Penn State they did it all, right? The direct snap wildcat to the tight end and all kinds of stuff around the line of scrimmage. And yet he's a force on the line of scrimmage as a blocker. He moves people in the run game. So he's an absolute monster. And how the Niners cover him. Now I like the matchup with Pinnock. I think Pinnock, has some ability to impact the tight end, which is I think why you're seeing him out there more. But Tyler Warren, especially in the red zone, and especially on key third downs, is going to be the guy that you want to take away.
Yeah, you mentioned that they do run 11 personnel 74% of the time. So you're going to be in your nickel tonight, and you mentioned Pinnock. I think this is more of a big nickel game because of those 2 big wide receivers, Pittman and Pierce, and then also matching up with the rookie Warren, and also they've got Mo Alley Cox, who can be a good receiving threat and a good line blocker as a tight end. So we'll see how the Niners, which nickel package they match up with, and maybe they'll just go more base. We'll see if Eric Hendricks has a role. On the other side of it, not having Ricky Pearsall, Larry, what do you think that does to the wide receiver deployment tonight? We know Jawan Jennings is going to be out there at X wide receiver mostly, and he can move around. He can take some of the Z snaps for Ricky or go in the slot. But when they go 2 and 3 wide receivers between Demarcus Robinson, Kendrick Bourne, Sky Moore, does Jordan Watkins get in the uniform tonight? What do you think they do without Ricky at second and third wide receiver?
Well, the beautiful part here is that they're very, very deep here. I mean, Bourne has had a couple 100-yard days, and then he's just been kind of waiting around for his turn. I mean, they've been featuring Jennings a ton, probably because of the incentives in his deal, but he's awesome. Jennings, has been fantastic. I mean, he's a touchdown scoring machine. He makes big catches. But they've underutilized Demarcus Robinson. I was talking to Demarcus after the game the other day, and I mentioned to him, I'm like, hey, man, they're not using you the way the Rams used you. I go, your best thing is these rub routes and these goal line routes and these red zone routes. And he's like, I know, man. He's like, but I'm not going to complain because we got, we're winning and we've got the Niners are scoring at their red zone touchdown rate is absolutely phenomenal this year. So they have an abundance of riches, but I think you're going to see Robinson featured more inside the 25, and I think you're going to see Bourne featured more outside the 25. I'd love to see Sky Moore. I'd love to see Jordan Watkins, who scored 9 touchdowns for Ole Miss in the SEC last year. And I really do believe that Watkins, when he gets out there, is going to make us all go, where has this guy been? Because he's that impressive. I'd love to see an end around to him. I mean, they ran end arounds to Debo when he couldn't get around the end. Here's a guy with 4.37 speed, and actually he's got some heft. And I'd love to see some end arounds to Jordan Watkins. But my guess is, just from Kubiak's commentary when we got a chance to talk to him, is that they're waiting on Watkins. They're very conservative with their usage of him. They could use Sky Moore, but look for Bourne and DeMarcus to fill the shoes of Pearsall.
Well, speaking of Jordan Watkins, I was thinking of you yesterday watching your guy Corey Kiner for the second straight week get some run for Arizona as their season's just kind of circling the drain at this point. But he was a fun preseason watch, and now he's over on the other side of the NFC West.
I didn't even see him. He was with Minnesota on their practice squad. Did he suit up yesterday for Arizona?
He did, yeah. He was getting run when they were running a couple of 2 back sets.
There it is, yeah. 5.3 a carry for Corey Kiner, 6 carries for 32 yards. Yeah, I like Corey Kiner, man. I mean, I really do. I compared him to a poor man's Emmitt Smith, and I've got people throwing that at me left and right. But I mean, obviously a very poor man. But Corey Kiner has just got tremendous heart, and I really was not happy seeing him get out the door. And I believe in his game. He's got a lot of game.
Well, the Niners liked him when they brought him in. I thought he was going to be somebody we'd see a lot in August football, but they gave the ball to Michael Carter a lot yesterday, and Atlanta was able to hold off Arizona and win that game. So just watching football, that's the great thing about the Niners playing on Monday Night Football. We can watch Thursday. We had a couple of games on Saturday. The Thursday night game was one for the ages, and we were rooting hard for Seattle. What a game. Philadelphia looks to be getting a little better, but they did it against the Raiders and Washington in back-to-back weeks. The Bears don't do anything offensively until the 2-minute warning in the fourth quarter. Then they, a half roll to the right and an over route to DJ Moore, and they win the game. Carolina and Tampa Bay both look beatable. Tampa's just not the same team we saw on October the 12th. The quarterback's not the same, and we'll see. They're going to meet in a couple of weeks, and this one's going to be on the pirate ship. But just looking at the NFC, and what you saw from yesterday football, the Lions are nearly eliminated. I'd like them to be completely exterminated. But just what did you see as far as the Niners competition in the NFC from Thursday to last night?
Well, I mean, Greg, it's a week-to-week league. And I think if we, you just got to be, we all got to be current with this stuff. I mean, and when I say current, you got to be current like week to week. You got to know who's up and who's playing. Like, give you an example. I think of Detroit as a phenomenal running football team. And last night or yesterday against the Steelers, with David Montgomery playing, with Jahmyr Gibbs playing, they couldn't run it all. Could not run it at all. 1.3 a carry. Jahmyr Gibbs was 0.3 yards per carry, 7 carries for 2 yards. So, they tried to get Ragnow. They lost. They tried to get him back. They couldn't. Their offensive line's not the same. They lost Brian Branch. So, you got to keep track of who's on these teams and who's, what teams have lost which players. And I think, a month ago, I thought Detroit was one of the best teams. When I saw Detroit beat Baltimore, I thought, oh my God, the Lions are going to do it. They're going to win it all. And since that point, they got hurt, and so they're not a team anymore. The Bears are scary in that they can run it, but I think you can run it on the Bears. And, I feel great about where the 49ers are at. They've beaten Seattle in Seattle. They've beaten the Rams in LA. They've beaten the Panthers, who are now look like in the playoffs over the Buccaneers for the moment. They can beat Green Bay. I think they can beat Chicago. They can beat Philly. So bring it on. I feel really good about this situation. I mean, the Niners should have gotten it done a couple times. They didn't. This team's not as good as those teams. But you know what? Things are starting to kind of look really, really good. And I'll just say this from being in the room. There is a resolve and a seriousness to the core of this team that I've never seen before. Between Kittle, CMC, Demo, Trent Williams, Jake Brendel, Colton McKivitz. These guys know that they got a real shot to win the bowl this year, and they are absolutely going to fire in the playoffs. I don't think there's any question about that.
Got to take advantage of the opportunities in front of you. And all those players you just mentioned, they know that better than most, having been there and nearly getting to the mountaintop. Krug, thanks so much for coming by and getting a little bonus time with us. And I hope for your sake, Phillip Rivers can at least air it down the field, 10, 15 yards a few times for you.
Hey, happy holidays, fellas, to you and your families. And Greg, I am so fired up for the Bears game, brother. I'm so fired up that you're going to be back in the booth. So many people around the Niners, so many of the fans all year long. Hey, say hi to Greg. Give our best to Greg. Man, you're not alone in this. Everybody wants to see you, make an incredible comeback. And I can't wait to hear you next week, brother.
Thank you, brother. I wanted to give you a big hug today, but I'll wait to give it to you when I see you at Levi's this week or on Sunday. But what a Christmas gift this is for me to be able to come back and do what I love. And hear Larry Krueger do the best Ralph Barbieri impersonation I've heard in years.
Vis-a-vis my Miata.
Vis-a-vis. So good.
Ergo. The 49ers are going to stop the run. Ergo, they're going to win the game. Tom, pick one, Tom.
Thanks, Kruger, the best.
Later, guys.
Larry Krueger to Joe Buck. When we come on back, it's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
T-Rock, Tim Ryan joined Dieter and Larry Krueger.
I mean, I will lose my S watching this tonight. If I see Phillip Rivers just with this captain check down.
To break down this Monday night matchup, what he thinks about facing Phillip Rivers.
There's like a coach on the field, man. He throws to the right guy. You put on that tape against Seattle, he throws to the right guy every time.
You can hear that interview and all the podcasts on the podcast page on thesportsleader.com and on the app.
What an absolute thumper.
San Francisco going to the Super Bowl with a big win tonight over Green Bay.
Faithful, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
That was early 2020 when the 49ers got the victory over the Green Bay Packers in blowout fashion and made it to the first of their 2 Super Bowl appearances in the Kyle Shanahan era. Now all eyes turn to Monday Night Football, where the number 1 seed is still in play. They could ultimately find their way to a third in a very unlikely season with what it's been on the ups and downs. It is time to welcome in the voice you will hear on the television tonight, play-by-play ESPN, longtime Fox, longtime baseball, 24 World Series. We're going to get into all of it with the one and only Joe Buck, who joins us on the UMA guest line. Joe, thank you so much for your time. Greg Silver, Greg Papa here on KNBR, flagship of the 49ers. How are you?
Hey, guys. It's my pleasure. Good to be on with you guys.
It's absolutely our pleasure to have you on as well. And let's just get started with really when we're looking at the big picture today. I mean, the NFL seasons are so long, right? Look at the journey of the Indianapolis Colts from 7-1 now to Phillip Rivers coming out of retirement to play, and the 49ers have been buried with a couple of key injuries, now third in their division, but they're still in play for the number 1 seed. So just plain and simple, what are the most intriguing storylines for you heading into tonight as you prepare for this call?
I mean, I wonder how many times we're going to use the word grandfather. It just gets crazy. It's kind of crazy that's become the lead storyline in this game, I guess, nationally. It won't be for us. I mean, I think it's probably pretty clear by now what my broadcast partner thinks of your head coach. He said it before. If he were the GM or owned a team, he'd trade everything he could to get Kyle Shanahan as his head coach. And I think what he's done this year has been remarkable. I mean, not just the guys that left coming into the season, but then you guys have talked every week, every day about the players coming and going and the injuries, and Bosa and Warner, who's going to be in the Hall of Fame, and Purdy for 8 games, and now Pearsall's out again tonight, but it just doesn't seem to matter. I think it's gone from Kyle Shanahan as an incredible play caller and offensive mind to look at what he's done as a head coach. He's gritty, he's tough. I think, and you guys know this better than I, but if you're a player that gets your feelings hurt, you probably don't want to play for him because he's very honest. He doesn't put up with a lot of stuff, and he's done an unbelievable job. And I believe him when he says, he thinks that Phillip Rivers is going to give them a game. And so I think it's fascinating to watch this tonight. I think it's good TV to see Rivers, having been out for 5 years, taking on a team that could be a number 1 seed. It's a good TV story game, and then we'll just wait and see what happens.
You mentioned Kyle, but it really is like, Joe, that the Niners have 2 head coaches. They have one running the offense and the entire football team, and Kyle, and he's a much better game manager than he was when he started, and he gets better year after year after year. But I want your take on Robert Saleh. And all the production meetings you've gone into with Robert going, we just heard your call of the championship game after the 19-year in January of 2020, and man, was that defense tight. In the Super Bowl a couple of weeks later, they had the Chiefs held at 10 points with 7:13 to play in the game. Then they run the Wasp play, and hell broke loose. But you saw Robert back then when he was Kyle's DC. You obviously interacted with him when he was the head coach of the New York Jets. And now I assume you've done some production meetings with him this week and going back when you were out for the Carolina game. How has Robert Saleh evolved from young DC, finding his way, goes to the Super Bowl, becomes a head coach, comes back as a DC, and now is probably waiting to be a head coach again? How has he changed to you?
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that last part. I think he will be a head coach again. I think a lot of people have gone there to the Jets, and maybe the odds are stacked against him as far as being successful as a head coach in that market with that team, with that franchise right now. Hopefully that turns around, but I you know him better than I do. From what I see, I think he's evolved in that I never got the sense that it was too big, or he was, insecure, or he was paranoid about giving information, but he just seems so relaxed. I think he loves the team he has. I think a lot of these good coaches enjoy in some kind of weird way players being out and the challenge of trying to get, Robinson ready to play in the middle or Bethune now and not having Fred Warner. Of course they'd rather have Fred Warner. Of course you'd rather have Bosa coming off the edge. Of course. But these guys are challenged and they like a challenge. And when we talk to him, he feels very relaxed. I think confident, and I think he's confident in his ability. He loves the young players. They're growing. They're growing under a really good defensive coordinator and head coach. I think everybody there is in good hands on both sides of the ball. So it's just fun to talk to him, fun to get his feeling, and he was very open with. He wants to get Phillip Rivers on the move. He wants to see how good his legs are right now, and thinking that would be the toughest thing for him to get back in shape and in short order. So, the pass rush hasn't been good. They don't have a lot of sacks, but that doesn't mean they can't bother Phillip and get him moving a little bit. The ball's going to come out fast tonight, but you can still get in his face, and that chess match will be fun to watch.
Talking to Joe Buck here on the Yuma guest line. Now let's go to the other quarterback, because the last time you called a game in which Brock Purdy played, it was ugly there in that first half, shortly before Thanksgiving. 3 interceptions, had a couple of more passes that I thought were maybe even more problematic than the ones that got picked. But look, since then, he's taking care of the football. The offense is scoring 31 a game since he came back. So what are you watching for number 13 tonight as he looks for a bit of a primetime bounce back after the heavy struggles you saw in that short sample size against Carolina?
Yeah, I think he's getting hot. And as he told us, and I'm sure he's told you, I believe him, that the toe's feeling better every week. I mean, I don't think we can discount, what he's been through physically. And I think when you hear turf toe, it makes you think, oh, well, big deal, play through it. And that's a ligament issue in the toe, and it's his push-off foot. And I think that's a big deal. He moves around. He keeps plays alive. He's a guy who uses his legs, doesn't give up on plays. Sometimes that gets him in trouble. But I think he's heating up. I think he's feeling better. And I think he's, hitting a crescendo here at the end of the regular season now with the ticket stamped for the postseason, whether it's as the 1 seed or something else. Hopefully you get Pearsall back. It doesn't feel like that's a long-term situation again, but time will tell on that. But I think he's heating up. I think he's a really underrated player, even with a $265 million contract. I think he's on the way up again, and it's at the right time.
His last game against the Titans, last time he played 8 days ago, Joe, may have been the best he's played since the 2023 year when he guided the Niners all the way to the Super Bowl. And we call him Brock Star, but he's Brock Steady. And he's a new dad. Yeah. He and Janet just had their first baby. And so he's got about 9 to catch up with the grandfather, Phillip Rivers. Yeah. So on the over-under, if I was going to win a bet tonight and say the over-under's at 6 on how many times granddad is mentioned, you're the one that controls this. I don't think Aikman's going to say it. Maybe you're the one. You're going to go under. You're not going to bring every time he drops back. Granddad, secure in the pocket, lets it go. You're not going to do that.
I mean, there's a granddad, and then there's a granddad. Like I'm 56, and I'm not a granddad yet.
Gotcha.
He's 44. I mean, it's not like he's got a walker with tennis balls on the bottom of it out there playing. He's a young grandfather. His daughter's 23. Let's call it what it is.
More of an unk.
Yeah. Let's not get run away with this thing. I think he will get through. He's going to get through on his brain. He's going to get through on his ability to get the ball out on time, and it's going to be all around the line of scrimmage for the most part. He's going to go downfield a little more, he said, this week than he did at Seattle, but they're going to be smart about the game plan. And everybody says the odds are against them making the playoffs. If they win out and they get one loss by either Houston or Jacksonville in the other game, because they play both teams over the final 2 weeks. If they get one loss by the other two teams in one of those games, they're in the playoffs. It's not that crazy to think of them in the playoffs. And you guys were almost calling him your own quarterback in 2022, which is pretty amazing. And it was real. And we certainly talked to both Phillip and Kyle about that as well.
Can't wait to hear the stories. And he is a young grandfather at age 4. I'm 63. 5 kids, and I don't have any grandkids yet. I blame that more on them than I do me. But that's
exactly.
That's not my issue. I had kids.
Exactly.
I had 5 out early anyway. So at ESPN Research, you guys have all the information. We had Steve DeBerg on last week, and Steve did come out of retirement, but when he went to training camp that year with the Falcons and Dan Reeves and did play after 5 years away, and he was age 44, and he played okay. They went to the Super Bowl that year. But whether it's a quarterback or I remember, and congratulations on the Frick Award and the Baseball Hall of Fame, you are so deserving. But I do remember Jim Palmer at age 45 coming out of retirement in 91 after retiring in 84. And he was going to pitch at age 45. You're like, what? And then he wound up tearing his hamstring, and he never did pitch. But what are we looking at that a guy in this era of professional sports would come back after 5 years away to play quarterback in the NFL, Joe?
Yeah, well, what he was most worried about, and he's very honest, and Troy did a sit-down interview with him that'll air tonight, but he was scared after all the buildup and all the talk over 3 days of practice, and then, he's going to be the guy on the horse riding in to save the season for the Colts, and on the first play, he'd drop back and tear his calf, and he'd be like, oh, that was fun. That was great. Thanks for coming back. He was laughing about it, and then he's like, well, what am I worried about? What am I scared about? And I think that's why he got emotional after the game when he talked about the kids that he coaches in high school, including his son Gunnar, saying, go, don't be scared, go play. And I think he legitimately believes that. I don't think he's scared to go play and try to win. And as he said, if he gets hurt, he gets hurt. And if he gets blown up by Tatum Bethune coming up the middle, then he gets blown up. He kind of wants to get hit. So he's the right guy. He's a good man. I actually think this helps in a weird way his Hall of Fame candidacy, because I know it restarts his 5-year clock, but we've also now seen people just coming out of the woodwork talking about what he's been as a teammate, as a quarterback, as a leader, and I think there's more appreciation for him now than there was when he walked away. And I think he's a really smart, good dude player that I was surprised he didn't broadcast when he got out of the game. I thought he would. I brought it up to him. He said he didn't want to be gone every weekend again with all these kids. But I think he'd be really good at it. I think he'd be kind of folksy like Don Meredith and be interesting to listen to. And he knows the game and he can talk the game. But yeah, here he is ready to go tonight. And I can't wait to watch it.
Joe, thanks so much for coming by with us. Have a fantastic call tonight. We'll be watching you on Mets Dodgers eventually, hoping that somebody can take down the 2-time defending champions. As here in this market, we don't want to talk much about the LA Dodgers, but they're inevitable and someone's got to take them down.
I live in St. Louis. I don't even know that we're going to have 9 guys to play. So that's the way that goes. But the best news that I learned of all week, Greg, is that you're coming back those last 2 games. Good for you. Hats off, brother. And rooting for you. And I'm proud of you that you're getting back in the booth. There's no better place to be, as I know than sitting there calling the game.
Without a doubt. And I wish I was there tonight, in Indianapolis and traveling to give you a big hug and Troy. But
well, if you can get here in time, you can take my
probably
spot.
Not going to. Just real quickly, congratulations on the Hall. I know your time is brief, but what an honor. And, to go in, with your day. But Monday Night Football. And you left the greatest gig in sports. You were doing the biggest of, Sunday afternoon games with your guy, Troy. And then you had baseball, too. You're going back and forth and, doing what you love, and then you gave it up. But your dad, and I remember him for so many things, and what a brilliant announcer he was, as we all know, but him working with Hank Stram on Monday Night Football radio, where Hank would say, they're going to run right here, Jack. They do. And it was just, it was the greatest team ever. What was it like?
Those are the ones you remember, but a lot of the times it was, they're going to run right, Jack. And my dad would say, hand off to the left. He would intentionally, say, Hank, you got that one wrong.
You do a pretty good Jack Buck, by the way. Were you hanging around the booth?
That voice got me out of bed.
That
voice got me out of bed.
I know. You're late for school.
Get up. Get up. I'm not telling you again. Get up.
What did Monday Night Football mean to you growing up and just hanging in the booth with your dad and Hank Stram? And what does it mean to broadcast Monday Night Football?
it still gives me goosebumps when it's corny, but it's true when I hear that dun 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 dun, that music that I get to talk over. It's an honor to do it. And when I was a kid, I would go in with my dad. He was in the radio booth with Hank, which was like in a broom closet. And then you'd look down 4 booths to the left, and there was Cosell and Meredith and Gifford and, different iterations over the years, different people. And I remember being almost let down. Like, I thought my dad was cool. And then you see these lights and the yellow blazers and Howard Cosell, and it just always had my attention and my imagination. And so when I got the chance, I jumped at it. I've got 7-year-old twins now to go with my 29 and 26-year-old daughters. So being home is fun in the summer, and it just couldn't have worked out any better.
That's amazing. Joe, thanks so much. We really, really appreciate your time. Have a great call tonight, and I'm sure we'll talk at some point down the line.
All right, good. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you. Hall of Famer, Joe Buck.
Yeah, no kidding. And look, I mean, I know we all wanted Kipe on the Ford C. Frick Award. There's no doubt about it, but I'm hoping that Joe Buck getting inducted means that Kruk and Kipe can go in together, and ultimately we have the dual pairing. That is my ultimate resolution on that right there. So, yeah. Joe Buck, the voice of ESPN Monday Night Football. You can hear him on the TV tonight, and then we'll be carrying that game on KNBR 1050 as well for those of you who want to tune in. All right, pregame coming up at 2 o'clock here. Let's catch up with another voice who knows a little bit extra about the Colts. That's their radio voice. Matt Taylor will join us when we come back, and then Carlos Ramirez for the last couple hours with me, Papa and Silver, on the Sports Leader.
45-yard field goal here. Sanchez to put it down. There's the snap. Kick is on its way. Headed for the uprights. And it is. It's good! A walk-off field goal. Spencer Schrader wins it for the Colts. Colts win 29-28. Ball game. I-N-D-Y.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Probably felt like many lifetimes ago as we've been getting into the theme of the day. The NFL seasons are long, but that voice you heard right there in the big old INDY was Matt Taylor, the voice of the Indianapolis Colts. He's got a busy one tonight, 5:15 kickoff. We'll be starting our pregame right here on the Sports Leader at 2 o'clock. So it's all about Monday Night Football, and Matt joins us on the UMA guest line. Greg Silver, Greg Papa here on the other flagship, KNBR for the 49ers. How are you today?
I'm good, guys. Good to be with you. And like you said, the NFL is it's a marathon. It stands for not for long. And boy, oh boy, the Colts are. I mean, it just seems like it's a distant memory, that Colts start to the season. They were 7-1, 8-2, Now they've lost 4 in a row, 5 of their last 6, and they're desperate for a win tonight against the 49ers to try and improve their playoff stock with 3 games to go.
Yeah, obviously 2 teams heading in different directions. The Niners have won 4 in a row, and your Colts have lost 4 in a row. And the offensive numbers overall are really impressive, but they have fallen off considerably, Matt, since the 7-1 and 8-2 start. And I want to zero in on Jonathan Taylor in particular. There was a time there where he looked like not only the offensive player of the year, but damn, he may be one of the few running backs to win the MVP. And that touchdown run he had in Berlin, the overtime run he had to win that game for you, his numbers were just staggering. And to me, he was the best player in football. In the ensuing weeks during this 4-game losing streak, his numbers have fallen off. Is it partly because the quarterback was playing with a hairline fracture of the fibula? Was whatever was going on with Daniel Jones, and that took away, the zone read ability a little bit to hold down the backside? Why is Jonathan Taylor? The line still looks good. Is it just not having Daniel Jones's mobility that has restricted him the last 4 weeks?
Yeah, Greg, I think you hit it right. I think you hit the nail right on the head. I think there's other components, but that's the biggest one. Once Daniel Jones's mobility kind of dwindled with that fractured fibula that he was playing with, teams basically started stacking the box, and they asked themselves, all right, how do we stop the Colts? What's the one thing we have to take away to give ourselves a chance? And it was the running game with Taylor. And, I don't know what week it was. This is just a big picture, sort of outlook on the Colts season so far. I don't know if it was, week 7 or thereabout against the Chargers, or week 8 or 9 against the Falcons. You mentioned that game in Berlin. But at some point in the middle part of the season, I think the light bulb kind of went off for opposing defensive coordinators, and it just kind of clicked, and they said, hey, if we just, again, this is kind of the big picture. I'm oversimplifying it, but I think most teams ask themselves, all right, if we just kind of sit back and we play coverage and we only rush 4, man, it's going to be a long day for us, because the Colts have, a versatile skill set of weapons. Daniel Jones looks pretty good, experiencing career resurgence, teaming him up with a great play caller and, offensive designer in Shane Steichen. Plus, they have this great running back in Jonathan Taylor. And the thing was, in the first 2 months of the season, the Colts were really explosive. They were really balanced. As I said, they were versatile. And Daniel Jones was just sitting back there, and he was just the point guard of this offense. He was getting the ball to where it needed to go. They were getting explosive plays with Pittman and Alec Pierce. And then because of that, the passing game was there this year, which really, widened out the defense, stretched them out sideline to sideline. And that allowed Jonathan Taylor to really become efficient in the ground game, ripping off big runs. His yards per carry was pretty healthy. But now teams have been really coming after the Colts to give themselves a chance, putting a lot of pressure. A couple of weeks ago when Daniel Jones was still in the roster and still in the lineup. And now, obviously, the game plan is completely different with Phillip Rivers. Teams are really stacking the box to sell out the run and take away Jonathan Taylor. So I think that's the biggest thing is, his numbers are really respectable the last 4 or 5 games, but they're not hellacious like they were in the first 2 months of the season when he was on pace for 2,000 yards rushing, and he was getting a lot of conversation for the NFL MVP, even as a running back. So things have definitely kind of, tapered off, and the water has found its level. But again, with Phillip Rivers now as the quarterback, it's obviously got to be centered around getting something substantial and of substance out of that running game for Jonathan Taylor. Last week, he had over 20 carries, but less than 100 yards. But he really ran his tail off. But that's kind of the state of the Colts offense right now without Daniel Jones.
Matt Taylor, the voice you hear with us, manager of radio production and the voice of the Colts. So we've been having some fun this morning with the whole national narrative, right? Nobody likes the 49ers because it's all about the Seahawks and the Rams. And as far as the Colts, it's Rivers is a grandfather. But if Jason Myers had made 1 fewer field goal, it would have been, oh my gosh, what an amazing story. He led a game-winning drive. And so you got to take everything with a grain of salt when you're narrowed in on just one team. But what was your evaluation of last Sunday in Seattle, and then also the extra week of practice that Rivers has had with this offense?
Well, I mean, if you go back, I mean, just a little bit of a history lesson. I mean, once you get past like the shock and the awe and the surprise and like the "are you kidding me" moments of Phillip Rivers coming out of retirement to quarterback the Colts, which might take a little bit just considering how unique of a situation it is. But I mean, listen, this is last week, right? It's week 15, it's the second week of December. You know, the trade deadline's in the rearview mirror by about 5 weeks, and Daniel Jones tears his Achilles. You got a rookie quarterback as your other option, viable option, and Riley Leonard, who was banged up with a knee. It's like, what are you going to do? Anthony Richardson's still on injured reserve with that weird eye injury that he suffered in week 6. There just weren't a whole lot of viable options out there on the open market. So, again, once you get past the concept of a 44-year-old guy coming out of retirement who hadn't played in 4.5 years, he does understand the offense. He understands it inside and out. Got a great relationship with Shane Steichen. You know, he played still with 15 guys that are still on the active roster here at the Colts, and he's handed the ball off to guys like Jonathan Taylor. He's thrown the ball to guys like Michael Pittman. Most of the offensive line is still here protecting for Phillip Rivers, guys that were in place here in 2020, his 1 year in Indianapolis. So from that standpoint, it does make a lot of sense. And, how viable it is, well, last week we found out it was a really concentrated game plan against Seattle, ground and pound oriented with Jonathan Taylor, a lot of 3-step quick rhythm throws, yards after the catch to stay on schedule in terms of down and distance. They wanted to go on long drives, kind of shorten the game, limit the possessions of Sam Darnold and the Seahawks. And because the Colts defense played pretty well, not giving up an offensive touchdown, that almost worked. But we'll see how sustainable it is starting tonight. I mean, they had just over 200 yards of offense for the game, just over 60 yards of offense in the second half last week in Seattle, only 4 first downs past halftime in that game, and he had 18 completions, but only 5 of them gained more than 10 yards. So it was a very concentrated game plan, very specific to beat the Seahawks, especially given where that game was at, played in Seattle. I think inevitably tonight it's got to be a little bit more open, a little bit more, versatile and take advantage of the skill sets on offense. And the biggest thing is you got to get more from the intermediate part of the passing game because, again, it was 3-step drops and that ball was out. And that was on purpose just because of, Rivers not playing in over 1,800 days, and plus you're playing the Seahawks, one of the best defenses in the NFL. So we'll see how it sort of evolves and how they can stack things upon last week's performance starting tonight, as you said, with another week of game planning and practice under his belt with Phillip Rivers.
Everybody's harping on him not driving the ball down the field, and he obviously was checking it down and taking the short stuff, but that back shoulder throw he threw to Pierce at the end of the game was vintage Phillip Rivers, and it was on time, and it was a great play. The Niners are not going to have Renardo Green, who plays that right corner on the offensive left. Darrell Luter Jr. will start there, so I do wonder if they'll attack that spot. Eli Apple has been activated off the practice squad. Yetur Gross-Matos, as we thought, has been activated off the practice squad to play on the D-line, and he can play and also move inside over a guard. And Eric Hendricks will wear number 43. He will make his Niner debut tonight. I think he will have a role in the base and certainly on special teams. He's been elevated as well. So we'll see what kind of pass rush. And Rivers got the ball out fast, Matt, 2.36 seconds, and he's always done that. He's smart with that low three-quarter delivery. Who's going to play tackle for you guys tonight? I've read about the guys that we think are going to play, but you may move the right guard over to left tackle or something. Do you have an idea who are going to be your starting tackles tonight?
Yeah, just a hunch. I mean, nothing definitive, but if I had to guess, they'll stick with what they did last week when they were down, to start the game. Their right tackle, Brayton Smith's on IR to end the year with a concussion. So Jalen Travis, who is a day 3 draft pick at Iowa State, made his first NFL start at right tackle last week. My assumption is just a gut feeling he'll stay there tonight. And then in the middle of the game last week, Bernard Ryman, their very solid left tackle, checks out of the game with an injury. So here comes Luke Tenuta, who's been inactive for most of the season. Last week he was active just because of depth purposes, because of the concussion to Braden Smith. Well, he gets thrust into duty at the left tackle spot and plays reasonably well. It was his first NFL action in the regular season since 2022 when he was with the Buffalo Bills and came in, like I said, and I thought he played pretty well. But I think helping that is something you mentioned too. The ball is coming out just ridiculously fast out of the hands of Phillip Rivers, less than 2.5 seconds from snap to release. So that's going to help, a fairly green, if you will, left tackle, kind of indoctrinate himself into the fast-paced world of the NFL playing the Seahawks. So, they were in a little bit of a pinch last year, and they didn't shift guys and rotate guys from positions along that offensive line. They had a chance to move Matt Gonzalez, who last year was a tackle, and towards the end of the year they had a chance to move him to guard, but they didn't do that because they were sensitive about his just, position flexibility, wanting to make him just a tackle last year. Now he's a guard this year. And so based on that kind of precedent, I think they're going to keep guys in similar positions that they've been drilling all season long into this game. Like I said, there's 3 weeks left. They desperately need a win. I don't think, again, this is just a hunch, I don't think they're going to twinker with, guys as positions and moving them to different spots this late in the season.
Matt, have a fantastic call tonight, and I love getting to preview games, but the reality is, and you know this very well with the Colts season, we don't know anything, and we're probably going to live about 25 more lifetimes each by the time we get to the end of the season. So that's why we do it. That's why we love it, and sports are the best, and looking forward to connecting further down the line. Have a fantastic call.
I appreciate you. And Greg, welcome back, man. So happy to hear about all your great news. I'm excited to hear your call back in the booth coming up next Sunday. So just elated for you and, all 49ers fans to get you back. And hope you guys have a great holiday season and Merry Christmas.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. I missed it by 1 week. I wanted to come back for Indianapolis. I did the Pacer games directly out of school on WIBC. And that booth that you walk into, I walk into the Lon Simmons broadcast booth here in the Bay Area. Bob Lamey was such a great announcer forever and ever. First on Pacers, I had to follow him on Pacers, but when I got to Indy in '84, I listened to him a lot on Colts. What a great voice he was.
No doubt about it. And you're right up there, so appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Matty. Happy holidays,
Matt.
brother.
See ya.
Thank you.
Matt Taylor, voice of the Indianapolis Colts. And with that, we will let our guy Papa go. Great to have you in studio, man. This was awesome. So looking forward to all the shows we got going over the holidays. And Carlos Ramirez is going to fill in for the last half of the show here before we get you to 49ers pregame. But June 27th, that was our last one. So welcome back.
It's been a while, but it seems like old times being here and having Raph in studio. And we'll give Car Ram a hug. And so the Niners, as we noted, Yatura Gross-Matos is activated. Eric Kendricks activated. And then Eli Apple, you're going to need an extra corner with Renardo Green not playing tonight. So the Niners are going to have 5 new defensive starters from last week against the Tennessee Titans. Jordan Elliott couldn't make the game last week. Tatum Bethune will be back to play Mike out linebacker. I think Sam Okwuonu will also be a starter. Yatir Gross-Matos, I think, will take over for Bryce Huff. We'll see how it goes as far as the divvying up of playing time, but usually they do bring Sam O to set the edge on one side, and then Gross-Matos can do it on the other. And then we'll see what Darrell Luter Jr. does tonight, and if they attack him. And then the key thing is what they're going to do with Eric Kendricks a little bit tonight. He will wear number 43. I don't think he's going to take the Mike linebacker in the green dot immediately. Probably will be in the sub package and not a lot of snaps for a Sam linebacker, but keep an eye on 43 on special teams. And then maybe not right away, but at some point, does Eric Kendricks take over as your Mike linebacker? Car Ram in studio today, or is he joining us via remote? I wanted to hug Car Ram.
He's remote today, unfortunately.
Remote,
but Raph,
damn.
do we have him on the line right now?
Let's get him on. Let's get Car Ram.
What's up, Carlos?
Carlos!
Good to talk to you.
Folks, what's up? Yeah, I'm remote because I got to do 49ers pre- and post-game live
Well
today
aware.
from NBC, so I'm here at the office. I know this is you're going to take off. That's why I'm here to sub in for you. But I spoke with Greg yesterday, and I really wanted to do this sort of crossover with you because I said this. What I'm about to say, I said it on last Friday on 49ers Now, is I love you. You know what you mean to me and to this community. And 5 months ago, we got the worst possible news. I knew something was up when you weren't there on training camp day one. And you and I share an agent, Debbie Spander, and I knew something funky was happening when you weren't there. And when I called Debbie and she went silent, I knew it was bad. And the game I got to call in New Orleans this year is one of the best, and at the same time, the worst things I've ever had to do, because that's your seat. And I've always wanted to call NFL games, but not like that. Not because my friend and mentor and Beacon is fighting for his life. And I get emotional because I know what that seat means to you, because I know what it means to everyone who gets one of those seats. And I believe in miracles. And to see you out there sitting next to Greg, and to see and know that you're going to be there on December 28th for the Bears game and then for the Seahawks game is nothing short of a miracle. And this is the best Christmas gift that the faithful can get. This is better than winning the Super Bowl, because you can win the Super Bowl any year. You're getting your life back, and we're getting the best guy possible to get this back. I celebrate you. I love you. And I'm my Santa list this year is empty because I already have what I wanted, and that's you back on the booth. And I love you, Greg.
Love you, Carlos, in every way. And I should just drop the mic and end it on that, because you're going to make me cry here. But your love and support from the very beginning, everybody, Greg and Raph, everybody in this building. I wish more people were here today with me coming back, but it's kind of good that I could slide in and slide out. I'll be back in studio a lot more, and just everything you said is so powerful. And this is just, I'm not through this battle. I got a PICC line in my left arm. I'm going to leave here and go get medicine into my arm. And I'll be getting a transfusion during the game when I call it on Sunday night and all the way through. And my goal was to come back for the Super Bowl, to get the transplant done and come back for February the 8th. But the transplant got delayed. The good news is my heart is getting better. It is on track. It improved a lot in the last 2 months, and I think 2 months more time, it will be better. So, the Super Bowl is the Super Bowl. Staying alive for all the Super Bowls is the key. But the goal would be to be in that booth and win the Super Bowl, maybe against the Buffalo Bills, which would be a dream of mine, and then, have a parade and then have the transplant and have it all be done. But I told Greg this the other day. When Seattle and the Rams played the other night, I got so into that game. That was probably the most involved I was in a game that I wasn't broadcasting, a Niner or a Raider game or any team I've been doing, that when the game ended and Seattle won and Eric Saubert caught the game-winning 2-point conversion, and I had to sit down, and I was like in a bad dizzy spell for a while. So I'll just say this. They have activated my practice window, and I fully intend, Yatir Gross-Matos or Eric Kendricks, to come off and move to the game day roster. But Car Ram, you better stay a phone call away.
No.
We are going to have Guy Haberman. Guy's going to do sidelines that night. So I'm like, can we have Guy ready or somebody? Because I think we're going to take it right up till 90 minutes before kickoff and see if I'm actually activated. But the intent right now is to fully, and I do feel good that I can do the game. So thanks to all the love and support for all the people that know me as much as you guys do, and people that don't know me. You've given me the strength and the power to be able to. This battle's not over. It's only at halftime. We're going to bring the band down and celebrate and call a few football games. Then I got to go back out and re-script my battle for the second half. But I will get through this. I will survive, and I will come back. But because of the love and support from people like yourself, Car Ram and Greg and Raph and everybody here looking at me. Walters can't be here today. Everybody, Larry Blumhagen, and I could go on and on. That's why I'm back, and hopefully I'll be back for the remainder of the year.
You will, bro. You will, and I love you. And you know what I was thinking, Greg? Greg Silver. I mean, Papa's got this. He's got the best set of hair in the industry. And I know he's.
I did.
No, wait. It's gonna grow back. You're gonna be fine.
You want to see what it's now looking like?
But you know what? I know you're really self-aware and you love your beautiful hair and your mane, and you should, and it'll grow back. But you know what? What I would really love? I would love for every 49er fan in attendance for both games to wear a hat. Just wear a hat.
Okay.
Wear this. I want to encourage everyone out there going to Levi Stadium, even if you're at home, wear a hat and to show love and support and encouragement to Greg Papa and his phenomenal man who I know will grow back. I know I will wear a hat for you on the Bears game, on pre- and post-game live. We'll wear a hat for a segment or two if my bosses allow, because, hats on TV don't fly, but I don't care. It's you. So that's my thing. That's my campaign. I want everyone in attendance at Levi Stadium to go and buy a hat or wear a hat. And that's the Papa look for those 2 games. What do you think?
Wow, that's like, crank it up right now. You can leave your hat on. I want to hear it. So
Do you like it or not?
Well, the one thing I had in my advanced age was my hair. My body was breaking down, but I always had my hair, and I'd always kid with Tim Ryan. The only thing I got on you, bro, is the hair. And we had a follicle face-off, and Tim grows it down to the shoulders. So I tried to talk him into shaving his hair of a form of solidarity with me. He's not going that way.
Oh, bro.
Well, I don't know about wearing a hat. He'll shave his hair and trim it up, John Travolta style, after the Niners party with Lombardi, after they win the Super Bowl at home. But that is an amazing gesture that you would do that. I don't know how many people we're going to have to actually do that. I don't know what I'm going to do as far as the game. That's why coming into public, and I remember my brother was diagnosed with prostate cancer, and he was on the local news. He did, on ABC7 in Philadelphia, the most watched local newscast in the country by far. They did like 55 share. It was unbelievable. Everybody watched it. And I remember him delaying his treatment a little bit because he didn't want to shave his hair. And I remember getting like, what are you, vain, mofo? Shave your hair and stay alive. What's your problem? And now it's easy for me to say, because I didn't think my hair would fall out after the first cycle. I thought I'd have it. But anyway, it's fallen out. All my hair, my entire body. I had a Brody Brazilian done from head to toe. I have no hair anywhere, and that's the truth. But anyway, that's been a hard part, to look in the mirror, look at myself, and not have the hair back. But it will grow back. But I love you for that gesture. People can do what they want to lock in, but that is a beautiful gesture, and it's just one consequence that people have to go through. I'm way better off than a lot of people that have had 10, 12 cycles of chemo. I'm going to get it right now. And it's a bitch. It kills cancer in your body, but it kills everything. Mm-hmm. A lot of collateral damage. It's not good for you. So I'm getting off. I've only had 2 cycles of it. I know people that have had 12 say, no, it's terrible. So anyway, I'm in a better spot than a lot of people out there. But, yeah, you can leave your hat on. I like that. I love that song, by the way. Thank you, Conrad.
Well, you go take care of yourself, and Carlos and I will take care of it from here. I'm excited to have you back. It's been a while since we did a show together, Carlos. I think it was right before the Saints game, right before the game you called. So how many lifetimes have the 49ers had since then? We'll be getting into all of that. And then Jennifer Lee Chan is coming up at 12:30. It's Papa and Silver. Papa back in studio today, and Carlos and I will take you right up to the finish line at 2 o'clock on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
Well, happy holidays to everyone out there, and please stay safe with the weather being what it is outside. It's Greg Silver, and did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard out there are not local? Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, though, they've been here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. And they're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys that understand you in the local community. So while we talk about the weather outside, Chris and his team have unfortunately seen a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents over the last year. And we saw a couple of accidents, Raph and I, on the way into work today. So please do what you can. Be careful. Stay off the phones. Look out for children, whether you're on the freeway or in the streets. And let's work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. Chris and his team have also dealt with discrimination in the workplace, wrongful termination, and sexual assault. Regardless of what you may be facing, your rights matter, and you can go to dolanlawfirm.com to learn more about your rights. And if life gets in the way in any of these regards, you can feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients like you. And you don't have to stress about paying up front or dealing with hourly rates, and they're not getting paid until you're getting paid. So they live here and they work here, but most of all, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, welcome back. Great to have Papa in, and we will catch up with him at 10 a.m. tomorrow. We've got the one and only Carlos Ramirez hanging out with us. 808 KNBR is the number to join the conversation. What are you looking for tonight for the 49ers? What do you need to see to have you truly believing that they can get this number one seed, that they can make a run in the playoffs, or have you already seen just enough? Either way, you could sound off. We got the YouTube chat open, and Carlos, we'll get back to our clock management in just a moment. But as we get a short little reset here, again, it's been a while since we did a show together, and a lot has happened in the 49ers with the different lives they have lived. Even the Saints game that you called. Yeah, the Saints aren't a very good team. Yes, they ended up winning. Mac Jones got the start, but nothing's really been easy and nothing's been given. So finally, just a little bit of a Christmas present yesterday with the Steelers closing out the Detroit Lions in what was a wild finish that left a lot of people confused. But it's official. The math is mathed. The 49ers are going to be playing football beyond the first weekend of January.
Yeah, and we know what that means, Greg, because when Kyle Shanahan makes the playoffs, this team at least gets to the NFC Championship. That's not an opinion. That's not guessing. That's actual facts. Whenever this team under Kyle Shanahan makes the playoffs, they at least get to the NFC Championship game. And I don't know if that's going to be the case this year, but I don't know if you see this because now I'm on the stream.
Dude.
I'm wearing the Oasis jacket because last time we were together, you were about to go on your Oasis journey in London. So here we go. And in the mix of what has been an oasis or a desert for the 49ers, I should say, in terms of injuries and people getting hurt left and right, getting players back like today. And I know Eric Kendricks and Gross Matos are not Nick Bosa and Fred Warner or Bethune. He will be back, but none of them are. The fact that you're getting reinforcements to face a team that's fighting for their lives, that is not going to go down easily in the Colts, but I suspect the 49ers have enough firepower, manpower, both defensively and offensively to take care of business in Indy and then come back and face the Bears, who I think are I don't think their record says how flaky this Bears team is. They should have not beaten the Packers on Christmas, or on the Christmas game, I should say, on Saturday game. The Packers had no business losing that game, even without Jordan Love. The Bears were one onside kick away from being defeated by the Jordan Love-less, Christian Watson-less, Micah Parson-less Packers in Chicago. Like, they had no business winning that football game. And I think the prospects of the 49ers taking them down after what we saw from them against the Packers have gone up, not down. So tonight's game is massive because now the gates, Greg, are wide open. Folks, the gates are wide open for the 49ers to just bust through and not make Greg Papa travel for a single game the rest of the season. If the 49ers hold serve, if they hold home field advantage, Greg Papa will not have to board a plane to call a game for the rest of the season, because that means bye week on week one. That means then a home game, another home game in the NFC, and then guess where the Super Bowl will be played? Yes, here. So if everything goes according to plan, and that begins tonight against a team quarterbacked by a 44-year-old man who is a biological grandfather, who was 2 for 10 on passes, 10-plus yards on the air a week from now, then they should not. If they can't beat that team, even if it's on the road, Greg, then they should not be the number one seed, because then you're not going to be able to take care of the Bears or the Seahawks, or it doesn't matter, right? Because the Rams have tripped up 3 times, once against you, once against the Panthers, and the third time against the Seahawks. So everything is lined up for the oasis of football, minus the Gallagher brothers, to be set in Santa Clara to really become the oasis of 49er faith.
He is Carlos Ramirez. He has the greatest jacket in the world outside of any Liam Gallagher worn parka, and he's going to be with me all the way up until 2 o'clock. We'll go ahead, take another timeout because Jennifer Lee Chan joining us at 12:30, and we got some bills to pay. 808 KNBR, what do you need to see tonight to believe in the 49ers to be a number 1 seed worthy team, or have you already seen enough? It's Papa and Silver with Carlos Ramirez on the Sports Leader.
The Bears are who we thought they were.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers football coming up on the Leader as the playoff-bound Niners take on the Colts and Phillip Rivers.
Old Man River, he just keeps rolling.
Pre-game starts up at 2 with Copes and JD. Kickoff at 5:15. All coming up on KNBR, the
Moon River. Whew. Thank you, Doc. You ever serve time?
Leader.
Now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
wherever you are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
You know, cool thing about Raph is that we've worked a lot of weird hours together, especially around this time of year. And a couple of years ago, I want to say it was like one of those 6 a.m., 7 a.m. shifts in the holidays. Nobody's here. And just to keep myself awake, I start singing like Into Your Arms by the Lemonheads or something. And he's like, I like that you like good music, man. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And I was like, oh, yeah, I guess I just do that in my own time. So Oasis, Ball-No, and Raph. And good to have you with us, my man, as Walter has become a father for the first time. And a lot of exciting things happening this time of year. We'll keep this another shorty.
Wait, what?
Oh, yeah. Walter gave birth to Christian Leonardo Icabalseta over the weekend. And so.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
This is tremendous news.
I know,
had
right?
No idea.
I know. That's what I was telling Papa a little bit earlier. I said, you know, man, when we get to the end of the year coming up, I'm not going to do the whole like, oh, what a great year it's been. But we've had the full circle of life here. We've had a lot of life-changing and life-altering events. And so some of them have obviously been tough, as we just outlined when we did the crossover. Some of them have been beautiful, and congratulations to Walter. So, yeah, that's our exciting news of the weekend.
So I have questions now. You said Christian Leonardo Icabalseta? Is that the name?
That's the name, assuming I didn't botch it.
Is Walter? Walter's in, right?
No, he's out. We got Raph in for
Oh,
Walter.
he's out. Okay. So my question would be, was that because my brain went to the movies. That sounds very Christian Bale, Leonardo DiCaprio kind of mashup.
Yeah, see, everyone was riffing on the Ninja Turtles a little bit earlier. I don't think it's either one.
Yeah, but where's the Christian, though? I mean, Christian McCaffrey, but where's the Leo from?
CMC.
On the football side.
Yeah,
right, but that's okay. That Christian, yeah, but then where does Leo fit in? So that's why I went with Christian Bale and Leonardo DiCaprio with two great actors, right? I don't know.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, it's a good question. I've been trying not to bombard him with stupid texts because I'll go stop by, bring him some food at some point, and I'm going to guess that, Mom might have got the final say on this one. I don't know if it's a family name. I don't know if there's any kind of history there, but don't worry. When I do roll up with a bunch of dinners that can be frozen and a little bit of bad jokes and good vibes, I'll make sure to just grill him with all those same questions. So we'll get our answers.
Speaking of Christian, before we have our connection with Jennifer Lee Chan in a couple of minutes here, she's live from Indy. Christian McCaffrey is a force, and I think today or tonight, more than any other game this season, with no Ricky Pearsall on site, and we'll talk about this with Jennifer, Greg, he should be the fulcrum of the 49ers offense tonight. And what he's done this year better than any other season, and he was such a force running outside the tackles. Not this year. He has forced 96 missed tackles this season. That's 10 more than any other player. But his efficiency this year has come between the tackles. He's averaging 4.6 yards per carry inside the tackles versus 3.1. And of those 4.6, 3.1 have come after contact. Mm-hmm. So he's efficient, violent, and productive up the middle. When you compare it to 4.6 yards per carry and 2.7 per carry outside the tackles, I mean, whatever that, there's a bevy of reasons for that, and we can break them down in the show. But we know who's inside that defensive line for the Indianapolis Colts. So I think that's the focal point, is to get that run offense going, to get it functioning, especially inside with Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, no question. So let's connect with Jennifer Lee Chan, who is live in Indianapolis, NBC Sports Bay Area. Of course, that's exactly where Carlos Ramirez is residing right now, because you got 49ers pre- and post-game live. It's an action-packed Monday. We'll talk to JLC when we come back on The Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
And we are back. Let's take it out to the scene where we got a little Monday Night Football happening in about 5 hours. Jennifer Lee Chan of NBC Sports Bay Area joins us on the UMA guest line. Jennifer, really appreciate your time, as I know the buses are going to be firing up soon to get over to Lucas Oil. You got Silver, you got Carlos Ramirez with you. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing? I'm staying warm as much as possible.
Yeah, right. I know we're all complaining about the rain and how it's been cold in the Bay Area, and then you kind of take it in the context of, everywhere else in the country, and you're like, yeah, let's think about it. We're pretty soft in the end.
It's not so bad. Yeah, it's not so bad.
So we talk to your colleague, Matt Mayoko, every Friday, and a big subject of the last couple of those conversations has been Ricky Pearsall. And Matt was pretty upfront about saying, look, Ricky is not a problem whatsoever. The amount he's been on the field, it's not like Shanahan has an issue. It's just that reality football is not fantasy football, where it's all about stats and production. And he finally did fill up the stat sheet a little bit, but that also came with a couple of trips to the Blue Medical Tent, and he's not going to be active tonight. We've talked a lot about Brock Purdy and what he's brought to the offense since he's come back, but he came back at the same time as Ricky Pearsall. So what are you looking for from Brock Purdy now that he's not going to have that field stretcher, that man beater, that deep threat that's been present the last month?
Yeah, I mean, Ricky Pearsall does do a lot when the ball is not in his hands, and that's what Kyle Shanahan was really talking about. So it's, on everybody else. It's going to be Jawan Jennings. It's going to be potentially Kendrick Bourne taking the football and trying to get, contested catches out there. So, there's not that guy, that speedy guy out there who beats man. And so it's going to be a little tougher. I think, you're going to rely on George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey to do their part on the offense like they always do. But it does make it a little bit more difficult against this Colts defense, which has actually been playing pretty well.
Jen, thank you for being with us live from Indy. We'll be with you in a couple of hours on NBC Sports Bay Area. One of the things tonight is the interesting matchup is the defensive line and Robert Saleh against Phillip Rivers. And we've spoken also on 49ers Now and on the shows is what's the approach? What does this defensive line, now with Gross Matos being back and with other pieces being placed in that unit, how do you anticipate them rushing or trying to get to this 44-year-old veteran quarterback?
Keon White told me this week that this is the type of quarterback that scares him the most. So, it's a guy who, you consider like Aaron Rodgers or Tom Brady at the end of his career, where, yes, they're not as physically as gifted as they once were at their peak, but they're still so smart. He knows exactly what a defense is doing. So it's kind of this cat and mouse game between Robert Saleh and Phillip Rivers. How does Robert Saleh kind of disguise what he's going to do so that Phillip Rivers doesn't know what's happening? He doesn't know what's coming at him. I do think Yetur Gross-Matos is a guy who they can get some play from, maybe 15 snaps or so on the defensive line. I know they want to be kind of careful with him, working him back. He's a guy who can affect the pocket. He just, unfortunately, has been dealing with injury since he got to the 49ers, but he's a guy who can make a difference. It's interesting that they elevated Eric Kendricks, so I'm not sure how they're going to use him, but, when you've got that big nickel situation with Jason Pinnock or Jair Brown's been in there, it's kind of, they can disguise a little bit with that way. So I'm not sure what their plan is with Eric Kendricks, but they did elevate Eli Apple as well because Renardo Green is out. So it's going to be a job. They have to play sound football, especially on the secondary against Phillip Rivers.
Jennifer, who are your eyes on as far as some of the defensive reinforcements that are coming back? Because ultimately, whether it's this week, week 17, week 18, or eventually the playoffs, the best players on the 49ers and their opponents are going to decide their fate. So while so much is made about Phillip Rivers, Jonathan Taylor came into this week leading the NFL in rushing yards. He's got 3.8 yards per carry after contact. He forces a bunch of missed tackles, and that Colts offensive line in front of him is pretty damn good. So how can the Niners, with some of those reinforcements, slow down Jonathan Taylor to put Phillip Rivers in a position where he will have to make plays to try to beat them?
I mean, that's the struggle for the 49ers for the last few games is being able to stop the run. That's their challenge this week because they have not been able to do it. And Tony Pollard ran all over them, and it's been like that for a couple of weeks now. So they've got to play disciplined football. I do think Tatum Bethune being back in the mix does help. I think Curtis Robinson, it's kind of like Curtis Robinson, I think, is better at the communication, getting everybody in the right spot, making sure there aren't missed assignments. But I think Tatum Bethune is a better tackler. He's a little faster. So, I mean, you kind of have a couple, it's kind of both of them have their qualities and kind of lesser qualities, but I think Tatum Bethune does play better against the run, his tackling, and then making sure that Malik Mustafa, looked at the film last week and making sure that he's not taking bad angles, stays on his assignment. A lot of it for Malik Mustafa is instinct, and you don't want to take that away from him, but it also has to be, include solid tackling. So that's a big focus that they had to address this week, because the last 2 games, I think they missed 11 tackles last week and 15 the week before. They can't let that happen this week against Jonathan Taylor.
That's Jennifer Lee Chan joining us live from Indy, where tonight the 49ers will face the Colts on Monday Night Football. Brock Purdy, Jen, I think we saw his best game. At least that's my opinion, that the game we saw from him against the Titans, and I know it's a bad team, whatever, but still, it's the NFL, and any given Sunday, anything can happen. I think what the Colts do well, which is generate pressure with 4 without having to blitz, really plays well into Brock's strengths. He has averaged almost 8 yards per attempt against 4 or fewer rushers this year. Do you see the Colts sticking with their 4-man rush, or do you see them trying something different to maybe disjoint Brock Purdy's approach?
I think they're definitely going to do whatever they can to get at him. I think you look at Spencer Burford, who's kind of coming back from a knee and ankle injury. Maybe that's the point of attack right there. Everybody else on the offensive line has played pretty well. So that might be a guy that they kind of attack. But again, DeForest Buckner's first game back from a neck injury, so he's going to affect the pocket for sure. Always an interesting game when a guy plays his old team. And he's a big factor. They do have a really good defensive line. So I think making Brock feel the pressure. But, I mean, he really is good against it. Like, you've watched him. He's making better decisions. He's throwing away the football when he has to. So I think, Brock's playing some of his best football. And, he's been good for much of the season. I think now the rust is completely off, and he's got weapons to throw to. So the offense is pretty healthy outside of Ricky Pearsall. So he's got his full complement there, and he's going to take advantage where he can.
Jennifer, I'm curious to get your take on this one, and that's how big of an indicator will time of possession be tonight? I keep flashing back to the Houston game where the first, 22 minutes, the 49ers had the ball for like 3 of them. And if the offense can't stay on the field, given that that's where a lot of their strengths are and that's where they're healthier right now, that's how the 49ers could get into trouble in this one. So I think about moving the chains and first downs and time of possession. Like, no single stat is going to tell the whole story in this one. But when I've been thinking about keys to the game, that's one of the numbers that keeps coming back to me. So I want to get your take on that.
I mean, obviously, time of possession is a huge one. But, I mean, like putting together long drives, that's always a key because they want to keep that Colts defense out there for as long as they can, tire them out, grind it out. And I think that's going to be one of those games. It's a run game versus run game on both sides. So if they can stay out there and keep it third and manageable, that's going to be a way for them to win the game. So, the Colts are playing for a potential spot in the playoffs. So they're going to put everything out there they can. I just looked, and if they lose this game, they have a 2% chance of making to the playoffs. So they're going to be putting everything they can out there. 49ers have already clinched a playoff spot. So how does that factor into the mentality on both sides of the game? Colts are playing for, their season to not be over. So, I mean, it's really run game against run game. Who can have a better game? Is it Jonathan Taylor or is it Christian McCaffrey?
Jen, what do you credit to the resurgence or the regrowth or rebirth, however you want to adjectivize it, of Jauan Jennings in the second half of the season? We're talking about a guy who has scored 6 touchdowns since week 9. Only Devontae Adams has more with 8. So he's up there with Brock Bowers and Trey McBride and Colby Parkinson. So what do you credit the reemergence of Jauan Jennings?
I think it's him being healthy. I mean, he wasn't healthy for the beginning of the season with the rib injury, the knee, the calf. shoulder. And so now, it's same like with Dominic Pooney. He's been feeling healthier. He's been playing so much better than he did at the beginning of the season. So really, it's just health. And granted, yes, Juwan Jennings is going to play hard no matter what. But I think with, all the different things, and he did get dinged up a little bit last week with the rib injury. He did, he wasn't on the injury report, but you could see him wincing with pain a little bit after that game. So, after that hit. So we'll see how he comes out, but he wasn't on the injury report at all. He did practice all week, so I would expect him to be fine. But, anytime a guy has a rib injury, I have never had one, but I don't think they're fun.
No, they're not. I've had them, and they're not fun.
Yeah. I mean, I've had other injuries. I haven't had the rib injury, but I've had quite a few. But, yeah, I don't think I ever want to experience that. So, especially in a contact sport like football, rib injuries are not advised.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't think so. Jennifer, I'm not looking past the Colts, but I did want to also preview what's coming up on a short week, and that's the game against the Chicago Bears, which win or lose tonight, still going to have some big implications as far as the NFC playoff seeding goes. What do you make of this team? They have had so many games where they pull the rabbit out of their hat. They're trailing in the final 2 minutes. They get the wins, but then again, they're also on top of the NFC North, which is not an easy division, and they're at 11-4. So what is your perspective on the Chicago Bears and what they've been able to do in Ben Johnson's first year?
Man, are they the epitome of any given Sunday or what? I mean, like they can, one day they look great, one day they don't. But Caleb Williams is really, I think, starting to show what he's capable of. He spent his last year at USC running for his life, trying to make plays, and he did that in his rookie year as well, trying to play hero ball. And now where he is a little bit more comfortable, he's got weapons and protection. You see what he's able to do, and I think he's only going to get better as time goes on. But it's going to be a tough matchup. I mean, these last 3 games are really huge games for the Niners. Could they clinch the number 1 seed? I mean, everything's on the line right now. December football is the most important football, and we'll see, how they stack up against these teams. But, man, the Bears have been really interesting. I mean, who would have thought that they would have, gone from, one of the worst teams in the NFC to now being one of the best? So, I mean, that's kind of the story. You look at the AFC as well. The Pats and the Broncos are at the top over there. So it's been one of the most interesting seasons so far.
Jennifer, thanks so much for joining us, and have a great ride over to Lucas Oil. We were there not too long ago, and I'm going to credit me and Papa for planting that playoff seed here at the NFL Combine. But in all seriousness, enjoy the game. We'll have a lot to talk about, and these final few weeks are going to be nothing short in terms of the action.
See you in a few, Jen.
Talk to you guys soon. All right.
Jennifer Lee Chan of NBC Sports Bay Area. We appreciate her time. And so with all that in mind, and the fact that the 49ers or their opponents, the best players, are ultimately going to decide what their fate is, let's get back into the conversation we laid out there. Give the phones a second to warm up. We got the YouTube chat. We got the text line. What do you need to see either tonight or for the rest of the season to really believe in the 49ers to make a deep playoff run or do something special here with the Super Bowl at Levi's Stadium in early February? It's Papa and Silver. Carlos Ramirez hanging out with me for another hour 12. And then we got pregame starting on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
T-Rock, Tim Ryan, join Dieter and Larry Krueger.
I mean, I will lose my S watching this tonight if I see Phillip Rivers just with this captain check down.
To break down this Monday night matchup, what he thinks about facing Phillip Rivers.
There's like a coach on the field, man. He throws to the right guy. You put on that tape against Seattle, he throws to the right guy every time.
You can hear that interview and all the podcasts on the podcast page on thesportsleader.com and on the app.
What an absolute thumper.
It's insane, to be able to basically cold turkey it and come back, 5 years later, and to complete passes and go through an offense and compete and have his team in position to win games. Like, dude, that's insane. And especially for how physical the game is at quarterback, like people think, the quarterback doesn't get hit. Like, dude, you're dropping back and you're getting hit after throws and you got to scramble, throw the ball away and take a hit and then get back up and jog back to the huddle, say the play. Like all those little things that you don't really think of. To be able to do that at that age with that amount of time off and come in and compete right away, man, is very impressive. So he's a Hall of Famer, and to be able to go up and compete against him, going to be an honor. We all respect the heck out of him.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Greg Silver, Carlos Ramirez here with you for a little bit over an hour, and then we'll send it right over to Copes and JD for your 49ers pregame. We'll be carrying the broadcast right here with a 5:15 kickoff, and so you're going to want to listen to Guy Haberman and Tim Ryan on the call. Then if you want to watch it on TV, you got that option too. Maybe you're feeling a little Manning cast night now that you can relax about the 49ers having clinched a postseason berth. Either way, we are here for you all the way on this Christmas week. So while we talk about what we need to see out of the 49ers tonight, well, the last time Carlos and I did a show together, it was leading up to the New Orleans game when he was on the call. And that one ended up being a win where it wasn't entirely stressful or uncomfortable, but the 49ers had to make closing plays, and it was the defense that ultimately got it done. And now you look at the injuries, you look at the various circumstances, and since Brock Purdy came back, this is a team that's scoring 31 points per game, unsurprisingly led by an offense that had Ricky Pearsall before he went out again, that has George Kittle back, that's had Christian McCaffrey, that's had Juwan Jennings for this entire time. And so when I think about what I need to see tonight, Carlos, and what can show me something that gives me furthering belief in the 49ers' ability to finish out December strong and maybe do something special in January and maybe ultimately get to the big one in February.
Let's have it.
It's not a sack. It's not an interception. It's not holding Jonathan Taylor to X amount of yards. As far as it goes for tonight and what they have in front of them, it's just simply not beating yourself. So take care of the ball. Because last time Brock Purdy was in primetime, we saw one of his worst halves that he's ever had, 3 interceptions and 8 pass attempts, and a couple more that looked even riskier. And I want to see the defense be able to hold up in the red zone. I'm not asking you to, fully contain this offense and make Phillip Rivers throw over the top and make it so Jonathan Taylor has no room to run. He's going to get his. He's going to get his on the ground. Can you hold up when it matters the most? And probably number 3, going back to how I led into this segment, your best players need to be able to make off-schedule or improbable plays. So what does that mean? Well, I think about Cleveland when Brock Purdy converts the third down, going against the wind, and then going up to set up that field goal for Matt Gay that was the doink it in. He gave George Kittle a chance on the 32-yard play. Brock Purdy gave George Kittle a chance, and because he's one of the greatest tight ends that we have ever seen, and certainly of this generation, he's ultimately able to do that. Juwan Jennings has been someone who's catching balls in tight windows. Christian McCaffrey has been the guy who is moving the chains and done it 100 times over this season. So when you think about the 49ers and how they've been able to win some games, whether they were underdogs or whether it came down to the wire, like all the way back in week 1, you need the best players that are available to ultimately decide this one, because no offense to a Keon White or a Cleveland Ferrell or a Tatum Bethune or anybody else that you're very glad to have making contributions, ultimately, they need to hold their own, but your difference makers, the ones you're paying a lot of money, need to be the ones who elevate and decide this to where you can still control your fate to be the number 1 seed when all is said and done tonight.
Yeah, so those are great points, Greg. And football, like many other sports, I see it in some regards as a matchup sport. So how does what I do good match up versus what you do well? Or if there's something I do well or at an elite level, how does that match up versus something you do not properly address? So what does the 49er offense do well, and how do they rank both individually and collectively versus what the Colts do well? And this, and I know this next exercise has some holes in it because it's not perfect, because nothing is, even numbers. Let me preface this by asking, are you a PFF fan? Or how do you value or justify or analyze what PFF does in terms of player gradings?
Sorry, one more time, how I justify PFF in terms of player gradings?
Yes. Do you like it? Do you value it? Do you think it's accurate? Do you think it matters? What do you think of their system or how they grade players?
I appreciate the insight it gives. I don't take it at a face value every time, but Jeff Deeney, who sends a lot of the numbers over here as it relates to San Francisco, I find it really fascinating to look at. I don't know if I necessarily buy too much into he's 4th out of 67 eligible at his position. So
you don't? You don't?
No, I usually don't.
Okay, that's fair. All right. I do.
Okay.
I do. And that's the beauty of debate, right? So, and I know it's not, I'll say I know it's not the end all be all. I know it's not, a set in stone or a definitive truth, but I do think it gives us more times than not a pretty accurate painting of what someone does or how good someone does their craft, right?
Yeah.
And I'll give you both sides of the coin. For instance, they have Christian McCaffrey as the 21st ranked running back out of 62. And I'm damn sure there are not 20 running backs better than Christian McCaffrey in the NFL. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
Right. So I just gave you one example of I'm going against my own theory but at the same time justifying the fact that I know it's not the end all be all. The flip side is they have George Kittle as the number 1 rated tight end in football. And I think that's pretty accurate. You can throw Brock Bowers or Tyler Warren or whatever, any other tight end. I think this year, by both run blocking and pass catching, and even though he missed few games, I think still to this day, George Kittle is the best tight end in football. So I say that to now present this, and take it with a grain of salt, if you will. The 49ers offensive line has, as you know, 5 starters. Of those 5 starters, Greg, only one, and that's Spencer Burford, is ranked below the half or the bottom half of his positional grouping in the NFL per PFF. Trent Williams is ranked 4th among tackles. Colton McKivitz is ranked 12th. Dominic Pooney is ranked 28th. And Jake Brendel is ranked 17th.
And Burford spent a lot of time injured and not playing left guard because, Ben Barch was the guy, and then Burford was injured. He came in, slotted in. So that's a smaller sample size than a lot of those others.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So how does that pair up with the Colts defensive line? Well, Laiatu Latu is ranked 13th among edge rushers. DeForest Buckner is ranked 11th among 128 defensive linemen inside. So that right side of the line is, again, per PFF, elite. The other side is not good. Tyquan Lewis is ranked 108th, and Kwity Paye is ranked 71st. So, again, and I know this is very simplistic, but I think it still paints a picture. And when you go up to their linebacker core, Zaire Franklin is a great player. He's ranked 81st out of 86 linebackers, and Jermaine Pratt is ranked 43rd among 86 linebackers. The other defensive stalwart they have is Cameron Bynum, playing safety. He is ranked 14th out of 100. All that to say, Greg, that I think what I expect tonight for the 49ers is to be offensively dominant.
Yeah.
Offensively dominant. Listen, no team in football holds the ball longer for drives that go longer. They are taking the life out of defenses one long drive at a time. The stats are there. They have, the 49ers do, Greg, 32 drives of 10 or more plays this season. That's tied most in the NFL. They have 30 drives of 5 or more minutes this season, most in the NFL. That's death by 1,000 cuts.
Mm-hmm.
So I expect the same thing tonight. I want to see that Colts defense gasping for air and oxygen tanks midway through the third quarter.
I like that a lot. And by the way, for PFF, I would say that now that I got a chance to think about it a little bit more, the reason that I sometimes take it with a grain of salt, because I got into these conversations with Tim Ryan where PFF can sometimes not always account for the specifics of how it's coached or a particular scheme, especially when you account for a line, right? Like, what is the rushing attack? What's the blocking plan here? I think he mentioned like McKivitz is going to get dinged for a couple of pressures or a sack when ultimately it was somebody else's fault. So I think for that reason, I do take it with a grain of salt. However, and going back to the Spencer Burford of it, the larger the sample size, the more I will appreciate it. And the first example that comes to mind for me is consistently now for multiple years, Fred Warner is the only linebacker in the NFL that has a certain mark when it comes to covering the run and covering the pass. And it doesn't take looking at those statistics. It just takes a simple watching of the tape and seeing how many jobs he can do in one play to understand the value of somebody like that.
Yeah. No, I agree. The flip side of that is the Colts offensive line, Greg, is stout.
Yeah.
I mean, it's legit. Whether you go with Bernhard Raymond on the left side or you go with Quentin Nelson on the inside, that left side, and the unheralded hero of that line is Tanner Bortolini, their center. He's top 3 in the NFL in my estimation. So Tyler Warren is a great young tight end. I'm sorry. I can't fathom, even with no Nick Bosa, no Fred Warner, no Michael Williams, I cannot for the life of me understand or comprehend how a 44-year-old quarterback who a month ago was coaching his son in high school football, and granted, he turned his team, St. Michael Catholic High School in Alabama, into a powerhouse. How does that translate into playing quarterback in the NFL? It doesn't. It just doesn't. Even if he was taking reps with his son, I don't care. Like, Greg, if the 49ers cannot give this man a beating, give him a beating. I mean, he'll get rid of the football quick. I get it. And they'll rely on the run game. I understand all of that. But you have to make him feel, you have to make him wish and think, you know what? I should have just stayed home, man. I should have just stayed home coaching my kid. Who the hell convinced me into this nonsense, me getting my ass whooped out of here? No, you know what? He's not going to quit because he's Phillip Damn Rivers, and he's as tough as they come. I get it. But you know what, Greg? Everyone feels pain. Everyone has regrets. And as much as he loves playing football, and he loves the game, and neck up, he is one of the best to ever do it. Greg, don't you think they should just, even if it means, and I'm not calling here for a cheap shot, or no, I'm not. That's all I'm saying. But come on, man. Come on. You got to get to this dude and make him regret ever considering putting the cleats back on, the pads back on, the helmet, go back to coaching football in high school, be a granddad, be a Hall of Famer. Come on. What are we talking about here?
I believe the phrase Tim Ryan used with us both last Friday with the football hour and this morning with Krug and Dieter was rush with reckless abandon. And that's exactly what you're getting at right there. It's not doing anything stupid. It's not doing anything cheap. Okay, we're not out to hurt people, but doesn't mean you can't make somebody feel it a little bit within the bounds of what's legal, because you can do a lot of damage there on an NFL field with just being able to deliver a couple of hits on someone that just came back after 5 years on the couch. And I mean, to your point, this is a time of year where we're all looking to hanging out by the couch, the fire, the holidays, watching our sports, playing our games, drinking our wine, doing whatever it is we're doing. And Phillip Rivers willingly came out of retirement to go back to a team that is staying afloat right now. And as it stands, not even just trying to save their season, he's got to thrive to give them a little bit of something extra, because the Colts, despite that 7-1 start and once upon a time being the AFC's number 1 seed, they're currently out of the playoff picture.
Listen, it's the ultimate Christmas present. And I understand Phillip Rivers now has 1 week under his belt. His body might have started to remember what it feels like to play quarterback in the NFL, both the good and the bad, because I want to see how his body recovers after not taking a beating, but, getting hit and going through the whole week of training and the flights and putting your pads on and running around and throwing the football. He did things for a week his body did not do for 5 years. And I don't care how good you were. I don't care. The Father Time is undefeated. He just is. And he was never known as a mobile quarterback. God knows he's not one at 44 years old. And Keon White and Alfred Collins and Kalia Davis, they're all ranked in the bottom 10th of defensive linemen per PFF. I'll give you the opposite. If you go reverse, if you go offensive line Colts, defensive line 49ers, Phillip Rivers should not have a worry on his mind because, again, per PFF, there's no way in hell that offensive line would give any concessions to the 49ers D linemen. But that's how the game is played, because the way you protect Rivers is vastly different than the way you protect any other quarterback like Daniel Jones or Anthony Richardson. So get an early lead, start removing the run game from the equation, make this guy throw the ball deep, make them have to go chunk plays at a time. And he can't throw the football, Greg. I think the first pass he threw a week ago, it wasn't even it was a like a drunk duck, not even a regular sober duck. It was all over the place. It was flailing midway through the air. He only completed 2 passes of 10-plus air yards against the Seahawks. What are we talking about here? I respect him. He's a Hall of Famer.
But don't you think that was the game plan? And I get what you're saying. Like, he was 2 for 10 on throws that were 10 or more yards down the field. I'm not trying to
throw the football
I'm not trying to
downfield.
defend that he was good, but don't you think just coming off the streets, and yes, I know same offense that he ran as Shane Steichen with his high school team. Yeah, it's different when you're thrown into the fire for real. You're on the road against one of the best defensive units in the entire NFL. I think it's not a shock that by design you were trying to get the ball out quick with a lot of short reads here.
No.
I don't understand why, that plan couldn't work effectively against the 49ers defense.
It could, but what did they do against the Seahawks? 16 points. And of those 16 points, 3 were a 60-yard field goal. So going back to my original point, what I expect the 49ers to do is put up 30 plus. If Phillip Rivers can put 20 plus points on you, shame on you.
Okay.
Shame on you. So if the offense puts up 25 plus, 30 plus, it's game over. Unless Jonathan Taylor turns into Barry Sanders and goes for 250 and 4 touchdowns, and the 49ers shoot themselves in the foot over and over and over, this offense, led by this 44-year-old quarterback, cannot put 20-plus points on you. They shouldn't be able to. He cannot throw the ball downfield.
All right, we're going to continue this conversation at 808 KNBR. What do you need to see from the 49ers for you to fully believe that they got it in them to do something special? Are you writing the Colts off and thinking this game's going to be the easiest of the 3? Or are you worried about old man Rivers, who, as Carlos is saying, should not be able to score 20 points on this 49ers defense? We'll continue this next. Your calls, your chats, your thoughts on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers football coming up on the Leader as the playoff-bound Niners take on the Colts and Phillip Rivers.
Old man River, he just keeps rolling.
Pre-game starts up at 2 with Copes and JD. Kickoff at 5:15. All coming up on KNBR, the
Moon River. Whew. Thank you, Doc. You ever serve time?
Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
And about 40 minutes away from your 49ers pregame starting, you'll have Copes, you'll have JD, and then the action in Indianapolis kicking off at 5:15 tonight. We'll have that on KNBR 1050. We'll, of course, have the 49ers call right here on the Sports Leader, where you can hear Guy Haberman and Tim Ryan. And, of course, we got the Manning Cast. We got ESPN. Any which way you want to consume it, it's time to start celebrating the holidays. The 49ers have clinched a playoff spot, but they're trying to do much, much more than that. And so we got Greg Silver, we got Carlos Ramirez hanging out with you in place of Papa for the second half of today.
We got some text messages, too.
And we got some text messages. But before we get into those, let's get it right out to the phones. It's our buddy Pat H. in Concord who wants to talk about interior pressure. Let's hear it, Pat H. Good to hear from you, my man. Happy holidays.
What up, Gregolis? What up, Car Ram?
What up?
Raph? So I was encouraged by the injury report with Gross Matos, Sam Moe, and Jordan Elliott back. And with the lack of mobility with Phillip Rivers, I'd like to see some inside pressure because he's not going to be like rolling out of the pocket doing much, dude. So I think getting the inside pressure is going to be the key tonight.
Hey, no question. That's a great call, Pat. So we appreciate you. And I heard Dieter and Krug talking about this a little bit earlier on the morning show too. But, I mean, look at the recent list of Super Bowl champions, and you can point to a great, if not Hall of Fame level, interior defensive lineman that's led the way. So with Philadelphia last year, Jalen Carter was the guy. Jalen Carter saved their season when Tyler Higbee was open and the Rams almost pulled off the comeback in the upset in the divisional round. Chris Jones with the Kansas City Chiefs, some guy named Aaron Donald there for the Rams before that. And then with Tampa Bay, I think they had Ndamukong Suh still on the interior front as well. So that's all to say, Carlos, that when you can generate pressure without having to do extra, without having to blitz, and especially with a QB like Rivers, to Pat H's point, if you can do it to someone who's not quite a mobile quarterback, that can really help you out in the long run and get your offense back on the field. And we know for the 49ers, yeah, maybe it's a death by 1,000 cuts type of offense, but that's the group that you want to see on the field more so than not.
Absolutely. And I mean, the Colts and the Niners offense is similar in this aspect. Both have their best player in their running backs. I don't think there's any question that Christian McCaffrey is your alpha and that Jonathan Taylor is the same for the Colts. Now, how they go about it is differently. I mean, Taylor is one of the running backs that is used more predominantly out of the shotgun formation this season. And the 49ers defense is allowing 5.3 yards per carry on shotgun runs. So if there's any aspect of the Colts offense, Greg, that is concerning to me at least, or for the 49ers tonight, is how do you counter, how do you neutralize or anesthetize that shotgun run from Rivers to Taylor, whether it's going outside, inside, whatever the case may be, because that's one of the, amongst the bevy of issues that the 49ers have had this season countering the run, specifically against shotgun runs from players like Jonathan Taylor. They have struggled mightily. So how do they counter that? That's one point. Again, if you're able to get an early lead, 14-0, 21-0, 21-7, and then have to put the Colts, not dismiss, but at least decrease what they use or what they do with the run game and turn this into a passing endeavor for 44-year-old Phillip Rivers, then I think all bets are off.
Yeah, I mean, I think we would all agree that you would want somebody like Phillip Rivers, who just came off the streets, to try to beat you, as opposed to a running back who has scored 3 touchdowns in a game on the ground 4 different occasions this year. And yes, I know the NFL season's long. The Colts of week 2, when they upset the Denver Broncos, was not the same team that we saw even before Phillip Rivers, when you had Riley Leonard out there. And now it's a different kind of evolution. But it doesn't matter in what way you're trending. What matters is what happens for a 3-hour period from 5:15 to 8:15 or so tonight. And so Pat H's point on interior pressure is a really good one when going against someone like Phillip Rivers, because Jonathan Taylor, we can talk all about the Colts offensive line, and certainly the success of any good quarterback and any good running back is always going to have credit to the offensive line.
Right.
But to read some numbers actually from our guy, Jeff Deeney, who shows a lot of love to PFF right there, Jonathan Taylor came into the week leading in rushing yards, 1443. Rushing yards after contact, which is over 1,000 at 1035. Rushing touchdowns, 16, and he's second in yards per carry after contact, missed tackles forced, and rushes of 10-plus yards. So while the 49ers offense is going to be death by 1,000 cuts and maybe more slow, methodical drives, especially without an explosive threat and a man beater and a field stretcher and Ricky Pearsall out there, well, the Colts have been a little bit more unpredictable where, yeah, they've lost some of that offensive firepower, but the explosive runs and the explosive plays, they've had no shortage of that. So I know I talked about time of possession with Jennifer Lee Chan. How do you overcome time of possession if you lose that battle? Well, you score quick, or you do it on special teams, or your defense makes a couple of big plays. And that's why one individual stat is never going to fully tell the story. But I do fear the Colts, and I think there's an appropriate fear, not so much with Phillip Rivers being able to generate any kind of explosive play, but he might not have to, and he might be able to just settle for short passes if the 49ers aren't buttoned up in the rushing attack, because earlier when we had Joe Buck on, we played the final call of that 2019 NFC Championship game. I mean, what did Jimmy Garoppolo have to do that day? Throw the ball 8 times? Just watch Raheem Mostert go for over 200?
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
No, that's a fair point. And I get what you're saying. Like, if Jonathan Taylor averages 5, 6, 7 yards a carry, and you're getting the Colts into 2nd and 3, 3rd and 1, then, like you said, he does not need to take deep shots. That's out of the playbook. It's out. Why would he? I mean, why would they, or why would he do any of that? So that's a very well taken point. And that's why I insist. The 49ers, here's the other thing. Aside from the interior pressure they can generate, Greg, the other thing that I think is pivotal tonight, and that is, if your offenses have long drives, which as we described, the 49ers do better than any team in football, is constructing, assembling 10-plus plays or drives of 10-plus plays or 5 more minutes. What that does is it disallows the opposing quarterback to get into a rhythm. And again, I understand he's a genius from the neck up, but this is as much as a physical endeavor as it is a cerebral one for a quarterback. If your body cannot get into a rhythm, if your offense cannot get into a groove, and if you score quick on a 15, 12, whatever play drive, then you get a 3 and out, and then here you come back again and score again on a long drive, well, that changes the math. It changes the equation. It changes the rhythm. It changes everything. And sure, he can go 5-yard rush, 3-yard pass, 3-yard pass, first down, but at some time, then here comes the clock and clock management and issues and mistakes. So I'll just say this. The margin of error for the Colts is, I believe, significantly thinner or slimmer than it is for the 49ers.
I would agree with that. And I think that's probably going to be the case for the remaining 49ers games outside of when Seattle comes into town week 18.
Right.
And I'm not, by the way, I'm not trying to undermine the Chicago Bears. Like, yes, they have pulled a lot of games, out of their, what, but you're also 11-4 for a reason, and you got a first-year head coach and a second-year quarterback, which I don't think people expected for them to have this kind of season. So it is what it is. But as far as margin for error goes, I agree that the Colts have a thinner margin for error. I think Chicago will by the time we preview that matchup later in the week. And then when Seattle comes into town, you're probably going to have to look at health and all factors considered. But yeah, I'm with you on that.
Greg, they've only played one game with Phillip Rivers.
Yeah.
Right? They have a 4-game losing streak, the Colts do.
Yeah.
They've lost 5 out of their past 6 games. In those 4 games they've lost in a row, they've scored 20, 16, 19, 16. And only one of those was Phillip Rivers.
Yep.
So even without him at under center, this became a not very potent offense. They lost to the Chiefs, who we now know who they are. The Texans, great defense. The Jags, tremendous defense. We saw what they did to the Broncos the other day. Before that, they lost to the Steelers 27-20. Those 3 games on the road against the Chiefs and the Jags. My point is, even when Daniel Jones was healthy, they were dropping games by not even scoring 20-plus points. So if that was the case with your best shot at quarterbacking in Jones, then why would it be different with Phillip Rivers?
Well, I think the offense really dropped off even with Daniel Jones once he had the fibula fracture, right? Like once the international game happened, then it started to crumble for the Colts, and then the defensive injuries started to stack up. And where I can resonate a little bit from the 49ers perspective is that it kind of did feel like for Indy, it all sort of happened at once. You had the first Daniel Jones injury, then you had DeForest Buckner go out. Charvarius Ward has been on the concussion protocol 3 times now, so he's going to be missing what's ahead. And so then Daniel Jones ruptures the Achilles, and that sort of was the tipping point on making a monumental kind of transaction like bringing Phillip Rivers back. So I'm with you. It's not like we're focusing so much on him because of the storyline, but it's not like this is just some new Indianapolis Colts phenomenon. I think once Daniel Jones started to get, started playing through a fractured fibula, which is a significant injury, then from that point forward, the Colts offense hasn't been the same.
Yep, I agree.
So 808 KNBR, we'll take your calls, continue reading some texts when we come on back. What do you need to see out of the 49ers tonight? And do you agree with us that the margin for error is thinner for Indianapolis than it is for San Francisco? We'll keep it going, and then 49ers pregame starts at 2 o'clock, so don't go anywhere on the Sports Leader.
faithful. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver with Carlos Ramirez continues. Can always count on Raph for some good rat. I can't believe I didn't predict that as an earlier rejoin. I probably lost my betting odds on that, but got about 20 minutes left, and we'll get it over to 49ers pregame. I saw this stat yesterday, Carlos, from Zach Vogt.
Right.
Since the Indianapolis Colts bye week and around the time we started highlighting when it all went wrong for them, there have been 16 games involving Indianapolis, Jacksonville, Houston, and the LA Chargers that could significantly increase the Colts' playoff chances with the right result. Each and every single result has gone the wrong way for the Colts. 0-16. So we talked about the 4-game slide that they're on, but they're not getting a lot of help from other teams either. And again, that's where, from the 49ers perspective, the Steelers finally gave them a little something yesterday, an early Christmas present, but being third in their division, everything they got to do has just been the hard way right now. So I feel them, man. 0-16 over the last month in pivotal playoff seeding games. That's a toughie.
Yeah, and some of them is they're doing, some of them it's not. It's just the cards, showing something different. The coin just being flipped on a different result than when you need it, right? I just think that the early success that the Colts found was then undone in significant way by injuries and also by the league quickly catching up to what they were doing, right? And also attrition. There's a bevy of answers to that test or that question. The other one is, I think what we saw from the Jags in Santa Clara was not an oasis, was not something ephemeral. It was real, tangible. We saw it this weekend with what they did to the Broncos. Same with the Texans. I don't put anything past DeMeco Ryans and Liam Cohen in that division. I always thought the Colts would be last with the Titans, 3 or 4. That's the way it's going to end, I think, with Jacksonville and Houston fighting for AFC South supremacy. I just think that there's not enough talent in that team now. We'll see if the timelines match up with. They need a quarterback. I don't know if they think truly, Greg, that Daniel Jones is their long-term answer. I don't think it is. With what Cohen's done with Lawrence and what DeMeco is doing now with that defense and the reemergence of C.J. Stroud, I don't think they can compete in the AFC South with Daniel Jones as their number one.
I agree with you.
Talent,
but I was going to say, with the trade deadline, I did find it fascinating that to go and trade those picks to get someone like a Sauce Gardner, who's not going to be playing tonight, it did seem like the Colts there for a moment were really investing in the present and believing in what could be with Daniel Jones leading it.
Well, and they should. I mean, they fortified their strength at that point, which was a defense, or they fortified one of their weaknesses with a tremendous strength in the secondary. Like you said, it's a shame for them. We've seen now 2 teams, Greg, this season pull out tremendous win-now moves on defense to see those players get hurt. Micah Parsons on the Packers, and now Sauce Gardner on the Colts on the defense. One's not as significant as the other. I mean, Parsons is out for the season, but it's pretty safe to say that if the Colts lose tonight, they're out. They're just out. They're done, right? We'll see what happens. I don't think that Daniel Jones is. I think the Colts need a quarterback for the future. I don't think Daniel Jones is that answer. I think they have a lot of really good pieces in place. Offensive line, Taylor, Pittman, Pierce. I think they have a tremendous tight end in Tyler Warren. But if you don't have the QB, Greg, there's nothing. And they don't have it because guess what? They had to go to a 44-year-old granddad who was coaching high school football in Alabama to try and pull out a miracle. And it's not going to happen.
Yeah. Did the 49ers in 2022 turn to someone who was retired, or did they feel okay about having Brock Purdy?
Yeah, let me ask you something.
Yeah.
And the folks as well on the text line and on the phone. Every Monday, I tape the official NFL podcast in Spanish. It's called Trend Zone. Yeah, it's in English. The word it makes no sense, but it's the way we do.
I've checked out your clips, actually.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. And we were having this discussion today about the teams that we see more likely to make the Super Bowl, both on the NFC and the AFC. And for the life of me, I've been doing this show or that show, Trend Zone, for 5 years now, and I've been covering the NFL on site for 8 years. I don't, both from in San Diego and now here in the Bay Area, I don't remember, Greg, a year where you can take 5 teams in the, I think 5 in the AFC, maybe even 6, and 5 teams in the NFC and just put their names in 2 different hats, like the AFC hat and the NFC hat, and you pull any name and you tell me, could this be the Super Bowl? And I would go, yep, I could see it. Buffalo, New England, Houston, Jacksonville, Denver, Chargers. The only team in the AFC that right now I don't see as a legitimate Super Bowl contender are the Steelers.
Yeah.
It's Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
But I could, no issues, see any of the other 6 teams in the AFC make the Super Bowl. In the NFC, Chicago, Rams, Seahawks, 49ers, Eagles. I'm taking out whoever wins the NFC South, and I'm taking out Green Bay. I think they're just too hurt. But that's like, would you be shocked, Greg, if the Super Bowl is Jacksonville and Seattle?
No.
Chicago, Denver? No.
I think I actually would be a little bit surprised if Chicago won the NFC. I'm not discounting what they've done, but in a year 1 of a head coach and year 2 of a quarterback, if they won this competitive field, I wouldn't say it's the most unlikely thing I've ever seen. But at this point,
would you be shocked? Would you be shocked? Like, wow, I did not at this. If this happens 5 weeks ago, sure. But now with them being 11-4, second seeded, I mean, I think they're maybe the weakest of the 5 contenders, removing whoever wins the South. I think it's going to be Carolina and the Packers. But I wouldn't be shocked if the Bears make the Super. I wouldn't, especially if they have home field advantage for the first 2 or maybe 3 rounds. Because if the number 1 seed is out, they would, and they remain second, then they would be, everyone would have to go through Soldier Field. But how do you see it?
I just look at the way they've won a lot of games, and that's a lot to ask to have that kind of good luck and good fortune take you through if you don't get a first-round bye. So we're assuming you got to win 3 games in order to get to a Super Bowl on the NFC side if you're Chicago, even if you're the 2 seed, and I do think that would favor them, the way they run the ball, cold weather, Caleb Williams not having to, you don't have to depend on him to make a bunch of ridiculous throws like he did to ice the game in Green Bay, but ultimately, yeah, if you have the Soldier Field conditions, you're able to run the ball the way you are, I think that favors you, but I ultimately think winning 3 in a row would be a tall task for them.
So is there a more logical Super Bowl for you in terms of who should be favored to make it? Is there a consensus Super Bowl right now?
Consensus, I would say no. As weird as it sounds, I think Denver probably needed to lose one to get it out of their system. I'm all about that psychology. I think they needed to lose one. So Denver, I certainly buy with that defense. And in general, Carlos, I am a believer where look at the 2015 Denver Broncos. Yes, I know that was Hall of Famer Peyton Manning, but he was on his last legs right there, right? That was a defensive-led team that everyone thought Cam Newton, the MVP, and the Panthers were going to come in and dominate that game. And Denver handled them with ease. I know the score wasn't a big blowout, but Von Miller was a rightful Super Bowl MVP, and that one happened right here in our backyard at Levi's. I think Denver would probably be my favorite as of right now to come out of the AFC. NFC, it is a little bit more of a discussion where Seattle certainly could do it. I think the Niners, because of the experience, I'm not going to count them out, but I would say that the Rams are a team that pretty complete by the standards of the NFL, and I know they just lost one, but in general, that defense and Stafford, Nakua, Adams, and the way they can run with all those tight ends. And as bad as Philadelphia has looked, going back to the defense thing, I'm still a believer in Vic Fangio. They traded for Jalen Phillips at the deadline. That's one where they're still the defending champs, and they have been battle-tested in that regard.
I'll put it this way. See if you agree.
Okay.
I think there are only 3 teams right now, 3 teams that are not playing with house money. Only 3. Of the teams we were just discussing, right?
Okay, Philadelphia.
There are only Philly's 1. They're not playing with house money, right? They're
Buffalo.
not. Buffalo's the other one. Third one's the Rams.
Okay.
If the other anything different than Buffalo, Philly, and Rams, the other teams, Houston, Jacksonville, Denver, New England, Chicago, even the 49ers because of the injuries, Seattle, Carolina, everyone else is playing with house money. So that tells me that the logical favorite Super Bowl should be Buffalo Rams or Buffalo Philly, right?
Yeah.
Because we've seen, so if the Bills don't win, don't forget make. If the Bills don't win the Super Bowl, fire everyone. Everyone. The Chiefs are out. Not just out, they're rebuilding. Kelsey will retire. Mahomes tore the ACL. Minshew tore the ACL. They're in shambles.
Actually confirmed Minshew's ACL still intact, so good news on that front.
Bad. All right, my bad.
But he is out for the rest of the year. Yeah.
But still, so the Chiefs are out. The Ravens are out. So no Lamar Jackson. You don't have to go to Baltimore. They're out. Joe Burrow is out. So the 3 best quarterbacks in your own conference alongside with you are out. Josh Allen is better than Drake May, than C.J. Stroud, than Bo Nix, than Trevor Lawrence, than Aaron. He is the best quarterback in the AFC still standing. Would you agree?
Of course. 100%.
All right. So I think the Bills have the biggest pressure of any AFC team right now. And I think the same goes for the Rams and the Eagles. Eagles, current Super Bowl champs. Rams are built to win now. You don't trade for Devontae Adams, and you don't have a 37-year-old quarterback if you're not going to win now. So that's how I would frame it.
No, I'm with you on the Rams front. And yes, they did already get one. Yes, Philadelphia just got one last year. But, I mean, there's been talk for, consecutive off seasons now about how Matthew Stafford might not be the Rams quarterback. And, when Papa was in earlier, we were reflecting on our time in Indianapolis at the very end of February into March at the Combine. And when we were doing our, not quite Radio Row, but in the big old conference room when we were doing those shows, I mean, we had multiple segments devoted to all these rumors going around about Stafford might be a Las Vegas Raider if they wanted to get off that salary. And then he signs, and then there's the whole thing with the back in training camp. And it turns out that was all just a bunch of noise. And it's just a reminder that when you talk on the radio, sometimes you got to fill time on things that don't end up actually meaning anything in the long run. But at the time, it certainly did feel that way because for a couple of different years now, you're thinking, oh, this could be the last year of Matthew Stafford in this division. And then when you go and trade for Devontae Adams, that ended up being just signed Devontae Adams, right? He wasn't under contract with the Jets. Either way, you pick him up, and that ended up being a great signing. But all of a sudden, there's a ticking clock on that front, even if you still have some young stars on that front and somebody like Puka Nacua.
So someone on the text line, Greg, we can read some texts. I'll read this one. On the text line, 1310 says, no Steelers, 3-game win streak. Broke Miami. Beat the Ravens in Baltimore. Beat Lions in Detroit. I'm just summing up the message, right?
Yeah.
Here's why I don't take the Steelers seriously, Greg. For one, they're 9-6, right? In a division where their other 3 teams are all under 500. All of them.
Yeah.
The Ravens, the Bengals, and the Browns. They are 9-6 in the easiest, most accessible division in the AFC. Hands down. There's no question. The West is tougher. The South this year has been tougher. So is the East, with the emergence of the Pats and the resurgence of the Dolphins after they fired Mike Greer. But the AFC North has been putrid, and they're 9-6. That's one. 2, they're 4-3 on the road. 4-3. Guess what? They're going to be the number 4 seed. That means they host 1 playoff game. If they're lucky and there's some sort of magical, mystical upset, then they would host more games. But I don't trust the Steelers on the road. And here's the other one. Out of every divisional leader in the NFL. Only the Panthers in the putrid NFC South have a worse point differential than the Steelers. The Panthers are somehow leading the NFC South, Greg, with a minus 50 point differential.
Yeah.
For context, the Steelers have plus 164. Plus, they've scored 164 more points than they've allowed. That's the Steelers. The Bears plus 33. The Eagles plus 60. The Broncos plus 67. Jacksonville is plus 98 and Texans plus 97. And the Pats are plus 110 and Buffalo is plus 90. The Steelers are plus 15. That's why I don't trust the Steelers.
No, I'm with you on that front. I think both of the number 4 seeds and Tampa Bay, if they were looking like they were trending in a healthier direction, I would say they could do something because of the experience, but they're just a mess to the point where they might not even be a playoff team when all is said and done. So we'll get ready to wrap up the show. Quickly hand it off. 2 o'clock 49ers pregame starts right here. So I'll share a fun final fact, and then we'll get it over to Copes and JD, getting you ready for Niners Colts. It's Pop and Silver. Carlos Ramirez hanging out with you on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
T-Rock, Tim Ryan joined Dieter and Larry Krueger.
I mean, I will lose my S watching this tonight if I see Phillip Rivers just with this captain check down.
To break down this Monday night matchup, what he thinks about facing Phillip Rivers.
There's like a coach on the field, man. He throws to the right guy. You put on that tape against Seattle, he throws to the right guy every time.
You can hear that interview and all the podcasts on the podcast page on thesportsleader.com and on the app.
What an absolute thumper.
Well, happy holidays to everyone out there, and please stay safe with the weather being what it is outside. It's Greg Silver, and did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard out there are not local? Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, though, they've been here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. And they're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys that understand you in the local community. So while we talk about the weather outside, Chris and his team have unfortunately seen a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents over the last year. And we saw a couple of accidents, Raph and I, on the way into work today. So please do what you can. Be careful. Stay off the phones. Look out for children, whether you're on the freeway or in the streets. And let's work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. Chris and his team have also dealt with discrimination in the workplace, wrongful termination, and sexual assault. Regardless of what you may be facing, your rights matter, and you can go to dolanlawfirm.com to learn more about your rights. And if life gets in the way in any of these regards, you can feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients like you. And you don't have to stress about paying up front or dealing with hourly rates, and they're not getting paid until you're getting paid. So they live here and they work here, but most of all, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Faithful, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Well, that'll do it for us. Thank you to Greg Papa, Carlos Ramirez, Rath, and all of our guests. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station, and your 49ers pregame show with Adam Copeland and John Dickinson is next.
That'll end it. 49ers beat the Titans 37-24. San Francisco has now won 4 in a row, their longest win streak of the season. The 49ers get to 10 wins with 3 to play.
The sounds of the 49ers Week 15 victory as they get ready for a Monday Night Football till this time against the Indianapolis Colts. Adam Copeland, John Dickinson with you, getting ready for the Niners and the Colts. The final game of Week 16 as the Niners still control their own destiny after a major victory for the Seattle Seahawks in overtime on Thursday Night Football over the LA Rams. We'll pour over this one. We'll check in with our guy Matt Mayoko, 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. We'll also talk to Larry Krueger and hear from 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan as the Niners look to face and stare down probably their most difficult 3-game stretch since 2019. There was a stretch in that season. I think it was weeks 10, 11, and 12, maybe 9, 10, 11. JD, you'll have to confirm that with me, where they took on Green Bay at home. They went to Baltimore and lost at Baltimore on a walk-off field goal by Justin Tucker, and then won the game, that great, massive shootout, 48-46 against Sean Payton and the New Orleans Saints. And that was probably the toughest stretch of games the Niners had faced with as much on the line as they face here in Week 16 with the Colts, the Bears, and then the Seahawks to wrap up the season.
Yeah, incredible and great to be with you and not to bury the lead, but the 49ers are in the playoffs, which I think is the number one thing already, and now we can see 10 was enough for all the times we ran through it on these pre- and post-game shows throughout the course of the season. Can they get to 10 wins even with all of the injuries? And remarkable in some ways that the 49ers were able to get to 10 and clinch a playoff spot before ever having to play a game of these final 3 in Indianapolis, at home against Chicago and Seattle. And now they can go out there and let it rip, and let's see how high they can get in the NFC playoff standings, potentially all the way to 1 if they can win out.
Well, and I think it's pretty clear, or it feels clear to everybody, that regardless of whether or not the number 1 seed is going to end up in the hands of Seattle or the Rams or the Niners, or the Bears, it sort of feels like the number that the playoffs are going to have to go through the NFC West now, doesn't it?
It definitely does. I mean, all 3 of those teams are in. All 3 of those teams are playoff teams, and I think in some form or fashion, it is going to run through those 3 teams. I think you could make a case, I mean, definitely with the Rams in Seattle and the display that they put on to kick off Week 16, they've made their case, I think, over the last month plus to be the best 2 teams in the NFC, period. Now, the 49ers coming on strong here. They want a little piece of that action with Seattle taking out the Rams and the gauntlet that the 49ers will face beginning in Indianapolis tonight, before taking on the Bears and Seattle at Levi's to close things out. Now this is their opportunity to insert themselves into that conversation as, no. This isn't some plucky 6 or 7 seed that's hoping to get to 5. This is a team that can prove, by virtue of beating some quality opponents here, that they really haven't had the opportunity to do since they had all the injuries, and now vault themselves up to potential contender position. It's a great opportunity. And it really is a testament to how this 49ers team has battled all year long with all of the adversity to even be in this position.
Well, it's so funny, too, the juxtaposition of 2 teams here with the Niners taking on the Indianapolis Colts tonight. The Colts, by the way, coming off a loss last week, 18-16 at the hands of the Colts. It was a last-second field goal there that Jason Myers kicked to win that one as Indy was up in that game with Phillip Rivers off of like 3 days of practice. And by the way, 5 years of rest after having not played a game since 2020. So he comes back at 44 years old. And you look at the adversity that the Colts have faced in the last few weeks, and we'll talk more about this, JD, but they make a massive trade at the trade deadline, right? They go out and they get Sauce Gardner. They give up a couple of first-round picks. The 49ers, as banged up as they were, as much as we talked about it and 49er fans talked about it, the Niners opted to not go out and make a trade that was of key, like tectonic moving, mortgaging the future. The Colts went the other direction. And in doing so, they had already sort of decided, hey, we're probably going to have to pay Daniel Jones at the end of this year. That's the direction we're going to go. He's going to be our quarterback. And then all of a sudden he tears his Achilles. So now they're looking sort of lost for the remainder of this year and for next season. But the Niners are a team that has faced similar adversity with two of their top players going down early in the season. And because of it happening early in the year and because they were prepared on the offensive side, even without Brock Purdy, they've weathered the storm, to your point, to the point of 10 wins and staring down 11 and potentially still in play for the number one seed in the NFC. So it's wild, when you talk about the injuries the Niners have faced in the Shanahan era and the scope of these injuries, the magnitude of them, the number of them, and then you look at when they happen and how the teams that he's coached have been able to overcome some of this. It's no knock on Shane Steichen. It's just, you'd almost rather have these things happen early in the season. While they haven't faced a difficult schedule to this point, the Niners have overcome adversity in a much different way.
Yeah, they have, and it's a testament to Kyle Shanahan, I think, first and foremost, because this has been something that the Niners during Shanahan's tenure, and I think this is what makes this up there in the conversation with one of the most impressive seasons already. Now, we'll see if they wind up 13-4, 12-5, the 5 seed. Can they win a couple of playoff games? All of that story still to be written, but the ability for Kyle Shanahan to hold the team together when we've seen in other years where they've been ravaged by injury to this extent, they haven't been able to do it. So I think there's an impressive component to that. It's also the players, and we can talk about Robert Saleh, and he has been just an absolute world beater in terms of his ability to scheme and coach up and develop, I think, on the fly players that he wouldn't have anticipated needing to be a part of his system. But you also have to give the players the credit for stepping up and stepping in. And the 49ers didn't make a lot of splashy moves in the offseason, and in fact they made a lot of subtle moves. But the guys, and Mac Jones was among those moves, and so I wanted to bring him up. I mean, anytime you can win 1 or 2 games with your backup quarterback, it's an impressive feat. But the 49ers, I mean, their season was literally saved because they could win 5 games with Mac Jones as the starting quarterback with Brock Purdy out. There's not many teams that could say that, and I think you could go up and down this roster almost at every position and look at somebody that's gotten an opportunity because of injury that stepped up and maybe not been a superstar, but has been solid enough in their play to help hold the whole thing together and allow the areas of this team that are supremely talented to ring true and have them win football games. It's been a tremendous feat.
Adam Copeland, John Dickinson with you. 5:15 kickoff. We'll have it for you right here on The Sports Leader. It'll be Guy Haberman and Tim Ryan on the call from Indianapolis, Lucas Oil Stadium, getting ready for this one on Monday Night Football, ESPN, and you can hear it all right here on The Sports Leader. It'll be a 44-year-old Phillip Rivers against Brock Purdy, who is 4-0. Since coming back off the turf toe injury, and 5-1 overall on the season as a starter. Time now for the QB comparison, sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference, and sponsored by Dolce Vita Tequila, pure and simple. JD, Brock Purdy, 4 straight wins since his return, 23 of 30, 295 last week with 3 touchdowns. He was sacked twice, but he's only been sacked 4 times in 4 games on the year, in those 4 games, since coming back. On the season, nearly 68% completion at 67.9, 12 touchdowns to the 7 picks, but last week might have been the best Brock has looked in, I don't know, nearly 2 years since the 2023 season. I mean, didn't have as many weapons last season, was playing more hurt at the end of the year. Just your thoughts on Brock and his efficiency since coming off of I guess he was on IR, right?
Yeah, he was tremendous.
Wasn't even
last week.
Yeah.
Yes, he was tremendous last week, and I think it's looked. He really has gotten better. I think in the 2 games since the Carolina game, the last time the 49ers were on Monday Night Football, and he has the 3 interceptions, and the 49ers are able to overcome it. But I think you look at the time in which he's been back, he was really good in the first game back against Arizona, 3 touchdown passes in that one. Then the nightmarish effort against Carolina, but the Niners are able to overcome it.
Yeah, they win anyway.
The bounce back. They bounce back and win comfortably anyway, which I think was impressive in its own right. But then for him to manage the game and kind of have a less is more mentality, the game in Cleveland, I feel like that was almost the turning point, honestly, because it wasn't a flashy game, and I think the Niners knew it was going to be an ugly game and one that they were going to have to win, just get through and figure out ways to win. And then he comes back and does exactly as an extension of the game coming off the bye in Cleveland. He just gets in a rhythm, takes advantage of maybe playing against a lesser defense, but spreads the ball around and helps to show the explosiveness that this 49ers offense is going to have if they are going to compete and win in each of these last 3 games. We've talked about it all year long. There have been games where the defense has stepped up and the offense hasn't quite been where you'd expect it to be, given the talent that's on the offense and healthy among the offense. But I think Brock is getting in a rhythm now to lead the offense where it's going to have to go here if the Niners are going to make that hay in the last 3 games.
Yeah, and the Colts are going to turn to 44-year-old Phillip Rivers. By the way, we were sitting next to each other in the press box at the Niner game last week, and Tim, our producer, Tim Webb, leaned over and he said, dude, on Red Zone they had a note. It said, Phillip Rivers' first start in 1,800 days, which is a funny way to note that on a broadcast. He was 18 of 27 for 120. On the day. 1 touchdown, 1 interception. He was sacked once. It wasn't like a big sack on him. He did get hit a couple other times. We had Charles Davis on with Derek and I last week on Dirty Work, and he made a good point in that you guys remember, Lisa, do you guys remember the last time he played the first time around, back in 2020, when they had to throw a Hail Mary or a deep ball at the end of the game, it wasn't him who came in. It was Jacoby Brissett. So even back then, 5 years ago, he wasn't throwing the ball downfield. He can still get rid of the ball, but what's going to beat you right now is his mind. That's where he's dangerous. That's what he's here to do. We talked to Kyle Shanahan, and we'll play it for you a bit later in this pregame show, but Kyle Shanahan said the same thing. He's there to beat you with his mind. He's not going to make the mistake. He's not going to make the wrong decision here. He may not have the arm strength and the evasive ability that he used to have, and even then, he wasn't a mobile quarterback, but he's going to get the ball out quick, and he was the quickest release, snap to release in all of football last week. If you did that on average, if you did that across a season, he would have the number 1 average across football this year. Now, again, it was 1 game, and he threw it 27 times in that game. Snap to release, the fastest in football. It's going to be a lot of quick game today. There's not going to be a lot of downfield routes. I think it's going to be close to the line of scrimmage. It's going to be a lot of screen game. The one thing they have to be wary of is he's now had a week of practice rather than 3 days, which is what he had, because I think he was signed on a Tuesday is the day he went in the week before. So he was there for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, whatever, walk through Saturday installation, whatever they've got to do, and then the game on Sunday. So this is a quick game situation, and the Niners have got to be better on tackling near the line of scrimmage than they were last week against Tennessee.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, it's going to be tough to get pressure with how quick he's been getting it out. I thought Rivers looked really good. I went back and watched the entire game in Seattle, and we were kind of watching it in the press box. I went back and watched all their possessions, and there were some missed opportunities on some mid-range type balls. Can't throw the deep ball. They are going to get it out quick. All those things you said are true, but they did a pretty good job creating some space and creating some opportunities to get the ball out and really make the fact that he's immobile and doesn't have great arm strength kind of irrelevant at different. Can the Niners make those two things relevant? His inability to move and his inability to throw the ball down the field. Can you rush enough to where you just let it fly and you make him have to try to move to do anything? That's where Rivers throughout his career has proven that he'll throw the ball to you and you got to catch it. Even a future Hall of Famer, he'll throw the ball to the defense sometimes. So can you rush him into one of those mistakes? And can you, because he can't throw the ball deep, can you allow the defense to step up toward the line of scrimmage and really be able to tackle, as you said, and stop the run, too? Because you look at the Colts are definitely going to want to run it. I think the Colts definitely are going to believe that they can run it against the 49ers with Jonathan Taylor. But it's going to be interesting because Jonathan Taylor hasn't quite been the back that he was since Daniel Jones went out. Is there a correlation there? That's something I think to keep an eye on as well.
Adam Copeland, John Dickinson with you. We are 3 hours from kickoff Monday Night Football for the playoff-bound 49ers, who picked up a playoff clinch with a victory, a loss by the Lions this weekend is what did it, but victory by the Steelers over the Lions is what did it for the Niners, put them in without even having to play this game, but still they control their own destiny to the number 1 seed, and it starts with an opponent today in 44-year-old Phillip Rivers on the road against the Colts, and they are fighting for their playoff lives. So some desperation on the other side of things today as well. Adam Copeland, JD with you. We got more to come. We'll talk about who's hot for the 49ers and what kind of game this needs to be for the 49ers to come away victorious. Is it more about the offense or the defense of the Colts in this one? That's what's coming up next. The Niners and the Colts only here on the Sports Leader.
But one thing I learned a long time ago is just focus on yourself and focus on the task at hand. And right now for us, that's Indy and nothing else. We know that if we beat Indianapolis at Indy, that we're in the playoffs. And you know, you get in the tournament, you got a shot. And then, you know, improving seeding and all that, that's something you can focus on later. But right now it's just about beating Indianapolis, and it's going to be a tough and tall task. We saw them go in to Seattle last week and take them and give them everything they can handle. So that's the kind of task it's going to be.
As 49ers general manager, president of football, John Lynch there on our KNBR morning show with Murph and Marcus. That was last Friday, talking about the task at hand, which is the Colts. And I did ask Kyle about that, by the way, JD. I said, he said, of course, they're paying attention to the game on Thursday because it was a huge game. He heard cheers from down the hall in the facility, and he was able to watch the end of that game. He said it was pretty exciting. And I said, do you ever mention or talk about those types of implications to players? Is that anything to let them know, what's at stake and what you're playing for? And he said, no. Because you just keep winning and you keep getting after it week to week, then ultimately that stuff will take care of itself. But he said, yeah, week 18, if we're going into week 18 and we've won the next two and Seattle's won the next two and we've got a chance to be the number one seed, yeah, I'll say it. I'll mention it then. But right now, that's not the task at hand.
No, and I think, he said it. Just getting in, considering where things were a couple of months ago. And I just go back to being in Tampa and Fred Warner and just the cloud and just the somber mood of the 49er locker room. Losing that game, yes, but losing Fred on top of losing Bosa. Brock Purdy, you didn't know when he was going to be coming back at that particular point in time. And yet they were still competitive even in that game. And remember, that was not what the Tampa Bay Buccaneers had become. That was when the Tampa Bay Buccaneers were basically right there with the 49ers as the top two teams in the NFC, along with Seattle and the Rams. And so getting in is just so impressive. But I think knowing you're in, though, now it is time to get greedy, and I think the players understand it. And I also think they're up to the challenge of, because, look, they've played great football during this streak. But what happens, right? When you put yourself on the map, I think nationally, then everybody starts looking at, well, how did you do it? And tonight is a great example because it's going to be Monday Night Football. Everybody in the country is going to be watching. The 49ers are going to be talked about, and how they've gotten to this point at 10-4 is going to be talked about. And it is going to be discussed how much they've overcome the injuries and all of that. But you know what else is going to be discussed? They haven't beaten anybody. And when they played the Rams smoked them with this iteration of the team. And when they've played good teams, they haven't won. And when they've played everybody else, they have won, which, again, you can only beat the teams that are in front of you. But these last three games, Copes, I say that to bring up, these are the three games that prove the type of team that you are. These are the games that put you on the map. These are the games to where if you can win two of the three or all three, you vault yourself into legitimate contender for a Super Bowl conversation, which is something that I don't think anybody could have thought was possible going back to that late afternoon in Tampa in October when Fred Warner was going to be done for the year.
Well, it's sort of funny, too, in the conversation, and that sort of sparks that conversation of how expectations for a team change over the course of a year based on the inventory of your own team and taking stock of what you've accomplished or haven't accomplished, and taking stock of what's happened around the league, right? Like, I don't know if last season or the season before or if there were a team, be it the Niners or somebody else, like there was the 49ers in 2023 and the Eagles in 2022 and even last season, that felt like the dominant runaway team of the conference, it might not feel the same way. But because of what's happened to the Niners, and even entering the season, we had so much discussion, JD, about the, quote, last place schedule and how, at the very least, the Niners were in a good position to recalibrate and bounce back because we thought maybe that type of schedule would allot the 11 draft picks that they used, plus undrafted free agents, to try to gain some footing for them to try to restock what it is that they had a deficiency in the defensive line. And then all that just kind of fell by the wayside. You pair that with the injuries to starting players, but the fact that they continued to win because of the light schedule, and I do think that's a factor. I mean, if you look at the records of the last three teams that they've beaten, it's not great. You know what I mean? Or the last two teams they've beaten. You go back to the Arizona game, not a great one. Brock has had a good soft landing spot, I would say, in coming back and playing in these four games. All that said, he beat a Browns team where he completed over 70% of his passes. He beat a Panthers team that right now is the leading team in the NFC South. You can call anything you want soft, but they've won games on the road, under the lights, and Brock's done this on the biggest stage and the smallest stage at every point in his career. So it's funny now how we look at the rest of the NFC, and I'm with you where I go, depending on where they're seated, being a game or two games away from a conference championship game doesn't seem like the long shot that it was. And it's almost based on what's happened around the league with some of the other deficiencies, in some cases, I think, sort of expected.
It without a doubt. And I think, we'll see how they stack up with Seattle, this iteration of the 49ers with Seattle in Week 18. But I guess I'll ask you, have the expectations changed for you? Because we've been pretty clear on this show, in this space, as, hey, there's winnable games out there for the 49ers going back. And they've checked, I think, everybody. If you could have mapped out the path to the 49ers season based on going back to, all the injuries, if you want to go back to the Rams game, if you want to go back to the Tampa game, however you want to do it and analyze it, they've checked, I think, every box of every game you would say, well, if you can get that one, and then maybe there's some other ones, the Rams, Tampa, Houston, maybe you don't get those. Houston, obviously, that loss has aged well because the Texans' defense has just been ferocious, top of the league for a couple of months now. So I don't know, have the expectations changed for you, or are you more in that mode of, hey, this is already a successful season? Because I said it at the time, so I'm not going to change now. I think I even said at one point, I think they can get to 10 maybe by tonight if they win tonight and get in by tonight without even having those last couple of games matter. They wound up doing it without even having to play tonight, which is just it's incredible to think. But have your expectations changed? Is it a free roll for you? Is it house money? Or is it, let's let it rip and see what this team's got?
It's house money for sure. I think my expectations have changed a bit, but it's more, and this is where it's weird. It's not really expectations for the Niners on what I think they should be doing. It's what I think they're capable of, right? But that's pretty based on what's happened around the rest of the conference. Now, I don't really think the Niners are a better contender than the Seahawks or the Rams right now. Do I think they can beat both teams? Yeah, I've seen them do it. Now, I've seen them do it with different iterations of this roster. They did still have Fred Warner when they beat the Rams, but they didn't have Brock Purdy. They did still beat Seattle in Seattle, but they did have Nick Bosa and Fred Warner in that game. So can they do it now? Both of those teams are different teams now. That remains to be seen, but I'll take my chances with either of those teams, and I feel better about those matchups because they're division matchups. So when I think the biggest wall to go through are two teams in your division who nobody on your team is afraid of because you've beaten them twice this year and you've done both of those on the road, I feel pretty good about those opportunities. The concerns I have around the Niners are that they haven't improved some of the deficiencies that have even brought them to this point. They're not a good team at getting to the quarterback. They're going to set the franchise record for fewest sacks in a season in the most regular season games they've ever played in doing so, right? Like, that's not a good note. It's kind of an anomaly. It's weird that no wide receiver has a touchdown reception besides Jawan Jennings, and yet he's got 7 of them, and 6 of them are in the last 6 games. 4 of them are in the last 2 weeks, right? That's weird. It's weird that Christian McCaffrey has not had a good rushing year, yet is still potentially on his way to going 1,000, and will go over 1,000 yards rushing maybe even today. So have my expectations changed? What I think they're capable of with this group of guys, it has changed. But I was thinking about it actually last night. I was thinking, boy, if they went to a Super Bowl or an NFC title game with this team, this would have been the most that Kyle's gotten out of the least expected and the least amount of talent in the time that he's been here. I mean, if we were going to rank all the teams that Kyle's taken to an NFC championship game, let's rank all the ones he's taken to the playoffs, since he hasn't gone to the playoffs with the 49ers and not reached a conference championship game. So if we were going to rank the playoff teams, I don't think there's any question this would be, on paper, the one that we felt the worst about. But relative to its peers, I don't feel all that bad about it because they've continued to find ways to win, and they've done it at the right times and at the right pressure points. So that's kind of where I'm at. It's a long-winded way of saying I don't know what to expect of them, but I think they're capable of more than I would have thought 6, 8, 10 weeks ago.
Yeah, they have the 2 potential fatal flaws, as I've called them, the inability to get to the quarterback and the inability to stop the run. And I think both of those things are going to be tested tonight because the Colts are going to get rid of it so quickly. And I think the Colts believe, like every team, and even bad teams have been able to run the football against the 49ers successfully here of late. So we'll see how it all shakes out. Can they make Phillip Rivers move a little bit? Can they catch the ball if he throws it to him tonight? Can they stop the run? All of those things I think are going to be on full display. And look, they're going to get tested because the Colts can do some things along that line. The Bears have an extremely explosive offense, and then Seattle's been one of the best teams in the league. So we're going to find out a lot, I think, in the next 3 weeks about this team. And I think as we start to look ahead, and we'll get into it, I'm interested to see how it looks because they are going to be a little bit healthier tonight than they've been over the last couple of weeks, and how much of some of the not so big names that have been unavailable in the game against Tennessee or in the game against Cleveland, how impactful has that been toward that fine line between what may be acceptable to win a game like tonight or coming up short in a game like tonight? So we'll get into the names and the players and all that coming up.
It's time now for Who's Hot, sponsored by Valley Heating, Cooling, Electrical, and Solar, locally and family-owned for 62 years, and sponsored by Rayleigh's and Nob Hill. Save more on the flavors you love and find better deals for your budget at Rayleigh's and Nob Hill. Pretty simple for me. I'm just going to go with that note I gave you on Juwan Jennings. He's got 7 touchdowns on the season, but he's got 4 in his last 3 games. He's got 6 in his last 6 games. He has been the touchdown receiving target, and I'd hope he continues to be, considering no Ricky Pearsall today.
Copes, you took my guy.
You can have Brock, dude. You can have that one if you want. You can have Brock.
You took my guy, Copes.
Yeah.
No, Juwan's where you have to go. And how impressive has Juwan been? I mean, if you think about Juwan's season with the injuries and the contract situation, and just ultimately, I know it hasn't always been pretty in terms of, getting into it on the sideline with Kyle and those kinds of things, but he's been a complete professional on the field as he's gotten healthier and grown into the role that basically he had at the end of last year, which is wide receiver number 1.
Yeah. He's been fantastic. He's been huge on clutch downs, third downs, short yardage situations, and specifically in the end zone. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll catch up with our guy, Matt Mayoko, 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, Adam Copeland, John Dickinson with you. It's Week 16, the Niners and the Indianapolis Colts, and the Niners are playoff bound. More to come with Mayoko on the Sports Leader.
You know, a guy who can make every single read, who's still capable of getting the ball wherever he needs to get it to, it's amazing. I mean, it's 5 years without playing football. I know he's been throwing and he's been doing the coaching thing, but shoot, I roll out of bed and I'm sore. But credit to him. I thought a lot of the things that he did, it looked normal to me. So.
49ers defensive coordinator Robert Saleh there as the Niners get ready to take on the Colts. 5:15 kickoff right here on the Sports Leader Monday Night Football, and they are in the playoffs. Here to talk about it all, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, Matt Mayoka, joins us. What's up, Matt? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
Doing pretty well. I mean, it's pretty incredible that 10 was all they needed, man. And they're in now and didn't have to play their game this week.
Yeah, generally speaking, 10 gets you in. I think last year's Seahawks were the only team that hasn't made it into the postseason with 10 wins. But I kind of thought that this year would be different, where the 49ers would need the 11th win to get in. But, man, the way it was some great football starting Thursday night, Saturday, and then yesterday. And all the games that impacted the 49ers in some way were just incredible viewing. So
right.
it was a great weekend for the 49ers and for the 49ers fans watching the NFL. And tonight they actually play. So we'll see if they can do their end of the bargain and keep pace for the number one seed.
Matt, what has impressed you the most about the 49ers' ability to get to that 10-win number, considering everything that they've gone through, internal strife, injuries, all of those things? What has stood out to you as the number one thing that's kept it all together?
The number one thing for me is when the offseason started, mid-March, we talked all about the goings and none of the comings, because they lost a lot more players than they added. And they picked up some guys here and there, guys that whenever they signed them, Luke Gifford, Saran Neal, guys that you'd have to go to Pro Football Reference and look at, like, okay, now who is this guy? What does he do? And then, a notable free agent signing was bringing in Mac Jones. But the thing that surprises me most was when the first days of free agency occurred, I thought, man, this is a team that will not be able to withstand injuries because they're going to have zero depth. Nothing, they're just going to be so thin, where they've devoted their money to their big-time guys, and they just don't have much left. Well, then, we just see how this season has transpired. Week 1, Kittle's out. They have 2 tight ends. Luke Farrell, another one of those Pro Football Reference guys that I had to look up. Who is this guy? What does he bring to the table? Luke Farrell and Jake Tonjes. And then it's Mac Jones stepping in for Purdy. And it's just on and on and on. It's Tatum Bethune. It's Darrell Luter when his number was called. It's, which of the 2 safeties will emerge as the starters. The offensive line guys go down, and here comes Connor Colby, and now it's Spencer Burford. So to me, with the 8 or 9 man rotation on the defensive line, up and down the roster, and then even carrying over to special teams. Usually when starters get hurt, the backups have to step up, which means they can't play as much special teams as they're used to. And so the other line of special teamers has to be out there on the field. Through it all, the 49ers' depth has been, and it's not big name guys. It's not, Pro Bowl talent, anything like that, but the depth that the team has shown and the ability to withstand all those injuries and still win football games and still clinch a playoff spot in Week 16, to me, that's been the story of the season.
Talking to Matt Mayoka of NBC Sports Bay Area. Some roster moves today, Matt, where Yetur Gross-Matos officially activated off of IR, which is great news for the 49ers pass rush and D-line here. Also, Eric Kendricks and Eli Apple activated from the practice squad. What is Eric Kendricks going to bring, and how do you expect them to use him?
Well, I don't know that they'll use him much tonight. It's going to be Tatum Bethune at middle linebacker, and he'll be wearing the green dot. But he's right there. If Bethune is slowed or aggravates that high ankle sprain, then I expect to see Kendricks out there. And for Bethune, I think the onus really falls on him to play well, to keep the defense on the same page. I think the 49ers are struggling right now about how to handle the middle linebacker position. Maybe not necessarily this game, just because Kendricks didn't have a full week of practice last week. He's getting that or got that this week. But I think ultimately 49ers have a big decision to make, whether they want to go with the guy who will be appearing in his 11th NFL season, has about 150 starts, guy who's played football at a very high level in Eric Kendricks, or go with the young guy who, maybe is faster, maybe more explosive, but doesn't have that knowledge and that experience in the NFL. So, I don't think Kendricks has played much special teams. But I think that he came here for a reason, and it's pretty clear. I think the 49ers gave him kind of a path toward him getting on the field and making a contribution and playing football on defense and, maybe even being the starter in the postseason. So I think in a lot of ways, the onus is on Bethune tonight to hold on to that job because Kendricks is ready to go.
Matt, how do you foresee, at least for tonight, Tatum Bethune and then Jordan Elliott, Sam Okawanu, Yetur Gross-Matos really impacting a defense that's looked more vulnerable, even though the 49ers have been able to win here these last handful of games?
Well, spoiler alert, the 49ers are going to miss some tackles tonight, and they're going to miss tackles. They've missed probably too many tackles this season, and tonight they're facing one of the best pure running backs in the league and a guy who forces a lot of missed tackles. What they have to do is just tighten things up so that those missed tackles don't turn into 50-yard gains. Those missed tackles are cleaned up 2 yards down the field by somebody else. So they have to swarm to the ball. The defensive linemen you mentioned, there's not a star at all. Not even close to a star on the 49ers defensive line as it's currently constituted. So it's going to be an 8 or 9 man rotation. So it's, you mentioned Okawanu and Gross-Matos and Keon White. Those guys are going to have to bring some pass rush. And I would suspect that tonight is not a night where they're going to be blitzing. I think, the last thing they want is to make it easy on Phillip Rivers. He sees the blitz, he gets rid of the football. That's what he wants to do. I think it's going to be a steady diet of 4-man rushes. And guys, this is a game where I think the pass rushers can afford to be undisciplined. They don't have to stay in their pass rush lanes. They can go after Rivers because he's not going to be able to run he's not going to scramble and pick up big yards. So this is the kind of game where they just have to take away those short reads, the quick reads, make him hold on to the ball a little bit, and they should win this game. As long as the run defense holds up its end of the bargain, I just can't see Phillip Rivers, throwing those wobbly ducks, taking 5-7 step drops and hitting plays down the field. He doesn't have the arm that he did 5 years ago or 7 years ago or 10 years ago for sure. So I don't think that Rivers offers much of a threat to the 49ers physically, but for him, it's about making the quick decision and kind of using his brain to beat the 49ers more than using his physical attributes.
Talking to Matt Mayogo of NBC Sports Bay Area. After what you saw Thursday night, that was the game that opened this week with those two offenses and what the Seahawks did in the second half. And they've got probably the offensive player of the year in JSN. How do you feel the Niners offense matches up with those two teams?
Well, it's different. I think those offenses are more explosive.
Agreed.
The 49ers don't have that. In fact, I was talking to Kyle Shanahan about this 2 days ago about, the 49ers offense. His thing was always when he was with Atlanta and coming over to the 49ers, he likes, the big play. And basically every pass play that's run, there are options at every level. And, if it's there, he wants his quarterback to take the shot down the field. But this year it's different. This year they don't have the speed on the outside. This year they don't have the explosive running back. Christian McCaffrey is, he's still obviously one of the top running backs in the league. But his style is a little bit different, I think, this year, where he seems to be making more plays as a receiver and getting the ball in space, and maybe his average reception is longer than it has been in the past, but the average running play isn't. It's far down there. So what I'm saying is the 49ers offense isn't as fast as it has been, and so therefore they've relied on these long, time-consuming drives, 10-play drives that last more than 5 minutes, and they've gotten away with it, and it works because those players are really good and they know what they're doing and they know how to keep drives alive. And you have, Juwan Jennings making big third down catches, and Kittle hasn't had the explosive plays. So, all this happens. All these guys are older, but where they have lost something, maybe in speed and the big plays, they've gained it in just football knowledge and knowing how to move the chains, and they know how to convert on third downs. They know how to get into the end zone. So the Rams and the Seahawks, I see much more big strike capabilities, whereas the 49ers offense is more of a grinding kind of offense.
Matt, I want to ask you about Ricky Pearsall. Obviously not going to play tonight, but what's your sense for longer term, how long he'll be out, and do you feel this is going to be not quite as dire a situation as it was when he was kept out during the middle of the season?
Yeah, I don't think it is, just because I did see him doing some running on Friday, and I don't know that he was able to do any of that in the weeks after the game against Jacksonville, where he initially hurt that right knee. So I do think that, coming back this week, I don't know if playing on artificial turf has anything to do with it. He didn't make the trip, so he's staying back in physical therapy and rehabbing it. Yeah, I mean, obviously he's a guy that could definitely use that week off, the bye week at the start of the playoffs. So they have to weigh. I mean, even when he comes back, there's the fear, I guess, or the risk of him aggravating that thing. And so, I think when he comes back, they'd like to make sure that he's feeling good and the risk is lower. And now that they know that they're in the playoffs, they also have to weigh how strong do they go after the number one seed, and do they try to, if it's borderline, do they rush a guy back out there to face the Bears or face Seattle in Week 18? So I do not get the sense that this is a 5 or 6 week injury like it was the first time, but they have to be smart with it and manage that, because it just seems like once he had it and aggravated it, it's probably easier now to aggravate it again, and it's a painful thing. I don't get the sense that it was the structural kind of instability that he talked about after that Jacksonville game. So that's a good sign. I would expect to see him out there, maybe even Sunday, Week 17 against the Bears.
Matt Maiocco, the voice you hear, covers the 49ers for NBC Sports Bay Area, and you can hear him all week long right here on the Sports Leader. Matt, enjoy the game. We'll talk to you next week.
Sounds great. Thanks, gentlemen. Talk to you soon.
Great deal there with Matt Maiocco, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. By the way, we can make all that part of our health report, sponsored by your California Ford dealers. Visit buyfordnow.com to find your next truck or SUV. Yeah, Ricky Pearsall not going to play in this one. He's dealing with a knee injury. The PCL got banged up again last week. Yetur Gross-Matos is returning from IR today. That's fantastic for the Niners D-line. Tatum Bethune is back. Eric Kendricks elevated from the practice squad, as was Eli Apple. Am I missing anything here, JD, on the injury front? Is Sam O back today?
Sam O is back today, and I think you mentioned Jordan Elliott.
I didn't mention Elliott. No, I'd forgotten. Jordan Elliott and Sam O are the two other ones back. So 3 huge reinforcements for the defensive line.
And I think they've really missed Jordan Elliott on the interior in terms of being able to slow down the running game a little bit. So I think that's sneaky a bigger deal than maybe you would think on the surface.
Somebody checked in here, by the way, on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line right here. 831 checks in, JD, and says, it's 415, says, here's a fun note. Philip Rivers' oldest child is 23. Brock Purdy is 25. So there you go. Right in the same window there. Adam Copeland, John Dickinson with you. How do the 49ers build a game plan for beating Phil Rivers and the Indianapolis Colts as they are playoff bound already? Well, Kyle Shanahan joins myself and Derek Pop on Dirty Work every week of the Niners season, and we will play it for you next as our 49er pregame rolls on. The Niners and the Colts, a 5:15 kick. We'll have it all for you right here on the Sports Leader. Adam Copeland, John Dickinson with you as we get ready for the Niners and the Indianapolis Colts. It'll be Guy Haberman and Tim Ryan on the call, by the way, tonight. I'll hand it over to them about 4:15. They'll take you up to and through kickoff, and then JD and I will be back with you on the postgame. We still have your 49er player spotlight to come, as well as a check-in with our guy Larry Krueger. But before we do that, we got to hear from 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan, who every week joins myself and Derek Papa on these airwaves, usually in this time slot, right here on the Sports Leader during Dirty Work. He'll do so again later this week, but he joined us last Friday, and we'll make this our Building the Game Plan, which is sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com and sponsored by River Islands in Lathrop. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. After Thursday night Seahawks-Rams game, Kyle Shanahan joined us, and I asked Kyle how important it is for the team to know what's at stake going into a game like this with playoff ramifications.
I don't think it's important at all. I mean, that's not something that we addressed at all. Like, I think it's kind of, I mean, I think it's important. I mean, I don't think it's ever that important, but one time I will clarify it. But if we control our own destiny going into the last game for Seattle, then I'll probably talk about it. But I know that was a big deal with the Rams losing that, to where that we do control it, and so does Seattle. But I know if we don't win on Monday, that ends very fast, and then it'll be the same thing the next Sunday for Chicago if we end up handling business. So it's 1 week at a time. When you get to that last week and you're playing that game in week 17, and you know what that means, whether it's the 1 seed, whether it's another seed, or whether it's just to get into the playoffs, that's when you really address to everybody exactly what the game means.
So how nice was it to get a win, celebrate your birthday, and then have a Monday night game this week so the schedule can be moved a day?
It's definitely nice to get 8 days this week. You know, it's definitely cool when you can have a big win on a Sunday and you don't feel like you have to get going right away on Monday morning.
Yeah.
So that's always good. But the whole time I was sitting here with extra time, I kept saying, I was like, I wish we could split this up, because all the extra time we have right now, next week we're going to land at 4 a.m. on Tuesday. We're going to be a day behind to play on Sunday. We got to squeeze Christmas in there at some time, and we're playing the Bears, who are coming off a Saturday game. So they get 2 more days to rest and get ready for us. So next week is going to be completely hectic. So I've made sure to enjoy a little bit of the extra time this week.
Talking to head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, on the UMA guest line. Going back to Sunday, on the Brock jump pass, you said you give Brock some crap on those throws, but you really can't argue when it's a touchdown. What's it like to go over a play with Brock, or really any quarterback, when the delivery may not be the way you like it, but it resulted in a good play?
Oh, I mean, anything that results in a good play, I'll point out what's wrong with it, but then I'll tell him, then I'll tell him how much I love that he scored, and I'll be the first one to buy your jersey, if you keep making touchdowns like that. But you always got to point out what's wrong with it, because the next time they do it and it doesn't work, you can't sit there and get on him hard and him be like, wait, last time you said how good it was when you got a touchdown. I'd be like, no, I didn't say that was good. I said the result was good. But if you keep doing that, then these things happen. So, we'd rather him have his cleats in the ground and things like that. There's been a couple times where we felt he jumped and he didn't have to. So that's kind of why we harp on him. But when you go back and look at that film, I don't know how he would have completed if he didn't jump.
Right.
It was a double move by Kittle. The push in the pocket was big. We had to get about 2 to 3 hitches, and he knew Kittle was going to win, but he was just waiting on it till he could do it. And then when he did, 98 was in his face, and he found a way to get over the top of him, and it was a hell of a play.
I think I asked you at the end of last season, like when you review plays of other teams, you look at, I think you said you look at top 5 in red zone efficiency and third down, all that kind of stuff when you're reviewing tape in the offseason. And you said what you notice in red zone success, well, teams that are good at it, is they've got great players. They've got great guys who have a nose for finding the end zone. Last year, you guys were good at getting into the red zone, but didn't finish as often. And this year, you guys have done it with such a wide variety of players. Is there something that's different about this year, or something you'd attribute the red zone efficiency to this season?
I really can't in particular. I'll probably have a better idea when I study it all at the end of the year, but I think there was a few I think we started off so bad last year, if I remember correctly, like really bad. We missed a number of opportunities at the beginning of the year, and then I feel like, and this could be wrong because I'm just calling off memory, then I feel like we played, we were a top 10 red zone offense for the second half of the year, which brought us back to like the middle of the pack. And I think this year, we started off middle, and I think we've gotten more hot as it's gone, similar to last year. But when you start off okay, then you can get to the top if you kind of get on a streak. And I think our quarterbacks have played really well down there. I think as the year has gone, we've ran the ball more efficiently, and I think our guys, whoever the receivers are, whoever the tight ends are, and the backs, they've all made a number of plays. And when Brock gets in there, he's made a number of off schedules too. That always helps.
Juwan Jennings was on these airwaves earlier this week saying how much he loves blocking as a receiver and the pride he gets in embarrassing defensive backs. You guys stress no block, no rock. Do you find blocking to be one of the biggest hurdles for young receivers when they transfer to the NFL?
Depends on the guy. Usually if guys are physical and they enjoy that part of the game, then it's usually not a problem. You just got to demand it. You got to hold people accountable, and you got to be consistent with it. You also got to show them the importance of it. And what we do as a team, every Friday we go over the whole run game plan as an entire offense. And, a lot of teams will do that without the receivers in there. And that's not really how it is in our building. And, I think it is tough for guys who've never blocked in their life, who've never learned how to play physical that way. It's tough just to hop in and do it at a consistency. And that's why you got to harp on them hard. They got to get lots of reps at it, throughout training camp, and into the season. But when you don't have those consistent receiver blockers out there, I think it is very hard to have a good run game. O-linemen always are going to block hard. Tight ends are always going to block hard. Look wherever, and they always do it. Receivers, it tends to be a choice. And that's why I think when the receivers choose to not be that way, which we try to not let them have that choice. But when they choose to not be that way, that's what I really think changes the mentality of an offense, because not every team has that.
I know we asked you, and some of the other media has too, about Phillip Rivers in the last couple of weeks. Not so much about him specifically, but really about how quarterbacking has changed. I saw Kirk Cousins give a comment in a press conference the other day where he said he's lived through the evolution of quarterbacks and how they go through their progressions. He said when he came into the league, it was like, cut the field in half, find your first guy, your second guy, and your outlet pass there, maybe a running back or whoever it is, in the flat. But then he says now it's different. He said at some point in the middle of his career, I think with Kevin O'Connell, it changed where now he's got to go through and find every receiver through a progression. Can you explain how that's changed or what's different about how quarterbacks are coached now relative to maybe when Phillip Rivers came into the league?
Yeah, I mean, Kirk's right on with what he's saying there, and it's the reason quarterbacks change is because defenses change. The reasons defense change is because they got to figure out how to stop offenses. So nothing really stays. And I mean, when I got in the league, it was the same way. You had a 2-shell side and you had a single safety side, and your two guys would be the 2 deep beaters to the left. And if they stopped it, you'd get your hat back on a check down. And the same thing to the right if it was single safety. But the more defenses evolve, the more you can't tell that. And when you sit in your offense and you have a remote in your hand and you can pause it, you can slow it down, and you're like, damn, I can't even figure out whether it's this 2-shell or 1-shell until I slow it down and rewind it 10 times. Then you got to be realistic. How the hell is our quarterback going to do this in the pocket? So you end up not having as much success that way, and you start to design a couple different things to attack a defense, and then the quarterback has some success with it, and then you just evolve, and you start to build off that. I kind of see everything like that, whether it's offense, whether it's defense, quarterbacks, all types of positions, but schemes change. Whatever people do consistently good, I promise schemes will change and find a way to stop that. And when they do stop that, that usually opens up another part of the game, another part of the field, and that's what you're always trying to look for to give yourself an advantage.
To that point, is that the biggest value in Phillip Rivers playing QB right now, where it's not really his physical ability anymore, but it's more his ability to read defenses? Like, he knows Shane's offense so well, so he knows exactly where to place the ball. I mean, like you said the other day, with younger QBs, they may not be able to see the field as well as Phillip right now.
Oh, without a doubt. And there's so many QBs who don't need to see I also think a big part that's changing the game now is you go evaluate a quarterback in a game, and, especially going to college, and they have 40 passes. To think of, you really try to think of how many of those 40 passes are actually gradable, where you can evaluate the quarterback's play. I mean, they're going to have 10 screens in there. They're going to throw 10 RPOs. They're going to be running around, getting out of the pocket. I mean, which are all really good things to do. But it's hard to really judge how a guy can play the position when it's that. And we still do it now. I mean, when you watch our games, I mean, how many keepers are there going to be? How many screens are there going to be? How many, you try to get play action and stuff where you can get number one really open. But that's why, you can judge that the most when you really watch third down. Kind of all that element of the game kind of goes out, and that's where you find out if a guy can sit in the pocket and make a play. And if they aren't that type of a guy, then they better find a way to get out of the pocket and move the chains with their legs, or to unlock coverages, not in the timing of the play, but going a little bit off schedule so defenses break down. And whichever way you do that, those are the only two ways to stay on the field there. So that's the hardest thing with quarterbacks, because there's not many guys that do that in college anymore. That was one of the things I always talk about was so nice about studying Mac Jones, because he played in an offense that, I mean, you got 30 of those clips every game. So you could really see how he played in college, so you knew how he would play in the NFL, where a lot of other schemes and stuff, you're just kind of guessing. And then you get a guy like Phillip, you come in at his age and everything, and after having 5 years off, I mean, it's obvious to me what the issues will be. It's going to be your legs. It's going to be moving, getting away from a rush, and stuff like that. And If you're a quarterback who doesn't know how to play in that pocket, then you got no chance in hell coming back at that age. But that's the only way Phillip ever played. And Phillip's 6'5", I think. He looks 6'9". He's 250 pounds. He stands in there tall. He's got a quick release. And I don't know many people are going to run away from Seattle's D-line. But if you can get rid of that ball and get rid of it to open people, then you have a chance to run an offense versus it.
Last one for you, Coach. What was your evaluation of Tyler Warren coming out of the draft, and what have you thought of him so far as a pro?
We liked him. We knew he was going in the first round. I mean, I don't think there was anybody who didn't like him. But I mean, he's been unbelievable so far. I don't know if it's the uniform or the number, but I think he looks even leaner and more athletic in his NFL uniform. And I don't know if he changed his body because he seems so much bigger and bulkier in college, but now he seems leaner and like a true athlete who also can block, do wildcat, run all the routes, and he's a stud and gonna have a hell of a career.
Kyle Shanahan joins us every week ahead of the Niners, whoever they're playing. This week, it's the Colts on Monday. Kyle, have a great trip out to Indy. We'll talk to you next week, man.
Thanks, Coach.
All right. Thanks, guys. Talk to you later.
Oh, does it get better than Monday Night Football? Monday Night Football, the Niners and the Colts, it's even better when you start Monday Night Football knowing you've locked up a spot in the NFC playoff picture. Here to talk about it as the Niners kick off at 5:15 tonight By the way, John Dickinson's with me. It's our guy Larry Krueger joining us on the UMA guest line and, of course, on our video stream, YouTube, twitch.tv/thesportsleader, thesportsleader.com, all the good stuff. Krug, Monday Night Football, man. I grew up, I mean, you're from San Francisco. You're a Bay Area guy, and I grew up, my mom was on the waiting list forever in the 80s to get season tickets, and we had tickets at the Stick. But I remember one of the years where I was like, one of my first football memories where my parents got their tickets or the schedule had come out, and they were bitching and moaning about how the Niners only had one Monday night game. And I were like, this is the Niners' own Monday night. Monday Night Football is about the 49ers. And so it's always got extra juice to me because it's one of my early, like, sort of established memories that Monday Night Football is where the Niners belong.
You know, it's funny going way back to the Niners' first Super Bowl year. I can remember how angry we were because Howard Cosell, there was no ESPN. Howard Cosell did the or there was ESPN, but it was in its infancy. Howard Cosell did the halftime highlights of relevance, right? And if you were a big time team, or and they only picked a couple games, and it was like the Niners have won 5 in a row, and they're still not on Howard Cosell's halftime highlights. So that was a big deal back then. But yeah, Joe dominated on Monday night. Niners had so many great Monday night affairs through the years, and this is a big one tonight for sure. Even though they're already in the playoffs, that's just the beginning. We all know what they're after, which is the Super Bowl, and the best way to get that Super Bowl is get home field, and they got to win 3 more games to get it. So it's a motivated group, and it should be a hell of a game.
Krug, where are you at as far as this game goes tonight? I know we like to check in with each other. How you feeling about a matchup? I feel like this is a more difficult matchup than some of the matchups that the 49ers have had here of late, just in terms of the way that the Colts play. And obviously it's different with Phillip Rivers, and he can't move, and the ball coming out of his hands didn't the arm strength, shall we say, Krug, was a factor in the game against Seattle. But I went back and watched him, and I thought he was pretty solid. They had some plays in the mid-range that they just missed. He was getting the ball out really quickly. They're going to want to run it, but the Colts haven't really been able to run it with Jonathan Taylor like they were when Daniel Jones was healthy. The running game kind of went away then. How do you just see this matchup specifically with the 49ers and the Colts?
Yeah, it's a great question, because it's like, which team, neither team necessarily goes down the field right now. Rivers clearly didn't last week, and the Niners, for the most part, don't go down the field. Now, Purdy likes to go down the field, but Pearsall hasn't been healthy. Ayuk, we all know, what's going on there. So they haven't really had a vertical threat or a downfield threat to the point where they've gone down the field to Kittle at times. So I'm looking for that. I'm looking for who's going to step up in the absence of Ricky Pearsall. Is it Kendrick Bourne? Is it Jordan Watkins? Is it Sky Moore? Is it just a lot more of CMC, JJ, and Kittle? I want to see how the Niners kind of compensate for not having Ricky. But I think I like the matchup. I know on paper it looks like Jonathan Taylor might be able to run all over this defense, but this defense was way, way better against the run when Tatum Bethune was in there. And they're getting healthier. The Niners, I think, are obviously very motivated. I think this is one of the most interesting games of the season in my mind, guys, because we're going to get to see what Robert Saleh actually thinks. He's told us what he thinks of Phillip Rivers with his mouth. Now he's going to tell us what he really thinks about Phillip Rivers with how he calls this game. And I think, last week he went underneath so much, so frequently, and he looked so hesitant to drive it down the field that I think the Niners should at least be super aggressive at the line of scrimmage, take away the underneath, and almost dare Rivers to throw it down the field against them. I don't think he's got the arm strength, the accuracy, or the ability to do it. I also don't think he's got the ability to move off his spot and reset. He never had to do that last week. Seattle never got to him and really made him move his feet. If the Niners do that, I think they'll win by 2 touchdowns.
Larry Krueger with us here ahead of the Niners, and the Colts coming your way at 5:15 tonight right here on The Sports Leader. Krug, 3 defensive players coming back today. Yetur Gross-Matos, Sam O, actually 4, Jordan Willis, and Tatum Bethune. I'm going to leave Willis out of it because the other guys have been out longer. Yetur Gross-Matos, Bethune, Sam O. 2-part question. What excites you the most about the 3 guys coming back, and who makes the biggest impact?
Well, they're all very impactful. That's what's so exciting about it. I think Yatir Gross-Matos is a real freakish athlete who's always had huge expectations, and this year he actually started to fulfill those expectations. So if he is anything like the player that we saw earlier this year, I think he is the difference maker. But I'll go him and Bethune, but really I like all three. I think Samo. I talked to Samo on Wednesday or Thursday, and he's a real heady player who's watched a lot of film, and he's battled back from this high ankle. But I also think there's potential for Bethune to have like over 10 tackles. So I think all three of those guys are key. But I'll go with YGM and Tatum Bethune.
All right, how do you see this thing stacking up for the 49ers offensively? We've talked about the defense, but Brock Purdy looked like he's getting in a rhythm, spreading the ball around against the Titans. He's really bounced back, I think, with two good games after the last time it was on Monday Night Football against the Panthers with the 3 interceptions. The Niners able to overcome it. How do you see the 49ers game planning against this Indianapolis defense tonight?
Well, Buckner's back, so that makes them quite a bit better. This is a huge game for Indianapolis. Lou Anarumo against Shanahan. We've seen these matchups in the past. Anarumo loves to play man, but the old saying, when you match up, you play man. When you don't match up, you play zone. He's played a lot of zone recently because of the injuries at the corner spot, most specifically to Sauce Gardner. They're 31st against the pass. I expect Brock Purdy to carve them up, throwing the ball down the field. I think I think JJ will have a big day. I think Bourne will have a big day. I think Brock Purdy throws for 300 yards, and the 49ers put up a big passing number here.
I believe the only time, and I think I looked it up a couple weeks ago, Derek and I were talking about it, I think the only time that Lou Anarumo's met Kyle Shanahan as a coordinator versus head coach was when the Bengals came to San Francisco or to Levi Stadium in 2023. I think that's the only match, 31-17.
Well, that game was the Niners off of a 13-day rest disadvantage, and they couldn't stop.
Joe Burrow went off in that game, dude.
Yeah, Burrow at all.
He completed like 85% of his passes.
Copes, I thought they played the year prior to that as well in Cincinnati in like either week 1 or week 2.
It could have been
21. It was 21.
It was 2021, yeah. And Anarumo was there for a while, so maybe I'm mistaken that there was another matchup there that he got him.
But Anarumo's a great coach.
Yeah.
And that's been one of the real turnarounds for the Colts. I mean, the Colts are an interesting team. It's like, it is it's not just who you get on your schedule, but it's when you get them. This Colts team was scoring over 20 points a game. They were 7-1. They were rolling. Jonathan Taylor was rumbling as, the quarterback was playing well. And then the quarterback got knocked out, and he struggled ever since. So teams are loading up. I would expect, Tim Ryan told us this morning, expect, 25 to almost 30 carries. I do think, it's going to be a lot of carries. I do. Go ahead. I think it's like 25 carries, but the biggest key in this game is the Niners offense can help the Niners defense by getting a lead and making Indy one-sided.
We talked about that on Friday when you came on Dirty Work, Krug, that I said I think the key for me in this game is because they're not throwing the ball downfield, because this is going to be a lot of screen passes, a lot of quick game, a lot of running the ball, and a lot of just trying to get it out fast and not a lot of letting routes develop. If the Niners get a lead like they have in all 4 games in which Brock has returned, and they've scored on their opening or their second drive of every one of those games, I think it's going to be tough for Indy if they're down 2 or 3 scores early to try to get back in this, because they just don't have the high-power quarterback to do it in the way that they're going to operate the offense.
Yeah, the wild card factor that I fear in this game for Indy is Cam Bynum, the former Cal Bear. He's always had a great nose for the football. He picked off the Niners in Minnesota. He's just got a great nose for the football. We all know when Brock Purdy struggles, it's with turnovers. To me, if you can keep the ball away from Cam Bynum, I think the 49ers are going to win this game big.
All right, time now for the player to bank on, sponsored by Casino Matrix. Just drop in for gaming, dining, sports. Please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER and by Pacific Service Credit Union. Earn a $400 cash bonus for opening an account and setting up direct deposit of $500 or more. Sign up at pacificservice.org/my400. Krug, who's your player to bank on for the Niners in this one?
Well, player to bank on in this one, Jennings has just been so money, but I kind of think this is a Kendrick Bourne game. I think Kendrick Bourne, really had 2 really good games, And then, the Niners kind of went away from him. But now with no Pearsall, there's opportunity there for Bourne. I could also see Demarcus Robinson being big in the red zone, but I'll go Kendrick Bourne.
Kirk's picking receivers every week. He's going to hit one of these times, dude. At some point, one of these guys is going to explode. You were right on Pearsall last week. He just didn't find the end zone. You were looking for the end zone last week.
The blind squirrel will find an acorn every now and then.
Yeah, broken clock twice a day, all that. All right, crew, great talking to you, man. Enjoy the game. We'll talk to you in the post.
Sounds good, guys. Enjoy the game.
Adam Copeland, John Dickinson with you. Monday Night Football coming your way right here on The Sports Leader. The Niners are into the playoffs. They control their own destiny, but Colts are desperate. Colts right now need a victory after the skid that they've been on and the emotional loss of their guy Daniel Jones, but sort of a weird emotional buoy with Phillip Rivers. We got more to come. Adam Copeland, John Dickinson with you. The Niners and the Colts, Monday Night Football, only here on The Sports Leader.
Man, they do a lot, and I think they do a great job of just playing fast and hard. The physicality when you watch their film pops out. They fly around to the ball, and just overall they got playmakers. Their defensive line, they all play together. They're really physical, and then the guys outside of that, man, they're flying around and they make plays on the ball. So this is a defense that you can't slip up on. You can't take a breath on for one play. Like they'll expose you right when you think you got it. So it's going to be a 4-quarter game of being disciplined and attacking when we need to attack, but we respect the heck out of them, and what their D coordinator has done wherever he's been, he's a very respectable play caller. So we just got to be on top of it.
As Brock Purdy there talking about this Colts defense that he'll see tonight. 5:15 right here on the Sports Leader. Guy Haberman and Tim Ryan on the call. We'll hand it over to the boys. Right about 4:15, they'll take you up to and through kickoff. But interesting there in what Brock's talking about and what Krug was talking about, how the offense can really help the defense today and needs to help the defense today. I mean, we've been saying that really since the start of the year. And I think you'd agree, JD, that going back to that first Seahawks victory, the defense made it happen. I mean, Brock made that great throw to Ricky up the left sideline, and then he finds Tonjes in the end zone who snatches it out of the air for a touchdown. But he turned it over twice, and they needed Bosa on a drive by Seattle to go make a play. And then even in the first part of the season where the Niners were winning games without Brock, you thought, okay, now the young defense has got to step up and do something, even without Nick Bosa. And Fred Warner made it happen. We're into the part of the season now where, as well as they've played, where the strength of their team is clearly the offense, albeit not the running game. It's got to continue to play at the highest level. And I really did think last week it operated at an extremely high level. Again, they've scored on their opening or second drive of every game since Brock's returned. They haven't trailed in a game since they lost that game to the Rams back in, what was that, week 10? They lost to the Rams. So since November 10th, they haven't trailed in a game. So huge opportunity here for the Niners to solidify some playoff positioning. And really, this is a sort of a keep pace game, right? They need to stay in this. They need to earn the opportunity week 18 to play for the one.
The offense has had it dialed really going back to the beginning of November and the game against the Giants, minus the Carolina game where Brock had the 3 interceptions and the 49ers end up still prevailing in that one 20-9 because they forced turnovers themselves. But Giants game, they put up 34. They did get down 21-0 against the Rams, but then scored 26. I mean, they moved it after that point. They got down.
And we're within 8 a couple of times, yeah. They just couldn't get a stop.
Could not get a stop at all. 41 against Arizona. I thought the 26 in Cleveland, considering the conditions, was great in a big second half there, where I think the Niners, if they needed to score more, could have scored more in that one, and then 37 last week against Tennessee. So really, we're going back here, I think, to week 9, where for the most part, with that one Carolina game being the outlier, the 49ers offense has really started to get into a rhythm. And what has that coincided with, basically? It's coincided with these last 4 games of the 6 that we're talking about. Brock Purdy being back, working through the challenges of the Carolina game, and really starting to, I think in many ways, look as good as Brock Purdy has looked since the end of that 23 season, when right around this time he was in the MVP conversation before that game against Baltimore.
Well, starting fast is going to be key, I think, for this one. Because like I said, if they get out and they get a lead early, and I think that's why this game really, for me, is more about the defense of the Colts than it is about the offense of the Colts. Because they were able to keep it close, and they were up 16-15 until the final minute of the game against Seattle a couple of weeks ago. And that's a high-octane offense. I mean, Seattle and the Rams are just 2 teams that are like top 10 in offense and top 10 in defense. They've likely got the Offensive Player of the Year. You've got a guy in Puka Nacua who's going to get Offensive Player of the Year nods for sure. You've likely got the MVP and Matt Stafford on those teams. And yet the Niners, in terms of scoring, are not far off the pace and are a pretty good first quarter and first half scoring team. In fact, the Niners have led so frequently this year that when they lead at halftime, I believe they're 9-1 or something like that. I mean, they're 1-4 when they lead, when they trail at the half. So they're a team that when they get the lead, they hold the lead. And really, Robert Saleh had a great quote earlier this week where he said, I stopped caring about yards a long time ago. And Derek was on this with me earlier this year. He said, yardage is overrated. I'm kind of with him on that point because the Niners this year were winning games early in the season. They didn't have Brock. They weren't a top scoring team, but they were winning with Mac Jones because they were throwing it 45, 48 times a game, and he was completing a high percentage of those passes, and a lot of them went to McCaffrey because that's how they carried the offense and got into scoring position at those times. They also this year are far more efficient in the red zone, as you heard in that interview with Kyle, that they've just done a better job at scoring in the red zone this year. So sometimes that's the only way you can move the offense. Oftentimes bad teams are high in passing yardage because they're playing from behind a lot, so they're trying to get back into it. He said the only important stat, did Saleh, is keeping points off the board. And where the 49ers are in that phase is pretty good. Now, they haven't played teams that score a lot, and that's where you might look at the schedule and say, kind of irrelevant at this point, but it means to me they've handled teams they should have handled, that we thought they were more talented than. So this is a game today where if they can drag you to the deep end, the Colts, and keep this a low-scoring game and muck things up, it could get weird for the Niners because they can run the ball so well, and they do have some big-time playmakers and a smart quarterback. But if the Niners can get a couple of scores up early, which is something Seattle didn't do early, I think they're in good position. But you're right. This is a weird, tough uphill game.
I definitely don't see the Colts beating the 49ers in a shootout. I could see the Niners ultimately winning a shootout where maybe there's points both ways, but I'm with you. I think the Colts, if they're going to prevail over the Niners, it is going to have to be probably a lower scoring game there, fewer possessions and the like. And, yeah, yards are overrated as long as you're winning on third down and you're forcing turnovers and you're just winning the key moments, which I know third down's been something you bring up every week. And the Niners just have come up with – they have just won the critical plays. All of a sudden, teams are moving it on them, and all of a sudden it's 3rd and 7, and it isn't even necessarily an interception or a turnover, but it's 3rd and 7. They get an incompletion on 3rd and 7, and they force a long field goal attempt. Team misses the field goal. Like, how many times have we seen that happen for the 49ers this season? They have just
multiple
won
times.
The subtle key moments where teams have been unable to sustain drives against them, even when they're moving it, and even when the yardage totals are huge, and even through lengthy stretches where the Niners haven't forced turnovers. They did have the stretch where they were getting multiple turnovers a game, and I think that is a big part of the reason why the 49ers have gotten hot here. But even when they haven't forced the turnovers, they've still been able to get off the field, and coinciding with that, the fact that the Niners have been excellent offensively. You look at the complementary component to it on third down, it's where they've won games this season.
Adam Copeland, John Dickinson with you. Niners and the Colts coming your way at 5:15 right here on the Sports Leader. We'll go check in with the broadcast booth in just a little bit. Quick check here of the text line. A 707 checks in and says, dude, that's Kruger's 3rd time on KNBR today. What an effing legend. That's our guy Beak, our favorite UPS driver up in Seattle. Dude, and by the way, he's supposed to do a post-game hit with us. I feel bad now. He did the morning show, and then he did a hit with I guess he did a hit with the midday show with Greg, and then he did that hit with us, and he's supposed to do a post-game. Dude, when I was a producer years ago, Ryan Covey was doing a show from 10 p.m. to 1 a.m., KNBR Tonight, and Krug told me when I was a producer, dude, I'll come on. I'm up. Just hit me at any time. I'll come on. So, dude, sometimes I would call Krug at like midnight. And like, hey, man, are you awake? He's like, yeah, I'll do a hit with you. He'd be like whispering to get out of his wife's bedroom, and then he'd go downstairs and, I'm brushing up on the 1998 Lakers in the Western Conference semis on NBA TV. He would just be dialed into something in the middle of the night, ready to go. So Krug is a legend, and appreciate the time every week when he joins us on pre- and post-game. All right, let's take a quick break, JD. When we come back, let's get into some of the playoff implications, things that have happened around the NFL. Would you agree that basically everything that happened this week went in favor of the Niners, or everything they needed to happen happened in their favor?
Yes, I think without a doubt, because we're sitting here and the 49ers are going to play a football game in about an hour and a half, and they're already in the playoffs without even having – I mean, I did not – I thought tonight they could have clinched, and obviously if a couple of things had gone differently, even the Lions-Steelers ending goes differently, then the 49ers have to win tonight to get in. But I thought they could get in by doing that. I did not think they could get in before they actually played this game tonight, even with this game being the last game of the weekend. So I would sure as heck say that things rolled exactly how you would want, not only in terms of getting them in, but in terms of opening that door to the 49ers having that shot at the 1 seed now if they can win out.
That's what's on deck for the 49ers, sponsored by TimberTech Decking and Railing, #1 in premium decking. Order free samples at TimberTech.com. When we come on back, more from the NFC playoff picture. Adam Copeland, John Dickinson with you, the Niners and the Colts. Monday Night Football. It can all be heard right here on The Sports Leader.
If you think about it, is it possible that the NFL and the changes and the rules that have kind of, we talk about it, how it created such a cool environment for quarterbacks has it become that easy?
Wow.
Just something to put out there. Is it possible you could sit on the couch for 5 years and show up and take care of business? It's a fascinating conversation to have another time.
Oh, Steve Young there, of course, with the morning show earlier this week. Every other week on The Sports Leader on Wednesdays throughout the football season, either with the morning show or with myself and Derek Papa. On Dirty Work, Adam Copeland, John Dickinson with you here ahead of the Niners and the Colts Monday Night Football. And, JD, we were just talking about it before we went to break there, that basically everything Niner fans could have wanted this weekend to go their way went our way. I mean, it was nice to have the day off on a Sunday and get to watch everything else happen. And it all started with a great game Thursday night. Just give me your reaction to Rams and Seahawks and your takeaway, because really those two teams, I mean, Seattle had a chance to win the game in L.A., didn't have long enough leg for Myers to win on the field goal, and then converts 3 2-point conversions. I thought the Rams wildly mismanaged the play calling in the second half. They ran it 24 times against Seattle in the first half, just 12 times or 13 times in the second half. A couple of huge gains, explosive plays, and Sam Darnold under the bright lights really for the first time, exercising some demons. I mean, what was your takeaway about those two teams from that game?
Yeah, I mean, the Seattle win and Darnold, the way he played down the stretch there, and the Seahawks defense, didn't play well earlier in the game, but kind of carried him through that fourth quarter. I thought it was a massive, massive rebound by Darnold, because he was going to be the story, and in the way that he has been the story for throughout his career, and last year with Minnesota, and in the inability to play well in a big game had they not won that game. But I'm stunned still that Seattle came back and was able to prevail in that game. I still think the Rams are the better team between the two, but the Rams defense is vulnerable, especially that secondary, and they've played just two incredibly close games now head-to-head. So it worked out in the 49ers' favor, to be sure. I still think those two teams are the best two teams if you just had to rank them, let's say 1 through 7 or 1 through 8 in the NFC. But I think the Bears certainly have a mix into that conversation now. The Packers with some of the injuries and their loss to Chicago, and we can get into that game too, because that was the next wild finish of the weekend. And so I think, the Bears are in that mix, but I think, the 49ers are also maybe vaulting up a little bit, because some of these other teams, and we've been following it for a couple of weeks now, are not playing nearly as well as they did early in the season. But the big takeaway for me from Seattle and the Rams is that both of these teams are really freaking good. And for it to take what it did for Seattle to come back and win, it really shows that both ways.
Well, and it took every bit of that for the 49ers to win that game in L.A. too. You know what I mean? It shows you how when these two teams or these three teams match up, just how close it can be. It came down to a massive play having to be made by Nick Bosa in that Week 1 game, and these are two completely different teams now, Seattle and the 49ers. Not that Seattle wasn't the roster that they were back then, but even Rashid Shaheed being added. I mean, he was a massive part of that comeback on special teams.
How about this also? I was thinking the Rams' losses this year. The Rams' 4 losses. They're going to kick a game-winning field goal in Philadelphia. Gets blocked.
And they were up 3 scores in that game, JD.
Yeah, run back for a touchdown at the end of that game after they were up big in that one. The 49er game where they lose right at the end. The 49ers get the big stop after the Niners wind up getting the lead in that one against him. The weird Carolina game where Matthew Stafford hadn't thrown an interception in forever. He throws a couple of picks. The fumble late as they're going down to win that game on the final possession. And in the game that just was played on Thursday, they have had 4 of the craziest losses, for it to be their only 4 losses that I think I can remember a team having in recent times here, given how good they are, but how they do have a tendency, and I think this is the other takeaway about that. Sometimes stuff gets weird for the Rams. Like it just, whether it's play calling to your point, whether it's turnovers and getting down in a game, like playing down to an opponent in certain games, they are a little bit vulnerable in ways that maybe you wouldn't anticipate them being vulnerable. We tend to think of them as really buttoned up, and I know they don't get penalized a lot, and they had the game against the Niners where they didn't get penalized at all, or one time I think they got penalized in that game. But I think they are more vulnerable in terms of not necessarily week in, week out, game in, game out being as buttoned up, I think, as they get credit for in terms of just both the offense and the defense.
I'm with you. I also think Sean McVay in that Rams game against the Niners, I think they lost back-to-back weeks at that time. I think they had just lost the game against Philly the week before, and then they lost that game to the Niners on the short week. And the interesting thing about that was the decision-making by Sean McVay at the end with the timeouts being called. Remember, he was being questioned about whether or not he made the right decision and given the Niners basically an extra breather after they had called a timeout. And they were like, oh, damn, he called another one back-to-back. So there has been some weird stuff there. I question about the Niners' ability on offense. I just say that when you play a division opponent, you got to throw the book out the window. So I like their chances against anybody. I do like the idea that they've got to win a huge one here on the road against a team that is desperate. Painted into a corner here is Indianapolis. They're fighting for their playoff lives here with a veteran quarterback. And then you've got the Bears, who under the bright lights against Green Bay on Saturday had a massive come from behind win. Now, I think Green Bay is battered, man. I think mentally they're a team that is fractured because you saw how they handled the game in the second half after Micah Parsons goes down. They just look kind of stunned in that one. And then this one, letting it get away as late as they did. The onside kick, Romeo Doubs not recovering. The fumble on the snap. In overtime, they lose Jordan Love to a concussion. Mentally, this time of the year is not when you want to be having these types of struggles. So the Bears take advantage of that after a struggle against Green Bay earlier in the year. And now they're in play to do some damage and try to get the number 1 seed potentially if they beat the Niners and then Seattle falters.
Yeah, it just sets the table for beginning tonight for the Niners in Indy, but really, I mean, what's going to be on the line for the 49ers and the Bears in that game coming up on Sunday Night Football? The Bears may not even need that to win the division, depending upon what happens between the Packers and the Ravens. They're going to play on Saturday night at Lambeau Field. And so, does that make maybe Chicago a little bit more vulnerable to the 49ers, who know that if they can win out, they can get all the way up to the 1 seed? There's still a lot to play for, even though we know now 6 of the 7 teams in. And how about, who would have thought that Green Bay would be the last team basically to get in, and that the Lions, who are in big trouble, need 2 wins with 2 Green Bay losses? The only team whose spot Detroit could even take at this point is Green Bay's, after Green Bay beat them twice and looked like Green Bay was going to be battling for the 1 seed or the 2 seed at least just a couple of weeks ago before Micah and now Jordan Love went down.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with Jordan Love and the concussion protocol. But any thought, too, to the idea that, remember last year, it was last year and the year before, the Niners played so many opponents off of buys or off of long stretches off. This year it's been the opposite. Like, they haven't really had to play anybody in a situation like that. It's what I mean by this being real sort of – the Niners now have played – not that nobody earns it to this point. They're into the playoffs. They have 10 wins. They've earned it. But my idea being that they'll not only have to earn the 1 seed by beating Seattle, they've still got to earn the ability to play for the 1 seed. And to do so, you have to beat a desperate team in the Colts and a team that is competing at the highest level like you are and trying to prove to the world that they are contenders and a first-year head coach and a young quarterback in the Chicago Bears. So they are coming in. Just one more wrinkle, and you pointed this out last week, JD. The Bears played Saturday. The Niners played Monday. They get extra time off. They got a 2-day lead on the Niners as they're sitting back watching this one.
Yeah, they got the 2-day lead, which I think that makes that game, if both teams are playing for something, I think that game could get problematic for the 49ers. Not only the Bears' ability to run the football the way that they have this year and force turnovers. The Bears don't have a great defense statistically, but kind of like the Niners, only even more so with the turnovers. They've been able to get off the field and flip games with the turnovers that have allowed them to win. And you want to talk about a team winning the big moments or looking like they've are living a charmed life. the Chicago Bears are having kind of a charmed season, and Saturday night was another indicator of that. How do you avoid that action if you're the 49ers? I think maybe is something to focus on for next week.
Yeah, Kyle mentioned it in his interview with us, so he was already thinking about that. Already thinking about how they're going to have a quick turnaround on a rest, because he said, we talked to him Friday. He said, well, it's my Thursday, because they move everything back, but there's nothing you can do to prep 2 weeks in advance, right? You just got to get ready for this game and then focus on that game. Who poses the biggest threat to you in this game? I mean, obviously Jonathan Taylor, but in the passing game, I mean, they were throwing a lot of deep balls prior to the injury to Dan Jones, to Alec Pierce. He was getting downfield. Michael Pittman Jr. is a guy, a big body receiver, can high point a ball. But again, they're not throwing it deep downfield. You went back and watched last week. How'd they use Tyler Warren in the screen game? How did Jonathan Taylor fare? Where are your eyes on offense for the Colts in this one?
Yeah, it's the tight ends. I think that could be a factor in this game. I think they'll definitely look to throw it to Pittman. They'll get it. I think they think that if they can protect Rivers enough, they can try to attack in the middle of the field against the 49ers defense. So we'll see. They did that last week a little bit. I mean, the biggest surprise to me in watching the Seattle game back was that Seattle did not put any pressure on Rivers. They didn't, and that was the thing. I thought, wow, you go up there, that environment against that defense. Like, I thought he was going to get sacked all afternoon, and again, they were getting the ball out so quick that it wound up not mattering. But he barely even had to move, which is interesting because he can't move. And so if you make him move, I think you have a potential to turn it into a real productive evening on the 49ers side of things. But to see a team like Seattle not really be able to do it was interesting to me, and something I kind of filed away as we look ahead toward tonight.
Adam Copeland, John Dickinson with you. A 5:15 kickoff in about a half hour. We'll hand it over to Tim Ryan and Guy Haberman, who will be on the call tonight right here on the Sports Theater. And when we come on back, after our player spotlight, we will actually go up to the broadcast booth and check in with Tim Ryan, see what he feels about facing a 44-year-old Phillip Rivers. Brock Purdy is 4-0 in his return from the toe injury and has completed over 70% of his passes in 3 of those 4 games. The Niners are into the playoffs. The Colts are desperate. We'll talk to Tim Ryan coming up in just a few minutes here on the Sports Leader. Adam Copeland back with your 49er player spotlight ahead of Week 16. The Niners are into the playoffs at 10-4. They've got 3 left: the Colts, the Bears, and then the Seattle Seahawks. They control their destiny to the number 1 seed, but they will be playing football beyond Week 18 as they clinch the playoff berth with the loss by the Lions to the Steelers this weekend. And a big reason the Niners have put up the numbers they have this year offensively is a guy who was out of training camp and out of preseason, nursing an injury and a contract, and then got banged up, put his body on the line early in the season. He's the only Niner receiver with this number of touchdowns and any touchdown on the season. It's Juwan Jennings. 2 more touchdowns last week. He's got 7 on the season, 6 in his last 6 games. He's got 4 in his last 3 games, but it wasn't the touchdowns he wanted to talk about on KNBR this week. He wanted to talk about how no block, no rock, but also you get to humiliate the opponent when you lay a good block on them.
Yeah, it's just simple. I think it's because they have family members at home, and then they have pride, and when you can take that pride away from a player, man, it's humiliating. So I mean, I know what it's like to get got. Sometimes you get got, but you just got to come back, and play the next snap. But some guys, take it to heart and take it as, and I'm trying to challenge their manhood, but really I'm just playing as hard as I can play, and that comes with putting you on your head or putting you on your back. Then it just comes with it. That's why I'm playing this sport.
You want to humiliate somebody. You can embarrass somebody when you lay a block on him. He plays through the whistle, and that's what pisses off the opposition. He's one of those guys you don't want to play against him. You love him when he's on your side, especially when he's big on third down, big on short yardage, and big in the end zone. A huge part of the Niners' efficiency on third down and red zone effectiveness this year, and that's why Juwan Jennings is Week 16's 49er player spotlight. Week 16 is here, the Niners and the Colts. It's actually nearing the end. The final game of Week 16 going down tonight in Indianapolis. A big game for the Niners in the final 3 as they clinched a playoff berth with a loss by the Lions the other day. Here to talk about it from the broadcast booth in Indy, it's our guy, Tim Ryan. What up, Tim? How we doing, bro?
Doing well. It's about damn time. These Eastern time zone Monday night games. My God, can we wait any longer to play some ball?
I know you're waiting all damn day, dude. And on a Monday, too.
Man.
The end of the week, the end of the evening for a Monday night game. So, look, man, it's awesome that they're in. And I asked Kyle Shanahan about it on Friday when we talked to him, seeing the Thursday game and the team knowing what's at stake. And he's like, they know what's at stake. We don't have to remind them what's going on here. But tell me about going up against a team like the Colts. I mean, they're desperate right now, and they've got an all-time leader in Phillip Rivers at the helm.
Yeah, well, I don't think it really matters. Every team every Sunday is desperate. Now, I do get what you're saying here at this point in the season in Week 16, and they basically got to win out and get some help. So this is a huge game for them. Also a huge game for the 49ers with the opportunity to control their own destiny and be the number 1 seed and have everything go through Santa Clara. This could be the last road trip of the year. So we know, and the players and everybody know how important this matchup is, and it's not going to be easy. This Colts team is loaded with good players. They're very well coached across the board, offense and defense. Now, the injury bug has gotten to them late in the season. You guys know how they started at 7-1. They were scoring 34 points a game in their first 8 games, probably the hottest team in pro football, and then started to have some injuries, in particular on defense with DeForest Buckner. He is going to come back, got activated for this game with a herniated disc in his neck, so he's ready to go. I know they opened his window a couple weeks ago or last week and activated him for this game tonight against his former team. But then losing Sauce Gardner, losing Charvarius Ward on defense. Now both of their tackles are out. The right tackle is the rookie 4th-round pick. He is a monster at 6'8", 340 pounds. This is his second NFL start. And now the left tackle is declared out today, Ryman, so Luke Tenuta is getting his first NFL start. The whole game is coming down to this. Can they contain Jonathan Taylor, who is a tremendous running back, and I think the best back they've played all year long, and his numbers prove it, and he's looking for that rushing title. I think he fell behind Jared Cook yesterday after Cook's Day, but guy's over 1,400 yards, over 5 yards of crack, 16 touchdowns. He's a good receiver out of the backfield. He can run it inside. He can bounce it outside. In their scheme is going to be a challenge for the 49ers, who have not played the run very well over the last couple of weeks. And a lot of that's been missed tackles. But I think getting Yetur Gross-Matos back in the lineup, getting Sam Okawano back in the lineup is going to be big in this game in terms of just, Jordan Elliott to help defend the run. Now, the challenge is they run so much power with the pullers. They run so many traps, whams, tight end whams, where they're influence blocking, not blocking a defensive tackle, and then they're getting ear hold. You got to set a hard edge to really shrink and compress those running lanes for Jonathan Taylor. But if you do it too hard and you don't keep an outside arm free, that dude will bounce around the corner. He's a tremendous bounce back. So it's going to be a handful. They've got to be able to contain him, and then somehow, some way, Copes, challenge the lower body of Phillip Rivers. Phillip is a coach on the field. He knows the offense. Watching the Seattle tape, he's going to throw to the right guy every time. They got to somehow, some way get him off his spot and get him moving at 44 years old in terms of, his escapability. And it's not just that. It's, when he's got to move and get out of harm's way, it will affect his throwing action and his ability to throw with velocity and throw it on target. So, to me, that's the game. And what I like about it is this is going to be the first game in a long time for these defensive linemen. And I said it this morning on the radio show. Rush with reckless abandon. Two-way goes. You can run outside. You can come inside. Your counter moves. All the stuff that make pass rushers great, the creativity, setting the guy up with, 3 runs around the corner, and then now, bang, you got him wide set, and then you hit a counter move and come underneath. Not worried about losing contain. Not worried about, staying in the squeeze rush and disciplined in your rush lanes. So hopefully the pass rush can get cranked up tonight.
Tim, we know about the lack of mobility for Rivers, but watching the game in Seattle, he didn't have a great arm 5 years ago, but the inability to drive the ball, even in the mid-range against Seattle, was prevalent. How do the 49ers use that against him and against Indy?
Well, I think you're not getting worried. I don't think you'll be real worried about getting beat over the top. And these receivers are good now. And we know what Pittman is. They're big. They're all 6'3", 6'4", with the exception of Josh Downs. The tight end is big. JD, you got to play tight coverage on these guys. Does that mean man coverage? Not always. And then, if the 49ers are playing man, They're going to get into some of those stacks and some of those bunches that have been a challenge for the 49ers to match up with all year long. They've got to get that figured out tonight, because if they do not play tight coverage in the secondary, and there's no Renardo Green in this game, it'll be Darrell Luter out there on the island, which I'm fine with. D-Lute's been waiting for this opportunity, and I hope he makes the most of it. They've got to play tight coverage, and they can't be afraid to get beat over the top. Get in phase with these wide receivers and make Phillip throw tight, high-velocity throws. And then, again, the most important thing is getting him off the spot and getting him moving. That will affect the velocity and the accuracy.
Talking to Tim Ryan, kickoff coming up at 5:15 right here on The Sports Leader. Jordan Elliott back today. He missed last week, but some other guys have been out for a while. Tatum Bethune, Yetur Gross-Matos, Sam O. Tell me about the impact those guys bring and who makes the biggest difference in their return.
Yeah, well, I think having Tatum back in the middle is going to help with the tackling. He is a fierce tackler, and he will rock you. So we know that. And I'll look forward to that matchup in between the tackles with him on Jonathan Taylor. And then you look at Sam Okawanu. We've known since, Sam, I think he started in the Arizona game last year, the way he will set the edge on a puller, and he will hammer that guy. And then the next time, and they're good pullers. Quentin Nelson is a very good guard, and Gonzalez isn't bad either. But he's going to have to set that hard edge and then be ready for the bounce play. So I think he helps, and then I think Yetur's ability to rush the passer when he's inside, whether it be, swipes or counter moves, he's got the speed and the hands to be able to do that. I want to see that on full display. So I think all of those guys, Jordan Elliott, the traps inside, if you're not blocked in this game, you better turn down inside and have a collision, because there's a puller coming for your ear hole. And Jordan's been playing long enough. He gets that. So I think all of those guys are going to give this run defense a boost.
Tim, let's flip it over to the 49ers offense going up against the Colts defense. And the Colts have not been good against the pass. So I think you could throw it on them. It feels like this is a come out and throw it type of a game. Do you see it that way? Because the 49ers always want to come back and be able to run it late.
Yeah, I think ideally, Jays, they want to have balance by the end of the game. And part of that might be setting up some runs with some throws. The key is being able to be strong on third down, which the 49ers have been outstanding this year on third down, and Indianapolis has not been very good on the money down. So having DeForest Buckner back could be a challenge in terms of running the ball, just because he's so big and long and such a good player. Their linebackers are extremely downhill and aggressive. They're well coached by Anarumo in terms of run game tendencies and formations and motions, and you will see those guys attacking the line of scrimmage. But the 49ers have seen that over the last two opponents with both Cleveland and Tennessee. So they should be ready to get the run game out on the edges. And I do like Brock's matchup in this game. They're very good at their coverages. They will blitz. They play a lot of zone, mostly 3 deep, but they'll mix in a lot of cover 1 with some pressure and, all the standard stuff, cover 2, cover 4, cover 3. But Brock's going to just feed the read and be patient. You cannot try to, get greedy and throw this thing. We know what Cameron Bynum is, and he knows he knows some of the tendencies of Brock Purdy, if we remember the Minnesota game from a couple of years ago, with what he brings to the table. So if Brock's just patient, I like the matchup against those backup corners. And if they want to play some man, Kittle and Christian McCaffrey should absolutely go off no matter who's covering him. Brock's just got to be patient and throw the ball where it's supposed to go, and something that we all know he's very good at.
How sharp was Brock in your mind last week? Was that as normal and as healthy as he's looked since the return?
That's absolutely. I think, I think the numbers bared that out, but to me, he was
the eye test. Yeah,
classic Brock, and using his legs and extending plays and throwing the ball with accuracy, and when in doubt, throw to 85. We always know Brock has liked that. So not having Ricky will be a challenge in this game tonight, but time to get 84. Kendrick Bourne going again, and Juwan's playing great. Has a very good matchup in the slot against Kenny Moore if he's in there. So yeah, I thought Brock was. I thought it was without doubt his most complete game against that Tennessee D.
More of a macro question here. I mean, this team has gotten to Week 16. They haven't played their Week 16 game yet. They're in the playoffs with 3 games to go. Just give me your thoughts on just the ride that it's been with all of the adversity, and just who do you credit? Obviously, it's everybody, but for being able to keep this team together to where they're 10-4. and they're in the playoffs with 3 games to spare, and still that opportunity that we all know is ahead to maybe run the table and get a higher seed.
It's crazy. It's really unbelievable. And you nobody could have drawn this up even before all the injuries on both sides of the ball. And losing Kittle week 1 and losing Brock for a significant number of games. Losing Ricky Pearsall, then Bosa, and then Fred. I mean, no way. And that's why nobody in the national narrative has really talked about the 49ers until now. All of a sudden it's like, oh, that pesky little team out in Santa Clara have got themselves in position to run the table. So credit to the coaches and Kyle and the culture of this team, the organization, and it starts at the top. So credit to Robert Saleh with a defense that's in the developmental stage and still trying to figure it out, but have made some big plays in big situations. The 3-0 start obviously was huge to get that little buffer, and the way they were winning those first 3 games. And then I would say probably for me, if I had to put it on in all the players, and from the old guys, the first ballot Hall of Famers, and Trent Williams and Fred and Kittle and Bosa, and the way that they've attacked this thing with all the youth around them. But if there's one guy, I would have to say Mac Jones, to be able to jump in when he did. Starting at New Orleans and to go 5-3 in 8 games and really orchestrate the 49ers into the number 1 passing attack in pro football by executing the game plan, I think is absolutely awesome. And he'd be probably the guy I would say is the MVP of why they've been able to do what they put themselves in the position that they're in.
Tim Ryan, the voice you hear, he'll be on the call in just a few minutes with Guy Haberman. Tim, have a great call tonight, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Copes, appreciate you, man. Enjoy the game.
Good deal. We got to take a quick break. Adam Copeland, John Dickinson with you. The Niners and the Colts at 5:15. We'll hand it over to Tim and Guy. When we come on back, then we'll get you our keys to the game only here on the Sports Leader. Adam Copeland, John Dickinson with you ahead of the Niners and the Colts. We're getting ready to hand it over to Guy Haberman and Tim Ryan, and we'll be back on the postgame for you to break down everything that went on Monday Night Football and where the 49ers stand with their quest to run the table. Our keys to the game are sponsored by your Bay Area Chevy dealers. Visit BayAreaChevroletDealers.com. JD, you got a key for us?
Come out and sling the rock. I think this is a come out and throw the football kind of a game for the 49ers. Let Brock sling the rock. I'll keep it short and sweet.
There you go. They haven't run it a whole lot effectively, certainly in the first half of games. When they've had a lead in second halves, they've gotten more out of the run game, but McCaffrey has not had a good time running the ball this year, and they've been one of the worst, if not the worst, in football in yards per carry. So their passing game has been great. I think I'm with you. That's exactly where they need to go. They got to start hot, too. You got to continue with the script of long, sustained drives here early in the game, especially where they're able to put teams away. Because I think if you get a lead on this Colts team, it's going to be very difficult for them to come back. That said, they suppressed that Seahawks offense to just 15 points for a lot of that game last week. That's going to do it for our pregame show. Guy Haberman and Tim Ryan will take you up to and through kickoff. Thanks to Larry Krueger and to Matt Mayoko and Tim Ryan, who joined us on the pregame show. It's the Niners and the Colts, a 5:15 kickoff on Monday Night Football, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.